Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning. Hello, everyone. I'm back. I'm still a little froggy, and I'm still a little bit icky, but I'm well enough to be back. Thank you so much to my mods for holding my shite together and taking care of everything during these very unusually strange and difficult times for us. I want to thank everybody for their prayers and support at the loss of my sister. And also all of you who sent congratulations for I graduated. Yes, I walked the stage on Saturday. It's official. I'm a bachelor. I got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I am sprinting into my master's program. So thank you guys for all your love and support. Ooh, I appreciate it. Yes, I'm very tired. It has been a wonderful, wonderful weekend, but I am so exhausted. I mean, like, majorly exhausted. Majorly exhausted. Okay, good morning, First and Chet. Ari, June, one sunny day. Hello, it's Bridge, Stephen. I have a foggy voice beforehand. Yeah. I am froggy. Mama sang bass. Daddy sang tenor. Yeah, it's one of those days. But it is what it is. Okay, we're going to get into things today. This is a plan of attack. Sorry, this is a plan of attack. We're going to quickly step into the Brian Walshe trial. We're going to talk about where we stand there. They are still in verdict watch. Then we're going to talk about a new trial that we're going to be following. We're getting in at the very beginning phases of this trial for us. So I'm going to give you a major breakdown on that trial during the verdict watch. And then we're going to go into Ian Mitchell trial. No, this is I've had COVID 4 times. The first time was January, the year that it came out, and they didn't even have a name for it yet. And that was the worst I had ever been. Probably should have been hospitalized, but stubborn me. So, anyway, speaking of hospitalization, hold on a second. My nose was going to do something weird. We went live for a breaking news broadcast yesterday. Robert Reiner and his wife, Michelle, have been found dead to homicide in the Brentwood homes. Police interview for the family. Longtime Hollywood star Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, were found deceased in the Brentwood home Sunday in what police describe as apparent homicide. A spokesperson for the Reiner family confirmed the death Sunday evening. It is with profound sorrow that we announce the tragic passing of Michelle and Rob Reiner. The family spokesperson said in a statement, "We are heartbroken by this sudden loss, and we ask for privacy during this unbelievably difficult time." The Los Angeles police are investigating the deaths as a homicide after the couple bodies were found in the home of the 200 block of the Chadbourne Avenue. I think that's how it said. Police said Reiner, 78, was a legendary actor, director, and later political activist, and his wife was a photographer and producer. The law enforcement sources told the Times that the family members were being interviewed in connection to the death. His son is the one that they're looking at. A source who was not authorized to speak publicly about going on in the investigation but had knowledge of the investigation confirmed that there were no signs of forced entry into the home. The source said that the Reiners had injuries consistent with being stabbed. A news conference late Sunday we watched live. LAPD Chief Alan Hamilton released little information, none, about the case, but said the death investigation is ongoing. Quote, I haven't had my cup of coffee yet. At this time, LAPD department is not seeking anyone as a suspect or as a personal interest, as we will not be doing so until we conduct an investigation and move forward, he stated. No one had been detained and no one had been questioned as a suspect. Yeah, because they can't find the son. Hamilton did confirm that the person who initially reported the incident was at the house. Their identity has not been released. Early Sunday, Margaret Stewart, a Los Angeles Fire Department spokesman, stated that the department was called to the residence approximately 3:30 p.m. for medical aid. Inside the home, 2 bodies were found. Reiner had 5-decade-long career in Hollywood. I don't want to read all of this. He's nominated for Academy Awards, yada, yada, yada. Police were stationed outside their home to the end of the block. Reiner's residence is located. While choppers circled overhead, police spoke to a young man inside the sealed-off area who left the scene at 7:30 p.m. in a white Tesla and declined to speak to media. It's being stated by multiple other news medias that it was the son, a son, that had done this. He's a homeless person. All right. Excuse the yawn. Okay. Let me get over here. We have coming up the 11th day of the Brian Walshe trial. We are in a verdict watch on that. Yep. Verdict watch. How many of you think we're going to have something today? Not too sure. I'm trying to give my voice a moment to wake up. righty. I do. I do. I hope so. I think we will. But I think that they are being very cautious about what they're doing. Who is this? I love it when you get texts from people you have no idea who they are. Now I'm getting a bunch of stuff from like LinkedIn and things like that. Want people to work remotely for $500 an hour, and I'm thinking that's ungodly. That's a fraud. You're not going to get $500 an hour working remotely. Working in person. If you're a lawyer. Okay, so what I'd like to do is I've written and collated and created a cover kind of. I didn't get to really see the closing arguments very well, so I went back and I made some points. Thank you. My graduation was Saturday. I did not get to watch the game yesterday. I was having dinner with some family friends in celebration because they didn't get to go. They're my native elder and brother and sister in my native community. And he has Parkinson's, so they couldn't go. It was too far. So we were having dinner, and then some YouTube crap hit the fan, and I had to get back here. So, yeah, such is life. But thank you for asking. I'll show you all pictures in a little bit. In a wee bit, I'll show you all some pictures. But I don't know how I got coffee grinds in my coffee, but here's a tip. But if you get coffee grinds in your coffee, you use a wooden skewer, they'll stick to it. You let them settle against the side of the glass, and then you pull up and twist as you pull it out, and the coffee grinds come out with it. Tip of the day. That's your daily tip. Okay, so let's get into prosecution closing arguments and my comments and my synopsis. The prosecution was on the side of. Let me get my coffee. Prosecution was on the closing arguments. They focused on premeditation and intent. In the Walshe trial, the prosecutors emphasized that Walshe's internet searches, i.e., best way to dispose of a body, can you be charged with a red room without a body, as possible proof of planning. They argued that these searches, combined with surveillance footage of him buying cleaning supplies, cutting tools, showed deliberate preparation. Well, a question, I've asked some people to ask me some questions so I can put this together to help y'all. And one of the questions is how can they prove intent after he bought everything? That was confusing to them, and I'll get into that. And that is this. Sorry, I had to read the comment. Thank you, Ari. Premeditation and intent can happen an hour before, day before, year before, seconds before, or after in this case, because she had already been red room by the time that he went and purchased all this. This doesn't go to just the intent to red room, more as it goes to the intent to dismember and hide and conceal. That's the premeditation part. After she was alive, and this is a comment that a statement I've been thinking about. After he unalived her, he says that he found her deceased to a unexpected medical event. Well, let's talk about that. When a person dies in that situation, most family members immediately will call 911, call the police. They will gather the children in a different room and tell them to stay put, shield them from seeing their mother that way. They would be emotional and crying, or a state of shock. There's a lot of things that will transpire in a situation like that. What would not happen is from a search, best ways to dispose of a body, can you be charged with redrum, etc., etc. That would not occur if somebody died naturally. And then who in their, and of course, this is what a right mind would sit there and, hello, good morning, Miss Angela and June, would sit there and premeditatively dispose of the body by dismembering it. It just does not compute in my mind. The physical evidence that they focused on in the closing arguments were blood traces found on slippers and other items that were presented as a sign of a violent unaliving. The forensic biological evidence was tied directly to both Anna and Brian Walshe. The narrative of the concealment, well, the prosecutors described Walsh's calm demeanor while purchasing items as inconsistent with a panic instead of portraying it as a medical condition. I kind of just hit that ding, 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 ding. You would not calmly go to Lowe's. Wouldn't. They urged the jurors to connect the dots. Motive, opportunity, and cover up. Now, that was another comment that somebody said, how can you get to murder if you don't have a body? And in this case, and that is very simply this, you can connect the dots in this direction, which is motive, opportunity, cover up, or you can go cover up leads to the opportunity, leads to the motive, leads to the death. Connecting dots can go both, it's linear. It can go back and forth. In my humblest of opinions, which does not mean much, but in my humblest opinion is where I'm going to stand. I know y'all, right? So it's the dot. And now the defense's closing arguments, I have my thoughts on that, was the accident versus redrum. The defense portrayed Walshe as a loving husband, loving father who, I guess, faced an unexpected and unspeakable sudden death of his wife. They argued that the prosecution failed to prove intent beyond reasonable doubt, stressing that the disturbing actions did not equal redrum. Just because he did that does not mean he did this. No, just because he did this does not mean he did that. And that's exactly where they're going. And there have been people in past cases who've won on that alone. So we'll see. What were the challenging of the evidence? The defense counsel cautioned jurors against filling the gaps with intent or emotion. They highlighted the abuse of the body was direct proof of cause of absence of the body was the direct proof of cause of death, urging restraint in drawing any conclusions. They humanized Walshe. The defense leaned on character framing, suggested panic and poor decision rather than calculated homicide. So let's put both of these up side by side. Prosecution, premeditated murder proven by intense searches and surveillance phase, where the defense put sudden death, panic, and driven concealment. Prosecution, forensic evidence, blood, slippers, biological trace showed violent death. Defense, no body, no direct cause, no death proven. Prosecution, calm, methodical actions, deliberate cover-up. Defense, actions were irrational and emotional and do not prove intent. Prosecution urges jurors to connect the dots into a clear narrative of guilt. while the defense warns against speculation and emotional inference. So my key takeaways on this: prosecution strength, tangible forensic evidence, and incriminating searches. Defense stretching, highlight gaps, no body, no direct cause of death, and the framing of Walsh's actions as a panic, not intent. The jury decision hinges on whether they believe the prosecution intent beyond reasonable doubt or whether the defense successfully raised doubt in premeditation. Excuse me. So, I'm sorry, I'm still a little sick, but I'm back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Premeditation intent prosecution leaned heavily on Walsh's incriminating and searches. We'll come back to this. Let me get back into court because they are back. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Continuation of the jury trial in Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, indictment 2023-0091. Defendant and counsel are present in court. Counsel, if you'd once again identify yourselves for the court in the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Welcome.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Good morning to everyone. We had a little delayed start because one of our jurors is absent today, luckily. It's juror number 15, who is an alternate juror. I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Uh-oh, I bet one of them got COVID. Somebody got the C word. No, I don't know. I'm guessing. Luckily, it is one of the jurors. Good morning, Angela. Good morning. I'm looking at comments. Sorry, I wasn't a second ago. If premeditation can happen within seconds, then Sarah Boone should have been charged with first-degree redrum. Not arguing that. Good morning, Angela. Thank you. You're sorry I found my family. I am sorry if I found my family member, friend, husband. I would not be going and getting rid of the body. Wouldn't go shopping for cleaning supplies. I'd be calling 911. Yeah. It is a lame defense, in my humble opinion. They've been deliberating, I don't know how many hours because I wasn't here. I was graduating, so I don't know. But I will tell you, I know that it's only been a matter of a few hours because they got it yesterday, early afternoon, I believe. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. Music by Brian. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome aboard. I do believe that, I don't believe she purposefully intended to kill him, in my humble opinion, but she's still like 2 or 3 hours on Friday. Yeah, we'll find out. The verdict clock will hit. It will hit. We'll know.
Jurors entering, all rise.
Hear ye. All person having anything to do before the Honorable Diane Fernier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. You may be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
Jurors, I'll start today. Hope you all had a nice weekend. We'll start today, as we have every morning of this trial, with the 4 questions. Jurors were able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case.
Yes.
Were able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case.
Yes.
Be able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or any news media.
Yes.
And you all still have open minds.
Yes.
Jurors, you may have noticed that we were delayed in starting today, and juror number 15, who is an alternate juror, is not here today for purely personal reasons. And it has nothing to do with this case and shouldn't impact your day in any way. But I didn't want to not make mention of the fact that juror number 15 isn't here, because then you might be wondering. It's purely personal, nothing related to this case. All right? So with that, jurors, I'll send you back to your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Please bring your notebooks with you. Watch your step. Follow me, please.
I just remind you of the 10-minute rule. Always be within 10 minutes of the courthouse. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, so now we're back in verdict watch. They'll put the clock up in a minute. I am kind of glazing through. I said Discord. Why aren't you sending? Okay. I'm trying to send my it won't work that way on this phone. I'm trying to send my pictures to myself. Well, that doesn't help me. They tell me only. Okay, so we went to that point. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to send myself the photos that were done this weekend. So I can show you what happened and how it happened. I will tell you, I had a fabulous, fabulous weekend. It was a wonderful graduation experience. I unexpectedly was asked, to sign the national anthem. I was unexpectedly asked to sign the national anthem which was cool. Really, really amazing experience. I mean, I've done it before many times, but it's one thing when you're a part of of the ceremony and they've asked you to do the signing, or well, my interpreter said who's signing it, and they said nobody, and then they said, "Will you?" I'm like, "Sure." I need to give an explanation of that before we watch that part. I am going to eventually today, at some point today. Oh, now you do that. Okay, at some point today, we will be watching. Now, some of these images, my face will not be looking directly ahead because of the, I'm not going to do every single one of these. There we go. Because I had 4 cameras in front of me and I was, yeah, I get, it was a little odd trying to figure out which camera to look at one time because nobody was telling me, hey, over here. Oh, I feel a kitty that just hopped up on my feet. Cancel. There's the invalid address. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about a few things and then we'll get into the Ian Mitchell. Yep, I'll send me more stuff later. Okie dokie. We are in the live verdict watch for this trial. Let me get the banner. We are in the live verdict watch. The verdict watch started at hour 37, at number hours 37 minutes. That doesn't make sense. The number sign 3 hours and 37 minutes and 29 seconds per court TV. Thank you, Miss June. Thank you very much. All righty. So I'm going to go back into the information because we got more information on the death of Rob Reiner, and then we will go into the rest of our day. Okay. Rob Reiner and his wife were found had their throats slit at LA mansion. Family members are questioned. Horrific details of the nature of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Reiner, have emerged after their bodies were found in the Los Angeles mansion. Hollywood legend Reiner made many of his best-known movies in the 1980s and 90s, including Stand By Me, Princess Bride, legal thriller, A Few Good Men, and romantic comedy When Harry Met Sally. You guys know what that is. LA Fire Department was called. A couple's home about 3:30 p.m. Sunday found the 78-year-old man and woman at the age of 68 dead on the property. Sources have confirmed the victims are Rob and Michelle Reiner. They had suffered stab wounds, and the family members now being questioned by the police. The pair were found deceased with their throats slit. Oh my God. How? And you know what's horrible? You know what's really horrible? One of them had to watch the other one get red drummed. One of them had to watch the other one get red drummed. That is horrible. Detectives are treating the incident as a double homicide, and the investigators are quizzing an unnamed family member. No arrests have been made at this time. Well, I think we know who that is. It's been made very clear who that person is, and that person is their son. The couple's daughter, Rami, who lived across the street, is said to have made the grim discovery when she visited their sprawling 6-bedroom estate Sunday afternoon. Oh my gosh, how horrible. The Reiners also had a son, Nick, 32, screenwriter, who has been known to have been struggling with drug addictions and bouts of homelessness. Oh, y'all. I'm so floored. The Romneys had recently shared a happy snap of her father picture together Instagram just a fortnight ago. She is understood to have discovered the fatally injured bodies of her parents. Y'all, the Reiner family spokesperson confirmed the death today, and they have asked for privacy. They are heartbroken by the sudden loss and asked for privacy. Earlier this month, Romney revealed she was thankful for the family's health and recently shared a picture of them swimming in the sea with her father. She and Nick have other siblings. Jake Reiner, who is a news reporter in Houston, Texas. Oh, well, we got a Texan in the family. Reiner also adopted another daughter, Tracy Reiner, from his first wife, Penny Marshall. And if you don't know who Penny Marshall is, Google it. It was a great show. Reiner and his wife are believed to have lived in the home, and property records obtained from Daily Mail include that they were the owners. The bodies were still in the, oh gosh. In the press conference, LAPD Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton last night said, we're going to try to speak to every family member we can get to the facts on this investigation. He noted that the bodies were still in the home as police were waiting on a warrant to re-enter the home. This really started a stir with the news media last night. And yes, that is not uncommon. That happens all the time. People think it's cruel and horrible, but in reality, the spirit or soul is gone from the body. There's nothing anyone can do at that point. But they had to leave the bodies as is, as they trying to open up my hearing aids. My batteries are dying. That is protocol. They cannot re-enter the home once 911 leaves without a valid search warrant. And it appeared to anger or frustrate some of the news media that were on scene as to why they make this near freaking impossible to get your batteries out. It's the toughest plastic I've ever seen. I mean, I can't even look. It's hard. I can't even cut it. They were waiting for the the warrant to enter, which by this point in our day, that has already happened. The bodies, as of now, most likely have already been removed and have been taken to the coroner's office for further investigation. And I cannot get my batteries. My hearing aids are dying. I literally cannot get my battery out of this thing. It is an act of I will not buy this brand again. I will not. I cut myself here the other day. You see it? Trying to get my battery out of this case. I mean, it's like they don't want you to hear. Oh, finally. I don't want to lose my mic sound. All right, so they have lived in this house for many, many, many years. And so let me get my ears in, because I just lost, every time I do this, I lose connection with everything. I have to reconnect. Okay, I think I'm back up and running. Yay, I am back up and running, but I don't know if I have sound on your end. Billy Crystal outside Rob Reiner's home after the death of, oh, I might as well share this. I didn't know that. Here is Billy Crystal. Here we go. Billy Crystal was seen outside the home. A decade-long friendship. They first met in 1975. Oh. Wow, that's him with brown hair. Not gray. I like his gray hair better. So we're going to stop sharing that because that just not working. All right. Let's get back into we've got a new trial we're going to be covering. I'm sharing this again. I'm going to get everything set up for later. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. I couldn't enlarge it any bigger, June. It won't let me. It's the way they produced it. My apologies. Good morning, Joe Schmo. All right. Good morning. Good to see you. We have a new case, y'all. We have a new case. Dun, 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 dun. We have a new case. And let me get it up because I'm going to start talking to you about it. Let me do this. I'm going to try and see if I can do this. Give me a split second. Why are my things not? Okay, come on. Oh, my screen froze. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. It froze. And the back. And there it goes. It's working again. It happens. What can I say? Crap happens. Add file. Here we go. Come on, load. There we go. I'm going to. All right, our new case is Florida versus Derek Rosa live with Ada K. We'll be following this case for a hot minute. This case will be probably going into trial next year, not this year. But I've got all the deets. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? I hope you are. Come on. Oh, I'll do it that way. Top of the morning to you, Joe. I got to come up with a fun song for you, Joe. All right. Early in the hours of October 12, 2023, the police in Haley, Florida, received a chilling 911 call. On the line was a calm, young voice, the voice of Derek Rosa. He told dispatchers that he just stabbed his mother while she slept. Yeah. It gets worse. When the officers arrived, they found Irina Garcia unalive in her bed next to her newborn daughter. There's the worst. 14-day-old daughter. The sheer number of wounds suggested rage, deliberation, and or both. What stunned the investigators was Rose's demeanor. He was calm. He was polite. He was cooperative. He did not attempt to flee. He did not deny what he had done. He simply confessed. Neighborhood describes Garcia as a loving mother devoted to her children. Rosa himself was described as an honor student, intelligent, and very well behaved. The contrast between his reputation and the crime in which he committed was almost impossible to reconcile. The immediate aftermath was chaos. The family members were devastated. The community is in shock. Law enforcement are grappling with the reality that a 13-year-old boy had committed such a heinous, brutal stabbing. Within weeks, the Miami-Dade grand jury indicted Derek Rosa for the first-degree murder of his mother. Florida law allows juveniles as young as 14 to be tried as an adult in capital cases. Rosa was only 13 at the time, but prosecutors argued the severity warranted the adult charge. The decision sparked a huge debate within the community of the Floridians. Legal experts questioned whether a child as young could truly understand the consequences of his actions. Advocates for juvenile justice argue that Rosa should be rehabilitated, not punished with decades in prison. Prosecutors emphasize that the brutality of the crime. Are you ready for this, y'all? 46 stab wounds. 46. 46. When a woman was sleeping and the newborn child left vulnerable, they argued this was not an impulsive act, but a deliberate red rum. From that moment, Rosa's case became not only a criminal proceeding, but the test of the Florida's approach to the juvenile offenders. Could a 13-year-old be held in the same standard as an adult? And if so, what would that mean for the future juvenile justice system? As the case moved forward, Rosa's defense team, including high-profile attorneys from multiple firms, began filing the motions to protect his rights. One of the most contentious battles involved his medical and psychological records. The defense argued that forcing disclosure of private records violates the constitutional rights, where prosecutors centered on those records were essential to understanding the motive and state of mind. Another major issue was evidence integrity. Crime scene photos had been leaked. That raised many concerns about whether Rosa could have received a fair trial. The defense pushed to suppress those images while prosecutors insisted they were critical to demonstrating premeditation. One of those photos is on my thumbnail. I have another photo where he's leaning over the mother. They came from the baby cam. Throughout 2024-2025, appellate court reviewed the motions. Judge weighed extraordinary nature of trying a 13-year-old as an adult against the prosecution needs to present a full picture of the crime. The battle tremendously has delayed this trial, but they also highlighted the complexity and the balancing justice due to their process. Every motion, every ruling, every appeal became a part of a larger narrative. How do we ensure fairness when a defendant is a child accused of an adult crime? I'm going to pause here because I struggle with this to a point, and then I don't. When these laws were written, 13-year-olds were not as mature as they are today. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that a 13-year-old is mature by any means, but they're more mature now than they were back then. I believe a 13-year-old mind does know the difference from right and wrong. A 13-year-old mind does know the difference of life and death. And I do believe a 13-year-old in this day and age knows and understands all too well. If you stab someone, they're going to die, and death is permanent and they're not coming back, in my humble opinion. I can't sit there and justify a 13-year-old does not understand the complexity of his actions. They understand death. It's not like back in the 70s or back further back. We didn't have war games. We didn't have all this stuff that depicts death. We didn't have it on social media all the time. We didn't have all this exposure as we do through TV and gamings and all of this stuff. I firmly believe that children at the age of 13 do know the difference between life and death, and they do understand that stabbing and lead shooters cause death, and they do understand death is permanent. In my humble opinion, you may choose to disagree. That's a great topic for discussion. Why don't we talk about it in comments below? Do you, or June, if you want to put it up, do you believe in today's day and age that 13-year-old children understand the basically fatality of death? Do they understand death is permanent? And do they understand that stabbing or lead shooting causes that. However you want to phrase it, Joe. But that's my comment on that. And I believe they do. Now, I believe that there are 13-year-olds out there who have severe autism or have other mental issues that would render that statement null and void. Excuse me, but I do believe the average child understands it very well. My humble opinion. The delay has frustrated some observers who want swift justice, but others argue it is necessary to ensure the fairness. After all, the stakes could not be any higher. If convicted, he faces 40 years to life in prison. I don't disagree with that comment either. I believe that he has a right to a speedy trial, but I do believe moving cautiously is important in this one. I got to get a piece of gum or something on my throat, guys. Please don't hold it against me. I normally don't do this. If I don't, I'm going to cough all day long. I still got that horrible cough. The, excuse me. The postponement also gives both sides more time to refine their strategies. For the defense, it meant more opportunity to challenge the evidence and protect Rosa's rights. For the prosecution, it means more time to build the case and emphasize on premeditation and brutality. Kids were treated as adults in daily life over 100 years ago. They knew when they knew then, they know now. But while I think about it, while I think they can be tried as adults, they should serve their time in juvenile system. I get it. In the Jewish community, at 13, considered an adult or the age of accountability. I do believe that they should serve the time in juvenile until they become 18, and then they go to the adult prison to serve the remainder of their sentence. But mentally, the level of each person is different, and these things should be looked at on a case-by-case basis as well. Well, and there are parts of the brain that haven't fully developed until you're 25. So I get that. But I don't buy that a 13-year-old does not understand the importance of, or the full, they know what death is and they know what causes it in this day and age. The poll is up. Do you believe a 13-year-old or younger understand that death is permanent? That is where this comes from. If I'm a juror, that's the bottom line. If I had a juror had to decide to try him as an adult or as a child, do they understand that death is permanent? Yes. Do they understand that by stabbing, shooting, or lead shooting or whatever causes that death? Yes. Now, here's the thing. Was this out of crime of passion or anger? Or was this premeditated and calculated and methodical? That's my divide. If the parents and the child are having a fight and it's really heated and that child gets scared and gets a lead shooter and releases a piece of lead and it unalived the parent, I'm going to look at that differently than if somebody walked in on a parent who was sleeping. It was calm. There was no fighting. There was like the Menendez brothers, and methodically chose to do this. I'm going to look at it totally different. I'm going to say, try them as an adult. The other one, I would try them as a child. That's my humble opinion. What is yours? Media outlets across Florida and beyond have covered this case extensively. And there have been international outlets that have followed this case. and there have been leakage of the home security camera images. That is an issue for the case. Public reaction has been divided. While some see Roses as a dangerous young man who should be held accountable, others see him as a child in need of rehabilitation. A tragic figure shaped by circumstances we may never fully understand. I think, in my humble opinion, should he be tried as an adult? Absolutely. In this case, I think that if from what I know thus far, he methodically went in on a sleeping mom and unalived her and stabbed her that many times. But depending on what the circumstances were prior to that, and do I believe that he is possibly should be rehabilitated? I believe that they can be. The younger you get them, the more possibility for them to be rehabilitated. The problem is for me is, do you send them to an adult prison right away? Do you keep them in juvie? And unfortunately, don't do that. My screen just went blank. Come on. Don't go there. Oh, there it's back. The other thing is that unfortunately in juvie as well as in real prison, adult prison, there's a lot of people in there who are supposed to be getting rehabilitation. They're not. Do I believe we could create a better system for these, what I call bridge the gap cases? I see this as a case between juvie and between adult. You've got that middle of the road, and they're going to fall on the adult side. They're not going to get rehabilitated to the level that I believe they should be. Public reaction, like I said, has been divided. The case has sparked a broader debate about juvenile justice. Should children ever face adult sentencing? I believe in some cases they should, in my humble opinion. And what role should rehabilitation play in the case of extreme violence? And how do we balance the right of the victim to the right of the young defendant? That is a good point. Oh, June, there wasn't an option for the poll. Both of those things can be true. He can be dangerous and held accountable while also being a child and needs some kind of rehabilitation. That's where I stand on this. But remember and understand, I haven't seen the evidence. We have not gone to trial. I don't know what sparred this event. What was going on? Was he being actually abused? Was he being physically, emotionally abused in the home? Was there an event that triggered? I don't know. Oh, I asked you for the question. My bad. You're right, June. I did ask you for the question. We can do, we don't do it often, and I think that was my bad. My apologies, June. Thank you very much. We can put up something that looks like a poll, but is actually a question. It's called Q&A. And she did that, but now she put up a poll. Thank you, my bad. Kind of feels weird. It's been almost 2 weeks since I've been really behind the camera. Gotta get my groove back. You're awesome, June. Angela, you're rocking it pretty good too there, babe. All right, Joe Schmo, chime in on this. What do you think in comments? Community members have expressed grief, confusion, and anger. For many, the case is not just about Rosa, but about the broader question of how society handles children who commit adult crimes. From the legal perspective, Rosa's case raises several critical questions, and we're going to talk about them. Hold on. I don't like to talk with gum in my mouth, but I had to get my throat quit spasming. First, let's go through this, and I would love for you guys to really give me your humblest of opinions in these questions. I love a very active chat. First, The issue of competency. Can a 13-year-old boy truly comprehend the consequence of his actions? Courts must determine whether Rosa is competent to stand trial and whether he understood the nature of his crime. Hold on, y'all. Why did that stop? I am going to leave the court TV feed running in the background. Let me fix this. Not that I really care to, but I think I want to because we want the, stop it. We want the time clock to be in the background. So let me get here like this. Okay. Thank you, Miss June, for resetting all of the banners and such. All right. So there we go. I'm just trying to get it so y'all can see all that and listen to us talk about this case. The first issue of competency, can a 13-year-old truly comprehend the consequences of his actions? Court must determine whether Rosa is competent to stand trial and whether he understood the nature of his crime. That is going to be an easy yes, he's competent to stand trial. He's competent to participate and he understands the charges of he understands what he's been charged with. The second issue is sentencing. Is this constitutional to impose decades-long sentence on juveniles? The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that. I'm sorry, I'm getting messages. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that juveniles cannot be sentenced to mandatory life without parole. But states can grapple with how long the sentence should be. So they can get 100 years with the possibility of parole after 40 years, for example. But they cannot get life without the possibility. So he, at best, will get life with the possibility after, I think, 30 years is what I think it is. All right, Ari, thank you. I don't think there's any such thing as an adult or juvenile crimes. They are just crimes. Oh, interesting point. The age of a person can determine which system a person is tried under, but no such thing as an adult crime, in my opinion. And June says, in my opinion, if more of these types of crimes should be tried as an adult and cover and made public. Hopefully the young people will hopefully understand that it is not in custody until 18 and then set free. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And on top of that, what gets me is that all their juvenile crimes, well, not all, most of them will be expunged from their record the moment they hit 18, so they get a clean slate. I do understand that certain crimes, we should do that. I think in certain situations, there are petty crimes that children do that did not harm physically another person, then I'm kind of okay with that, giving them a second chance. But when it comes to red rooming, that should stay on the record forever, in my humble opinion. The third issue is the issue of precedent. How will this case shape the future prosecutions of young offenders? If Rosa is convicted and sentenced as an adult, it may set a precedent for other cases involving juveniles across the board when it comes to these serious crimes. Is it going to set up a precedent that is desirable or non-desirable for that jurisdiction? Prosecutions do argue that the crime was deliberate, brutal, and deserving of an adult punishment, and it very well may have been. The defense counters that Rosa's age, psychological state, and potential for rehabilitation must be considered. The tension reflects a larger national conversation. Across the United States, courts are grappling with how to handle juvenile offenders and serious crimes. And in all honesty, I believe and I feel that the number of juvenile heinous crimes have increased so vastly. We are hearing of juveniles unaliving parents and people in the home more and more and more than we did decades ago. Is it because of social media, or is it because there actually more of it happening? I always have to remind myself when I'm thinking about, man, we're hearing about a lot of XYZs. Part of it is because we have social media and the world has gotten so much smaller. Many years ago, even in the 80s, we didn't hear of this kind of stuff very often, if ever, on the news. I mean, we didn't. I can't, I've really tried to think back, and I don't remember hearing at any point about a child unaliving his parents in this manner on the news or out there for all of us to hear. I think media, social media, the internet has made this world so small that we're hearing about things across the world that we never would have heard otherwise in the 80s and 90s. I mean, I'm not kidding. As we look ahead to January 26th of 26, the trial of Derek Rosa promises to be one of the most closely watched proceedings in Florida. The outcome will determine whether the boy was barely a teenager at the time of the crime, spends the rest of his life behind bars, or whether the court finds a path towards rehabilitation. For the community, the trial is a chance for disclosure. Legal experts, it is a case that's a study in the juvenile justice system. And for the nation, it is a reminder of a difficult question we face when children commit adult crimes. We continue to follow every development, bringing you structured breakdown, courtroom analysis, up-to-date trial unfolds. Thank you for joining me today in this deep dive. Oh, sorry. Medicare just texted me and said, it's time for your annual exam. So let's get into more information. I'm going to break this down. Jose Angel Baez, born September 17th. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm going into the family line. I'm going into some more detailed information. His father, Jose Angel Baez, born September 17th of 70 in New York City. He has a Miami-Dade Community College degree, a Florida State University bachelor's degree, and St. Thomas University School of Law, JD. That was his father. No, I'm sorry, that's not the father, excuse me. That is his attorney. Forgive me. I got it out of order. The career highlights: he's gained national prominence and lead attorney in Cassie Anthony trial in 2011, securing an acquittal in what Time magazine called the social media trial of the century. He has a military service in the Navy from 1986 to 89 as an intelligence analyst and top secret clearance. His style of lawyering is recognized for his passionate advocacy, willingness to take controversial cases, and the ability to sway juries in high-stakes trial. Delius Rila, I can't say those names. She was born in Santiago de Cuba, Cuba, immigrated to the U.S. in the 90s, educated in Florida, Texas A&M, and got her law degree, passed the boards in 2010. She's a founder of the principal attorney of a Relio law firm in Miami, specializing in criminal defense, civil rights, and immigration law. Licensed to practice in Florida in 2010, known to be a compassionate, client-centered representation, often emphasizing constitutional rights and civil law liberties. Stephanie Lee Langer, born in 1970, ish, don't have an exact birthday, based in Miami, Florida. Education, university, she's got a bachelor's in 90, Catholic University of America, Columbus School of Law in 98. Began a career as assistant state attorney in Miami-Dade, later worked as assistant public defender. She's done a lot of stuff. She is more of a Langer. It blends litigation experience with advocacy, vulnerable population, particularly in children and families navigating the education and the disability laws. Maybe I ought to work for her. That's where I want to go in my education, in my thing. In summary, Baez brings national notoriety and high-profile trial experience. Raylio offers strong criminal defense and a civil rights background and bilingual advocacy. Langer contributes expertise in the education and law, providing vulnerable children aligned with the juvenile aspects of the Roses case. Together, they form a multifaceted defense team, and it is going to be one banger of a trial, as some people would say. Okay, so I'm going to come over here. Give me a second. I'm going to switch some of my stuff. So Derek is scheduled to go to trial again on January 26th of 26. It's originally set for this past September, but was postponed after a key hearing in Miami-Dade County where the judge agreed to push back the date. Derek is a teen accused of fatally stabbing his mother, Irina Garcia, in October 23, when he was just the age of 13. He is being tried as an adult for first-degree murder. If convicted, he faces 40 years to life in prison. So that may be 54, 55 before he gets out of jail at best. The reasons for the delay, the defense attorney requests more time, citing that the complexity of the case. The judge, Richard Hershey, H-E-R-C-H-S, Hirsch, approved postponement. So let's talk a little bit about evidence. The crime occurred on October 23rd. Rosa allegedly confessed to unaliving his mother by stabbing while she slept next to his baby sister, or half-sister, I believe. I'm not sure. The original trial date was September. It was postponed. Postponement hearing was July of last year. And the new trial date is set for the 26th of January, which we will be following. Good morning, honey. Good morning. In this case, this case has drawn significant attention because of Rosa's age and the time of the crime and the severity of the charges. So, he did reportedly confess to the 911. Reportedly confessed in that call. Immediately, he was calm, cool, and collect, which really was unnerving for a lot of people. The disclosure battles are going to be big in this trial. While Rosa's attempt to petition, Rosa's attorney petitions to block trial court orders requiring disclosure of private medical records. The defense team has multiple law firms have representing him and signaling the case's complexity. Give me a... Excuse me. So we're going to be having some kind of key themes running through this case, one of which is going to be juvenile versus the adult justice system. The second is the integrity of the evidence. And third is the fascination of the public. Those are the three. And I think we're done with that. Let me double check. I thought I had some stuff on the family. I don't remember. I did all this yesterday, last night, And then all of a sudden we had some unaliving of people, and it was like, yeah. Okay, here's the family tree. Irina Garcia, 39, mother, is the victim reportedly stabbed multiple times, 46 to be exact, while sleeping next to her newborn. Jose Rosa, unknown, likely approximately 40-ish years of age, is the biological father. Publicly defended Derek involving a post-crime legal action. Isabel Escoda, late 60s, early 70s, is a maternal grandmother. You will see video of her blowing kisses to him. She is a vocal supporter of Derek, describes him as an angel. The newborn brother, 14 days old, he is a half brother, which is what I presumed. Was present in the room during the redrum of his mother. He was unharmed. There is a stepfather, unnamed. Irina's partner lived in the apartment. Little public detail at all about him. And then, of course, they have extended family. So where are we? We are in the position to where we are going to be really following this case closely. I am seeing if we have the Irene Mitcham trial coming up. Mitcham. Y'all, I can't quit yawning, y'all. I don't see a live up for that, do y'all? Do we not have a live feed for that yet? I agree. But at the age of 13 versus the age of 12 versus the age of 14, I mean, where's that line? What's that magical number where they go from juvenile to adult? I know in a lot of places it's 14. He was 13. My problem is this. They have set a line in the stand, 14 adult, under that juvenile. But then they look at the crime and then they go, oh, well, we think this is bad enough. We need to bump it up to adult. In my most humblest of opinions on this, there's no line in the sand when you do that. When you do that, then the line is being moved and it is blurred. And to me, that's inappropriate. Not that I don't feel this child doesn't deserve 40 years in prison or more, but at the same time, though, you're playing with the law. They usually do it about 30 minutes or an hour before, so at least that's why they're doing. Okay, well, it is 9:19, and 8 o'clock their time is at 10. What time have they been going live? Excuse me. I think I need to take some Cortom. Taking my Logic. I have not had enough sleep between being sick and coughing up toenails all night. And then, of course, traveling and going and doing for graduation. I'm just worn to the bone. And then y'all keep my papa in your prayers. He's in the hospital. He's been in the hospital for a week as of today, and he is not a happy old man. That's cold water. I am in love with these Owalas. I love them. I love a lot of things. I love a lot of things. Between 10 and 10:30. Okay. Thank you very much. Please do that. That's perfect, Angela, so I don't have to keep hunting for it. That would be phenomenal. Thank you so very much. You can't keep changing the goalposts if it's either it is or it isn't. I agree. Now, if you write the law in it as such that the adult age is 14, however, if at the age of 13 you commit A, B, C, or D, then you can be considered an adult and be tried as an adult, then I'm okay with it. But that's not how the law is written. What is the law? Let me see. It's in Florida. Okay, I'm pulling up the law. In Florida, what is the law concerning trying a child as an adult? In Florida, juveniles can be tried as an adult under specific circumstances. Using the three main legal mechanisms, voluntary waiver, involuntary waiver, or direct file, the decision depends on the child's age, severity of the offense, and prosecutorial. Okay, so there may have those. It may be clearly. Let's look at it. In Florida law, juveniles tried as adults, voluntary waiver. A juvenile with parental or guardian consent may request to be tried as an adult, rarely used, typically when the defense believes the adult court offers a strategic advantage like jury trial rights and sentencing options. Involuntary waiver, judicial waiver. The prosecution petitions the court to transfer the case to adult court. A judge decides after a hearing considering the factors. 1. Age. The child is usually between the age of 14 and 17. Seriousness of the offense, redrum, sexual assault, or armed robbery. And the prior history is taken into account. If granted, the child is tried and sentenced as an adult. In our poll, do you believe person 13 years or younger understands that about death is permanent? Yes, 66%. No, 17. Unsure, 17. That's interesting. Direct file, prosecutorial discretion. Florida prosecutors have a broad authority to direct file charges in adult court without judicial approval. This applies to a mandatory direct file, certain violent felony committed by a juvenile 16 or older, but he's 13. Discretionary direct filing. Prosecutors may choose an adult court for juveniles 14 to 17, but he's 13. Fact. Key criteria. Age 14 to 17, most at risk. Under 14, rarely transferred. Rarely. This case, it may be warranted. I don't know. I've not heard the trial yet. Crime, severity, redrum, sexual assault, armed robbery, aggravated battery under often triggered adult charges. Prior record, repeat offenders more likely to be waived to adult court. Prosecutor's discretion. Florida law gives prosecutors significant power to bypass the juvenile court. Consequences are that adult sentencing, once transferred to juvenile, faces adult penalties, including long prison terms or life sentences. No juvenile prosecution rehabilitation focus is lost. Once the juvenile moves to the adult courts, juveniles are often incarcerated with the adult. And they become a victim of a whole lot of bad stuff. National context, Florida leads the nation in juvenile tried as adults, despite reform reducing numbers in recent years. Wow. Oh, sorry, guys. Sure. I'm reading stuff to give to you. So right now we are in verdict watch for, why did that happen? I didn't ask you to do that. The Walshe trial. Okay, thank you. In my humble opinion, they should be mentally evaluated if they have a low intelligence and mental age equivalency, like a mental age of a 5-year-old, then they should be Travis. No, I don't disagree with that at all. I see the poll. Thank you very much. But if they are competent and at the sound mind at the age of 14, old, doing it a great time, they should do the time. Don't disagree with that at all either. So we have a new poll posted. Why do you think Brian Walsh verdict? What do you think Brian Walsh's verdict will be? Guilty of manslaughter 1, guilty of manslaughter 2, not guilty, hung jury. Right now we're 50-50 between manslaughter 1 and 2. And I think that's where the hangup is. I don't think they have a problem finding him guilty. It's just which one. Oh gosh, I wish I had something to eat. Oh, I don't disagree at all. I don't think that you're off, in my humble opinion. Honey states that under the age 18 should not be free pass to commit red room. I don't disagree with that, but was it methodical and calculated, or was it in a moment of anger, passion, fight, dispute? Because I will tell you, young males, it's medically proven they do not have they have all that testosterone flying, and some young males don't have the ability to restrain their. I got to fix my screen; it got bumped. Oh, shut up! They don't have the ability to control their emotions, control their rage, as others do. Not that that's a big excuse. They still be held accountable, but I think that certain things should be held accountable in the juvenile court versus the adult court. I believe, by the way, that guilty of M1, I can see the jury not agreeing on premeditated and going with M2. Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. We haven't done birthdays. I feel like I'm forgetting something. We forgot birthdays today, y'all. Let's do our happy birthday. We only have 5 birthdays today, guys. And if you have a birthday, let me know while we're singing and we'll shout it out. There we go.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Sharon. Dana, oh my gosh, happy birthday. Cinda. Oh, she's a good friend, Cinda. Happy blessed birthday. I know you're not saying this. Barbara Ann. Happy birthday, Melissa. Happy birthday, all of you. Oh my gosh, Barbara. She's a deaf person that I used to work with. Happy birthday to everybody. May it be a blessing. May you have a fabulous birthday. Do something special for yourself today. Really, please, it's an awesome thing to do. Happy birthday, everybody. By the way, the flowers behind me. Oh, this beautiful bouquet was given to me from my friends and children at my graduation. I don't ever get flowers. If I have flowers, it's because I bought them all myself. And they were so sweet and kind as to purchase flowers for me. So thank you so very, very much. I am so grateful for them. Thank you. Brightened my day. And in a little bit, once we have court and I have time to work on it, I will be showing you guys the pictures of my graduation. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? I might get a copyright strike. I don't know if I will. I shouldn't because it was sung. But if I do, not a copyright strike, but the demonetization of it. And I can tell them to kiss it. But I'm going to show I need to look and see what time I came across. Okay. What time is that? What's the time stamp? Okay. We're going to go back. I want to show you all a few things. We're going to talk about my graduation. In this graduation ceremony, I'm going to turn the volume off for this part. As you can see, these are all of the doctoral professors coming in for all the departments, and I was honored to get to meet the dean of my department. I've never physically met him, never physically spoke to him, so had a sweet conversation prior to. You see this old man? You see this old man walking in right here? He looks like a buzzard. I know I was bad. Professor, I apologize, but you do look, I mean, look how he's all hunched over and tall. He's an awkward soul. And he had one collar sticking up, one collar turned in, the back of his doctoral cape was all twisted. And I looked over at my interpreter said, guys, we got to go fix this. So she came over with me and we got him all fixed up. Fixed the collar, fixed his cape. Sweet old man. I actually like the dude, but he always walked with his hands behind his back. He's hunched. His neck is over like a buzzard. Very sweet man, though. Very sweet man. I really liked him. Now, because I had to sit, okay, I'm going to stop right here. They move the camera. Because my seat is right here and the interpreter is right there, I led in the entire procession. Not that I wanted to. That was so unnerving. You have you have the people coming in the back right now. Those are our deans and presidents. This black guy right here kind of waving at everybody. He is the president of the college. He's got a fabulous personality. Absolutely adored that man. He is funny. When he had the doctoral stand up and deemed them graduated, he went, woo! And then when he did the master's, he went, woo! I don't even know. I mean, he just is silly. He made this fun. Okay, the procession's happening. There's my interpreter. And let me do this again so you can see where I'm walking in. This right here with all this big white shawl, this is me right there. I'm walking in. There I am. One on the screen. It was unnerving because all the people behind me, these stripes are the doctorals. Now we're going into the master's program. And these are the master graduates with the capes on. And then now we're going to more masters than there were bachelor's, doctorals. This is a smaller college, which was kind of great. The ceremony was only a few hours, hour and 45 minutes long, versus like Boston, where the ceremony is like 10 hours long, where you have 1,500 graduates. It was insane. You still keep in touch with them. Here are the bachelors coming in. There's the bachelors right there. And I was like, you still keeping, yeah. Yeah, right. Exactly, honey. So here I am, right down here in front. He's a sweet guy. He acted nervous. I don't know if this was his first graduation diploma yet. So we're gonna skim through all the procession. But here's where I got nervous.
My name is Don
Most of you
Topliff, and I
who
have the
don't know,
privilege.
I signed the national anthem. I'm going to play it. I know I may get demonetized. We'll see. I'll fight it because it was sung. It's not a recording. and Bow Time, y'all. If you watch them, we were together. I was so proud of myself.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bells bursting in air, through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the and the home of the brave.
Okay, I got to explain something because some people didn't understand it. And this is a true ASL interpretation. This is not signed English. When I'm doing this and then I'm doing this, that's representing military, the guns, marching, military people. This is the national anthem is really about a battle, and the flag was still there. And when the people on the barges and the boats hailed the flag, what do military people do when they see a flag? Salute. Hence why the salute. This is a proper and true rendition of an interpretation by a deaf person of the national anthem. If you watch, oh God, I can't remember his name. He was a star of Coda, sign the national anthem. It's similar. So yeah. Very honoring of our military. That's the way it should be. This woman was amazing. She did a great job. I was proud of her. Okay, we're going to go through, and then I'm skimming through. We're not going to watch through all this. And we're going to go, okay, here I am right here. I'm right there. I see my white feather. Y'all, I got so many compliments on my hat. And I got to tell you, when I walked across the stage, some of these, all of them made a comment regarding congratulations to my cords. The lady here is going to put a yellow cord around my neck representing magna cum laude. And she said, do you need another one? I said, it's embarrassing. She goes, rock it, girl. Ah! And then they said, awesome cap. So anyway.
Brian Zane Vasquez, magna cum laude.
I was nervous.
With a round of applause. Leading the Department of Security Studies and Criminal Justice is Dr. William Taylor, Department.
They didn't get my cording, but somebody else did, and I'll get it to us another time. But I don't have it yet.
Bruman Black, cum laude. Ada K. Brown, magna cum laude.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Kylie Alexis Chesser, magna cum laude. Abigail Elizondo, magna cum laude.
Did you see what he did? He signed back to me. I said, thank you so much, finished. Meaning, I made it. So, yeah, that was her. Actually, she sang in the morning ceremony as well. And she said that she has never sung in front of a group before. and she's just starting her music major. And giving her a bunch of kudos because that's nerve-wracking. I used to be able to hit that high note. I wouldn't want to do it now. Oh yeah, was that Mandela? Definitely was Mandela. Thank you very much, June. That was definitely Mandela. Yes, and I was in college when that happened, and we ripped them a new one. I kid you not, we ripped them no new one. We really did. That really infuriated us. And guess what, June? I click on it and it's behind a wall. Let me see. Okay, I think I got it. Nope. Thank you for reading the Times. Create free account or log in. I can't read it, June. Yeah, I can't read it. You don't believe me? Here, look. I can't read it. Yep, not happy about that. Sorry, babe. Let's see if we can find it differently because it won't let me read it no matter how I click on either the link or the actual thumbnail. It won't let me read it. So when I said thank you, he later, as we leave, okay, we proceed out. He's standing under the tunnel and he fist bombed me and he said, thank you. And he stopped my interpreter and he said, how do you say proud of you? And she said, proud you. And he signed it. And I thought, you know, he's sweet. He's a real sweet. He's not a pompous ass president of a university. He's really down to earth and really like the dude. I won't bore you with anything else on this, but just wanted you to see, because a lot of y'all could not watch it. That's me. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. I'll give you a minute. No problem, June. Appreciate your hard work behind the scenes. So that was my graduation. I will tell you that, you know, I look back on it and in that year and one semester went real fast. And y'all were with me for the whole journey. I mean, I went to college. I started this in June, when it became a full-fledged channel in July. And in August, I started college. So I've done the whole thing with you guys at the same time. And it was a journey. And the dean reiterated that morning when we were in what I call the pattern room where we all get lined up. It was like, I want you in my master's program. You can tell he even danced with a couple of graduates and they came across the stage. They were dancing and he joined them. Yeah. And the very last graduate irritated him. Let me find it. Irritated him. Let's see if they got it on. I'm going to skim and see if I can get it. I'm gonna find it. Give me a second. Yeah. The very last graduate did a freaking selfie with him. Watch. Right here. Look. Selfie. Who does that? Okay. Now, one of the things that he did is if you graduated debt-free through scholarship and support funding, stand up. If you worked while going to college, stand up full-time. And there's one other one he did. I can't remember. So I stood up for all three. Let's see if they get me leaving. Let's see if they get us leaving. So, of course, we start parading out. And my Diane, again, y'all see Diane all the time. You guys see Diane coming in and out on my screen and interpreting. Look, there I is. I got so many of those dang cords. I was embarrassed. And not in a good way. Look, I I had one of them. I was so embarrassed, y'all. I was so embarrassed. Oh, he's a great character. Really appreciate him. I'm gonna actually go and try and have a meeting with him because I would like to see the college. It's such a wonderful college, and they are so wonderful with if you've got a learning disability, physical disability, any kind of disability, and you're doing it online, like I did it 100% online. So it doesn't matter where in the US you're doing your education if you're doing it online with them. They were the most assistive college I have ever found in my life, and I've worked with a lot of deaf people in a lot of the state colleges here in Texas, so I know what I'm talking about. I will tell you, they are amazing, freaking amazing. So if you know anybody who lives in the state of Texas, well, you can do it outside the state, but you gotta pay an out-of-state fee. Um, if you guys, anybody who wants to go to college, and do it online, this is gonna be one of the best colleges. Financially, it is one of the most reasonable, and 90+% of their students are on a form of scholarship. I thank you, June. I did get it. I'm popping it up right now. She's like, hurry up, get off of your topic. She's trying to get me to change the subject. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, he's a pretty cool dude. Really like him. Love the college. Great for people like me who are mature and going back to school too. All right, live updates on the Reiner's son arrested after director and his wife were found stabbed. Los Angeles Police Department said it was investigating the investigating an apparent homicide at the home of Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle. Nick Reiner, 32, is being held in jail for a $4 million bond, according to jail records. And see, last night they already had him in custody. That's why they were not searching for him. They already knew. The son of the director, Rob Reiner, and Michelle Singer Reiner have been arrested, and the couple were found unalived in a Los Angeles home, according to the online jail records reviewed on Monday. The couples were found stabbed to death on Sunday in the apparent homicide, according to the police. Friends and family of the two were bereaved on this case and not authorized to speak publicly at the time. The Los Angeles police have not formally announced the arrest, but online jail records show. I wonder if we can get those records, June. Probably not, it's California. Online jail records show that Nick Reiner was arrested late Sunday and booked into the jail Monday as he's being held for $4 million bond. Nick Reiner, 32, is the son of the Hollywood director Rob and Michelle Singer Reiner, who were arrested and booked into jail. Hollywood stars have been paying tribute to Rob Reiner, both as colleagues and fans of his work. Kathy Bates, who starred in Reiner's Misery, oh my God, love that woman. Based on the Stephen King thriller, I remember that. I watched it when it first aired. Said the statement, Hollywood Reporter, she's absolutely devastated after the director and his wife, Michelle, were found unalived in their home Sunday. Michelle Singer Reiner, a photographer who changed movie history. Michelle Reiner, who was found unalive at the age of 70 in the Los Angeles home Sunday, along with her husband, Rob Reiner, was working as a photographer in the late 80s when she inadvertently changed the course of movie history. One day, she visited the New York set of romantic comedy When Harry Met Sally and was watching the scene when Megan Reiner and Billy Crystal, love strict characters, argued with each other when Reiner, a film director, spotted her. Rob Reiner, award-winning actor and director, his wife Michelle were found dead. Okay. It is nearing midnight, and the area around the Reiner Brentwood home is still quiet. A half a dozen. Okay, that's old news. Okay. So, yeah, that is where we are. So the son has been arrested. The family has broken their silence. Thank you very much, June. Or was that Angela? Whoever. Thank you so very, very much. and my computer is not cooperating with me. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer, were found unalive. We've already gone through. Following the tragedy, the family's statement was profound sorrow, and we announced the tragic passing of Michelle and Rob Reiner. We are heartbroken by this sudden loss, and we ask for privacy during this unbelievably difficult time. Well, yeah. It is reported through multiple outlets Monday morning that the couple's son, Nick, 32, is in custody in connection to the death. It was said at a press conference at Sunday that a family member was being questioned by authorities. However, at the time, Deputy Chief Hamilton said, we have not identified a suspect and no one has been detained. I don't agree with that because that comment doesn't line up with the other people's reports, in my humblest of opinions. So, it is what it is. He had to say what he had to say to protect the case, and I get it. That is horrible, y'all. It is devastating. Oh my gosh, y'all. We also have a person of interest we also had a shooting while I was gone. We had a lot of horrible things. We had 2 shootings and this. Person of interest in the Brown University shooting, served in the Army, worked in Arlington National Cemetery. Oh, wow, that's going to be a huge disgrace. The person of interest detained in connection with the Brown University unaliving, identified by law enforcement sources. Benjamin Erickson was a decorated soldier who served a position at Arlington National Cemetery, according to his LinkedIn profile. Erickson, 24, a Wisconsin native, served as an infantry soldier in the U.S. Army, where he passed sniper training, had experience in firearm instruction, and has served as a rifleman between 21 and 24, according to his profile. Erickson also received a good conduct medal participating in security duties near the president and associated with funeral ceremonies of Arlington, the profile stated. The LinkedIn page said he planned to continue his college education at Brown University the fall of 25 semester. That's now. Spokesperson for the U.S. Army said Erickson had no deployment and left last year with the rank of specialist. Brown's University did not immediately respond to the question of Erickson's records. Authorities said that the person of interest was not current student at Brown, but law enforcement sources indicated that CNN that may have been recently enrolled. Sorry. Erickson took online classes with the focus of psychology in the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee after graduating from high school in July of 2020, and then transferred to Brown for the fall semester after his military service ended, according to the profile, which noted a variety of interests, including animal welfare, veteran support, and helping the poor. The profile further noted that he had intent as a carpenter to help out as a horse rescue center. A staff member at the rescue, a Gentle Giant Draft House Horse Rescue in Maryland, told CNN that Erickson was a part of an Army unit that learned horse handling techniques at the rescue center 23 and 24. Erickson was training with I can't read it because it's in blue. The staff member said it was some military regiment unit that provides escorts to military state funerals. High school yearbook included a photo of Erickson and his school wrestling team. Profile on X that appeared belonging to Erickson posted 2016 and 17 about wrestling, music, and political satire. One of Erickson's former high school classmates, Bryce Jankowski, said that he recently exchanged texts with Erickson, said he was studying at Brown. He stated he was doing good. He said he was living in a hotel because of the apparent apartment had flooded, though he said he did not seem to bother him. Jankowski described Erickson as a well-behaved, smart individual, did not recall him ever making any concerning statements harboring extremist values or views, or having any behavioral challenges. He was wicked smart. Well, that's smart. Someone says that. After high school, he said Erickson told him that he was a sniper school with the U.S. military. Former wrestling teammate from the high school who asked not to be quoted by name described him as a pretty nice guy. He was quiet. He became really outgoing when you got to know him. He was pretty quiet when you didn't. So on Sunday afternoon, CNN observed FBI Wisconsin home owned by Erickson's family. They were observed searching the home. The search of court database shows there's no clear criminal history for Erickson, aside from a 23 case which he was driving on a sidewalk and charged with was dismissed. That is the update on the Browns shooter. He doesn't look, I'm sorry, this grieves my spirit. Our poll right now, would you think that Brian Walsh verdict will be guilty in manslaughter 1? 43, manslaughter 2, 57%. He was a private first class E3. Thank you very much. No specialist is an E4. I have no idea. I'm not in the military. I don't know. Hey, June, can you go see if we got a copyright strike so I can go ahead and put my claim in? On the national anthem. That was sung. And there's no copyright on that. And it was played by a school, so they don't have the arrangement information. They can't copyright it. They can just demonetize me. That's all they would do. I won't get in major trouble. Don't worry about it. Oh, M equals Redrum. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. June, are you happy to be back at your normal task? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I put you in that position. But I love you and you did great. Yes, an E4 is a specialist and E3 is a private first class known as a PFC. So which was he? Was he an E4 or an E3? I don't do military. I can't keep it straight. I cannot get all that. Y'all, if I was in the military, probably he was an E4. Okay. If I was in the military, then I probably would keep it straight. But let's listen to them for a minute. Give me a chance to get some coffee.
And that's where we find Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. A lot of anticipation now, Matt. They had the weekend, did this jury. Sometimes they'll come back after a weekend off and boom, have a verdict. Not yet. Set the scene, if you would.
Yeah, Ted, all eyes on the courthouse here behind me. Day 2 of deliberations. We're now crossing officially that 5-hour mark for this jury. 6 men, 6 women, deciding the fate of Brian Walsh. He was dressed in a suit today, looking back at his mother quite a bit today, who was seated in the gallery as the judge looked at each member of the jury and got a verbal response from them. Again, those questions that we hear each and every day, that they didn't talk to anybody about the case and that they are keeping an open mind. Well, they're considering a lot of evidence over 48 witnesses that testified over 8 days in this case, this murder trial against him. It was very interesting because there was a delay start in day 2 of deliberations, about 30 minutes behind schedule, because one of the alternate jurors had a family emergency and was unable to attend the courthouse today, attend the waiting period as we're all waiting for questions and possibly a verdict to come down today. But then the jury was sent back to that deliberating room where they are again considering all of the evidence. Also of note, again, Mama Walsh in the gallery, seated right in front of me. She seemed to not understand how the proceedings work. The judge in all of this telling all parties to be within a 10-minute shot of the courthouse in case there is any questions or if we do have that resolution and that verdict. And she was asking the defense attorneys something to the nature of, what if she leaves the area? And I heard the defense attorney say, you're told to be within 10 minutes and we can't ask the judge to wait for you. So that was an interesting point that happened earlier today, Ted.
Yeah, there she is. You can see the resemblance between her and her son.
Yeah,
Key
thanks.
evidence. Let's talk about that because, you know, this jury has been at it a while. And to your point, there was a lot to go over. So it may be that they're going and sifting and you know, everybody's weighing in on the different evidence that we have seen play out. Take us through some of the key evidence, if you would, Matt.
Well, you know, there was a lot of key evidence coming in by the way of testimony. Again, testimony from 48 witnesses, all brought forth by the Commonwealth. The defense did not put on a case. This defendant did not take the stand in his own defense. But some of those people included, of course, the investigators who were searching for Anna's body and being lied to by this defendant. He admitted to that. And also, the people that were searching for her after her disappearance, including her former boss that spent New Year's Eve with the couple. He testified on the last day. We also heard from her former best friend who was really concerned about the couple and had suspected that the couple was really in trouble. And she was worried about Anna and her mental health and the nature of their relationship. And then her former lover that took the stand, William Fastow, that was talking about, he was worried what was going to happen to Anna if Brian Walshe found out that they were having that secret love affair. Listen to part of his testimony.
Did you and Anna discuss how Brian Walshe reacted to Anna not being in Cohasset on Christmas Eve and getting there later on Christmas Day?
She told me that they had an argument about it, and there were some points of contention. His inability to resolve his criminal case, and the fact that because of that, she couldn't be with her children and bring them back to Washington, D.C. And the fact that it felt like it was holding up her life.
Now let's talk about all the physical evidence that this jury, 6 men and 6 women, are considering right now. They asked to see some photographs of some of the key evidence in the case, including a photograph of Anna Walshe on a rug that was inside the Cohasset home. They wanted to get a close-up view of that. They also wanted to see photographs of some of the blood clots that were collected from the trash. Remember, there was a lot of evidence that was destroyed and also thrown in dumpsters in the Boston area. Again, this defendant admitted to doing that as well. But he also bought hundreds of dollars worth of cleaning supplies at area Lowe's.
Okay, guys, is the Ian Mitchell trial live now? Because somebody else is going live with it. I need to find. Why am I not getting the notice? Let me get it up. Are they doing? Are they playing? Are they behind? We'll find it. We'll keep watching this in the
Home
meantime.
Depot. That's some of the evidence in the case. The surveillance video of him tossing those bags in dumpsters, and then the tools with Anna Walsh's blood connected to those tools, a hatchet, snips, and a saw. But remember, this defendant has already pled guilty to misleading police and dismembering his wife's body. Here is what that jury is considering at this at this time. It's just the first-degree murder charge with a lesser of second-degree murder. So if he is found guilty of first-degree murder, that's life without the possibility of parole. Second-degree murder, he could be eligible for parole on this one issue of after serving 15 to 25 years behind bars. But again, he's already going to be spending a lot of time behind bars for his federal crimes, selling fake Andy Warhols, for these other charges that he pled guilty to, Ted. So even if he's found not guilty on the murder, he's not walking out of the courtroom a free man.
No, yeah. Chopping up your wife is illegal, and he's admitted to that. So you're absolutely right there. All right, Matt, stand by, and we'll check back in with Matt if there's anything from this jury. Matt will be with us throughout the day. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney and former district attorney, Matthew Mangino. Happy Monday to you, Matthew. 5 hours, 12, it's not an eternity. It's given the amount of evidence that was presented. What's your take on the jury still at it, not wanting to go home Friday night and resolve this thing?
Well, Ted, when we had talked about this before, and I know you have mentioned it multiple times, it's really a defense that stretches the limits of credibility or believability. I know that as we look at this case and we try to figure out exactly what these jurors are thinking about or what they're going through, there's a lot of evidence, and they maybe want to be meticulous about that evidence and go through that evidence, piece by piece to make sure that they're doing, so to speak, their due diligence. But I really would find it incredible if this jury didn't come back with a guilty verdict of first-degree murder.
Yeah, in your experience, sometimes you get a four-person, don't you, that really wants to go over the evidence. Let's start here. Let's move on to this and that. That could be what's going on.
Yeah, there's no question that could be what this jury is doing. I mean, jurors have a responsibility, and they take that responsibility very seriously. So in this situation, there's a lot of evidence, as Matt had said earlier, I think with 48 witnesses. So there's a lot to go through. And this jury is being meticulous and wants to make sure that they don't overlook anything. And that's what a jury should do. I mean, regardless of what you might think at the outset, what conclusion you might come into that jury room with, you should have an open mind to listen to the evidence and make a decision. But in this situation, ultimately, that decision is going to be based on the facts, and the facts are really sort of outrageous in this case.
The idea that the Commonwealth, they can't prove how she died. Well, that's because he took her body away. He stole that opportunity through his actions, through his decisions. But do you think, because this was the defense, right? The defense is, well, she died by this mysterious illness. Is there a chance a juror or two may have bought this thing hook, line, and sinker? I mean, his defense attorney was something else, especially in the close.
Well, yeah, I think it's important to recognize that we don't know the cause and manner of death in this case. And that's really kind of a cornerstone in any homicide prosecution. But what we do know is we have a version of events that suggest that a husband finds his wife deceased and for unexplained reasons, and he doesn't call an ambulance, he doesn't call the police, he doesn't do any of that. He decides that his best option is to chop her body up and hide it in different parts of the community. That's really a stretch. I mean, jurors have to believe that would be a rational reaction to finding your spouse deceased. And I think that's a stretch.
Yeah, me too. I think it's a huge stretch, but here we are. We'll see. Stranger things have happened. Of course, even if they're hung, the Commonwealth will be retrying this one. You can imagine that. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll continue to monitor everything in Dedham, Massachusetts. We're also monitoring what is happening in Los Angeles. Will there be a press conference? We're monitoring it in terms of the announcement of Nick Reiner, now in custody, being held on $4 million bail. Also, this case, Ohio versus Paul Hicks. We'll head back to that courtroom as we wait any word from that Massachusetts jury.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Okay, so
Tis the season
we are
for
still
true
watching
crime.
for
Each
the
morning, we'll
MITCHAM
dive into a
case
case that took
to
place
come,
around the holidays.
pop
Join
up.
us for the 12 days
Since that
of holiday
happens,
crime.
we'll be switching over to that case.
Julie
In the meantime, we are
mornings at
watching
8,
the
7
verdict.
Central on
Watch
Court
for
TV.
the Walshe trial. We are believing and hoping we will have something sometime today. I want to thank everybody for suffering through my graduation shortened video earlier today, but I do want to say thank you to everybody for all your love and blessings and well wishes. Also for all the support and love over the loss of my sister and over the fact that my father's a meteorologist. In other words, as a collective whole. Mods, thank you so much for your support. There are no better mods out there than you. And thank you to all my viewers for all your love and support, your congratulations, your prayers. It's greatly appreciated. Now, I am disappointed, which I knew already. We all know this, but my diploma won't come in the mail for another month. So we got just this big blue folder, big blue, that just says, you'll get it in the mail. So as soon as it arrives in the mail, we'll do the opening live. I think it'll feel more real to me that I've graduated when I have that piece of paper in hand. And it is going right there on my wall. I'm going to do some kind of shadow box and all that kind of fun stuff because I worked hard on my hat. This jury, I can't believe, to be honest, that we are over 5 hours. I'm sorry, my phone. That's the way I feel. No, you have the right to feel that way. I agree with you, but they should not be over 5 hours. I wonder what they are going through. Thank you so much for your special. Oh, you're so welcome. Guys, I want to be an encouragement. There's so many of us out there who either never went to college because we didn't think we could. Guys, there's a lot of scholarships out there, depending on what college you go to. And if you want to know, I'll connect you. But not only that, with the fact that it is now so, thanks to COVID, I will say the only good to me that came out of COVID is that the world opened up to doing things via Zoom and through the internet a lot more than it already was. That is the only way I could have gone to college. And the fact that I had that afforded to me, I'm very grateful. Went to college strictly online. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. The work wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's just the biggest thing for me was knowing when something was due. And then that was it. Just staying organized was my biggest thing. As I said Friday, my verdict senses are tingling. The other one that your president of the college also asked for all first generations. Thank you. Yes. And I don't want to cry. I am a first generation. Yeah, what happened last night? So, yes, I'm a first generation in my biological family. I was adopted, and my adopted father, after he got out of the military, went to college. But in my biological family, in my family, I am first generation graduate, which is awesome. Oh, no. I gotta play this, y'all.
To care for children.
You guys,
the fact of the matter is she's.
And this is so, oh God, guys, this is so deplorable. Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible. I cried.
There's a human being to protect children and to care for children. But the fact of the matter is she's still a child herself. She's barely 20. You don't stop becoming a child when you turn 18. It's a tragic situation. She's incredibly sad.
As Maya Hernandez's defense attorney continues fighting for her both inside and outside of the courtroom, as you saw, a new shocking revelation could tip the scales of justice in the young mother's case. So let's talk about this. Court's going to start up later today, but we learned something new when court was last in session from a spa employee who testified that the defendant was not getting lip filler on the day in question, the day that her one-year-old son died in her hot car. No, that witness from the spa told the jury that she was undergoing a liquid Brazilian butt lift instead. Yes, you heard me right, a liquid Brazilian butt lift. Text messages reveal that Hernandez asked another employee if she could bring her kiddos in to the spa for this to happen? The employee said sure, as long as they stayed in the waiting room. Prosecutors also played a second interview with the defendant after she was arrested, where she got emotional, saying, "It's not like I left them in there just to die and only left the kids because they were sleeping. She left them with the air conditioning on." So that's important to know. But what it seems that she didn't realize, with the air conditioning automatically shuts off after a certain point in time. One of her children died. The other one, thank goodness, survived, is in the custody of the state. Now, as this trial rolls on, we understand the prosecution has one more witness to call. Closings are expected to happen tomorrow. So we're wondering, do this woman's actions amount to second-degree murder? And do the facts about the Brazilian butt lift rather than lip filler really change anything? Let's bring back in Mario.
What would it change a damn thing? She was in getting a body-altering procedure. Period. End of discussion. Period. End of discussion. Hi, Trace on the case. Whoop, whoop. Girl, how you doing? You know what, guys? I appreciate y'all being proud of me. I really do. When my kids told me how proud they were of me, that just, I want to be an example for my children. And I've always told them that you should go to college and get a degree. Even, no matter what, you get a degree and get a degree, because it will always boost your income, but it grows you in a lot of ways. And my daughter's getting ready to graduate. My son has not been afforded to go to college. He went down a path of opening a business, and he helped support my daughter through college. So as soon as I get a full-time job, and we'll be doing this at night, and we'll be doing premieres and stuff. So I'm not going to go anywhere. We just got to change. Well, unless I can get a remote job, and then I can possibly do both at the same time. But my thing is that I told my kids, I'm not going to tell you how important it is to do something if I don't do it myself. It took me 54 years to do it, but I did it. Well, what I mean, I agree with you. Sometimes they don't really boost your income, but they do. And they don't. It depends on what field you're in and where you're going and what you're doing. But to me, I have to be honest, I just can't preach to my children one thing and do something else, in my humble opinion. Okay, we've already talked about that. Okay, so just saying, I did not know that only 1 out of every 100 Americans have a bachelor's degree. There was a little over 300 students there. That would be 3 of those students out of all those would have a bachelor's degree, even less on master's and doctorals. And as hard as it's going to be, I know it's not going to be easy, and it's going to feel like it took forever, but I am got a free ride all the way to doctoral, and this chick is taking that train, and hopefully within less than 4 years, y'all will be calling me Dr. Brown. Just saying. I'm going to get the doctor graduation camp and put it on the wall as inspiration. When I feel like quitting, I won't, because I'll see that and I'll touch it and I'll go, okay, that'll be mine. And yeah, I know I'm being silly. When I first saw the case, I could have sworn they said it was lip filler, not BBL. That's right. That's what they're talking about. It was originally reported she was getting lip filler, but the truth of the matter was, when the technician got on the stand, said no, it was a liquid Brazilian butt lift.
Galucci and Manuel Gomez to talk about this. Mario, from a legal standpoint, does this make much of a difference for either side what the procedure was?
No.
I don't think so, but you know, these cases are just horrible. I mean, it's a tragedy. And the defense attorney said something very interesting in a statement. You know, she's only 20 years old. Just because you're over 18 doesn't mean that you're an adult. So what he's trying to say here is, she made.
Okay, I agree with that. And there's some 18-year-olds that are very, very good and very adult-minded, and there are other 18-year-olds that just ain't.
She made very tragic decisions, but you still have to remember she's still a child herself. I'm not excusing her behavior whatsoever, but they need to prove for the second-degree murder. They need to prove intent. I don't think she intentionally left the children in there to die and the other one to get severe injury. But they basically conceded the manslaughter here already, and the child endangerment. So to go lip filler or butt filler, that doesn't really matter. It shows that she's very vain, so vain that she left her children in the car even after she was told she could bring them into the facility. So look, this is a sad, tragic case, and it's everybody loses here. Everybody.
Mm-hmm. Right. This is awful. Yeah, Mario, it's awful. No matter which, part of her body she's getting filled, she had everything at the time. This is what's so sad about this. She had everything. 2 beautiful, healthy boys. And look, I'm not judging. She wants to, go do whatever she wants to do in the med spa. Sure. Get your kids a babysitter, though. Get your kids a babysitter. If you can pay the money it costs to have lip filler, butt filler, whatever kind of filler you're having, you can pay a sitter. So that's where I struggle, because you know what, Manuel, I think about this, and I get that she didn't foresee the car shutting off. She obviously didn't realize that. However, what about a kidnapping? You leave 2 beautiful babies in an unlocked running car in the back seat. Manuel, the safety of those kids, would you speak to that?
Okay, guys, I have got to go get something in my stomach. I've drank coffee, and for some reason I'm getting real nauseated. For those of you who are joining us, thank you so much for joining us. I'm here. I'm listening. I'm going to fix me a few eggs. I'll be right back. Mods, I'll see you in a minute.
Well, I want to say the safety of those kids, she knew that the act she was committing, if she didn't put the air conditioner on, she could have killed those children. This is why she put the air conditioner on and set it to 60 degrees, because she knew the temperature was so hot. So finding her guilty of second-degree murder, Julie, is going to be a no-brainer for me, for the jury. Because again, you have to have the intent to know that the act you're committing is going to kill someone, and you commit the act anyway. She knew that if she didn't leave that AC on, those kids were going to die. Second-degree murder, slam dunk right there. But more importantly, Julie, the clinic is responsible, because the clinic should have required her to have a designated driver to drive her home. She was going under a surgical procedure. She was going to be medicated. This tells me the clinic she was at, Julie, was some kind of sham place. And I've seen cases like this, like in New York and Goals, that have had numerous women die because of the procedures done there. This clinic should be ashamed that they didn't require someone to pick her up, because those children would be alive right now.
Manuel, appreciate it. And I'm still thrown for a loop. I have to say, I think my whole team is, about how we thought this was the lip filler. I have no idea how that fact was gotten wrong. And suddenly this revelation came on Friday that it was a Brazilian liquid butt lift going on. Mario, I'm thinking about this, and we'll have to have our friend Dr. Craig Ozer, the plastic surgeon, back up, because we were picking his brain before about how lip filler, it's an extended procedure. It's not like it happens in an instant and you're right back in your car. I can't imagine what butt filler, I would think that's a bigger area to fill, so probably more filler going in, more time injecting. Mario, does that help prosecutors maybe if she knew the time wasn't going to be quick?
So, I'm not an expert in butt filler, and this is probably the first time I've ever discussed a butt fill. But,
First time for everything, Mario.
Yes.
That's why we love having you on.
But the prosecution in this case, yes, absolutely. I mean, this woman is so vain. She's 20 years old. What is there to fill in a 20-year-old woman at this point? And lip filler, butt filler, she just only looking at herself and caring about herself. and to the detriment of her children. And that's exactly what the prosecution is doing here. They're saying, look, she left 2 kids in the car so she could make herself look better. And at 20 years old, how much more better do you need to look? So yes, this is absolutely, prosecution's going to run with this, run with that.
Yeah, I would think so. We need to do more digging here because the closings are going to happen tomorrow. And so everybody knows our cameras were excluded. The judge had a court order in place where we can't show the evidence. We can show the opening statements, the closing arguments. We can cover the verdict. How I wish we could see all this testimony. Manuel, tell me, in terms of that other child in the custody of the state, we only have about 10 seconds. I would think that that other child, once he learns what happened to his brother, is going to have a tough time later in life.
Unfortunately, I think this child's going to be damaged. And I pray to God that one good family member raises him.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I think this mother's going to be in jail for at least 25 years.
That's a solid prediction. We'll watch the closings together live tomorrow when we're allowed to film. Great discussion with you both. We'll keep digging into the butt filler, no longer the lip filler at issue in this case. Mario Gallucci, Manuel Gomez, always a delight to have you both on this show. Thank you so much.
Here I am. I'm still trying to get the eggs cooked. Sorry guys. We're gonna go back over here. My mouse has been real squirrely, y'all. So isn't that funny? Mouse squirrely, fun. Didn't know it. Okay, so let's see. But that same argument can be made about 13-year-old who committed red room, and teenagers understand consequences and some don't. This situation is just a little perplexing. And guys, I'm going to leave in a hot minute. I'm getting my butter melted, and then I'm going to get my eggs, and I'll be back. Even being a kids are inside with her, they were not old enough to be left alone in a waiting room while she got the procedure done. This is true. Not all procedures require you to have a driver. Was she going under anesthesia? Yes. No. She was going under anesthesia. Yeah. No. I had a friend who had the Brazilian butt lift. Let me tell you, she had a spinal and then mild sedation when she had hers done. Some people are fully, completely anesthetized. Either way, even with the spinal from the waist down, you can't move. Anybody who's had a baby, you know what an epidural is like, and that'd be it. So yeah, she was going to be in no way any position to arrive home. I will be right back, guys. I don't want to burn my butter. I have got to get some food in my system because my stomach is screaming at me. Well, let's all take a little quick break. We'll be right back. Okay, y'all. See my beautiful eggs? I used to struggle making eggs. I did. They always stuck to the bottom of the pan. Y'all know how to cook eggs without them sticking to the bottom of the pan? No matter how much butter I used, they stuck to the bottom of the pan. And this chick wasn't happy about it. And then I have this special salt. Oh, applewood bacon salt. Ooh, there's a special place in San Antonio. It's a seasoned house of seasoning type place. Oh my God. This salt is like bacon maple syrup flavored salt. Yep. And I adore this place. And we have a stop clock. We got a stop clock, y'all. Anyway, I have gotten sugars that are oh, I love this place. So now when I sprinkle this salt on my eggs, it actually tastes like, I don't know, it just tastes so good. And yes, I know I'm eating, but guys, it's been a very difficult time with my stomach since I had COVID. Filler isn't always about making yourself look younger, but butt filler is giving you a larger rump. You know what? I get it. I don't get it, but I get it. But one of the things, oh, wait. Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, Angela. Oh my God. I'm praying for you. Okay. So, if she felt that leaving them in the car with the AC running was safe enough, which I don't think it is, and then the car shut off, then I can't go with voluntary. I would call it involuntary. I could convict on involuntary. That's where my personal point, that's where my line would be. Yep, we got movement. Not necessarily trying to defend the woman, but don't entirely agree with the men's analysis of the situation. I agree with you on that. Her leaving the AC on shows intent that she did not mean the harm of the children. Agree to that. Just said that. The extreme negligence is not checking on them when she had ample opportunity. I agree, but I also agree with the commentator in the fact that if you have enough money to get a Brazilian butt lift, which they are. What state was this in? I want to check something. Hold on. The average cost of a Brazilian butt lift in the United States is $5,500 to $12,000. The national average is $8,600. The prices can go low as $3,000, as it is a high as $20,000, depending on the location. However, the $3,000 is more of your in your mama's kitchen and silicone injected under the table. But the average is between $5,000 and $6,000 for the surgeon fees. Anesthesia must be, all these must be board certified. Anesthesia average is $2,000. Facility operating room costs $4,000 to $5,000. If they do the liposuction, fat harvesting, and then re-injecting is $3,000. The fat processing, injecting $2,500. Recovery post-op $1,500. You're talking close to $10,000, y'all. So if you can afford a Brazilian butt lift, you could afford it to leave the kids at home. Otherwise, you shouldn't have had it done, in my humble opinion. You did. Yep, you did. So let's do you got a poll. Oh, can we do a new poll? Now we know what the guilty and the not guilty and all that is. We got 60% guilty M2, guilty M1, 40%. Can we do a poll as to how many years? I don't think we'll do sentencing today, but we'll see. I was going to say BBL is like 10K. Yeah, easily 10K. So if you can afford 10K, you should be able to afford a babysitter. I don't understand it. That's where I struggle. And just if you're 20 years old and you have 2 children, then you don't really, why would you? I think that's the vanity. I think there's more mental issues or self body image issues or whatever you want to call it here. Because why on God's green earth would you have 2 very young children paid that kind of money for a butt lift when you can put that money into the care of the children? Unless you were so freaking filthy rich, it doesn't matter. Are you the Kardashians? And it doesn't matter. But in my humble opinion, why would you spend that kind of money for a butt lift when you could put that away for college education for the kids? You could pay bills with that. If you had no bills because you're so good at managing money that your bills are all paid and you had no debt, still stash it away for emergencies. I have a problem with spending $10,000 on a butt lift. As much as I would love to get a tummy tuck, I don't have the money, number one. Number two, I wouldn't take money out of my livelihood to pay for that if I'm struggling anywhere. Now, if I was married with a husband, we had all our bills paid, everything's copacetic, it won't hurt us financially to do that, then I would consider it. But honey, there better be in retirement, there better be stability. I wouldn't do that unless I was in such a good place that it would be like whether I had it or not. I know. You know, if I had a tummy tuck, I would go down 3 sizes like that. 5 to 10 hours, 9 years. Oh, okay. Oh, these eggs taste so good. I haven't had eggs in almost 2 weeks. I love eggs. They're my go-to. I asked y'all, how do you keep your eggs from sticking to your pan? I was using a stainless steel skillet. They always stuck. And it was a pain in the ass to clean. So do you know what I did? I pulled out my old trusty skillet. Now I have a lip skillet, and then I have one that doesn't have a lip on it. It's a flat one, like for tortillas. I do it on that one. I spray it with a natural, I get oil and I put it in, I have a spray bottle. I'll spray it with the oil first, then I put the butter on. That was the other thing. If you don't want your butter to burn, add a little oil. Never stick now.
We're back on the record in the matter of Commonwealth versus Walsh.
The jury's reached a verdict.
She don't look too excited. Yay! We have verdict. Verdict is in. And I love my bowl. Thank you. Yeah. Even if it's put on credit, it doesn't matter. She's still going to have to pay it. And that's even worse because now you got to pay interest. That's still taking money out of those mouths.
Entering, all rise. Will the deliberating jurors and the defendant please remain standing? Everyone else in the courtroom may be seated.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
You may.
Mr. Foreperson, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, have the deliberating jurors reached a unanimous verdict?
We have.
Thank you, sir. If you could hand that to the court officer, please.
Oh, I'd be scared shitless. He's scared shitless, y'all. He's scared.
Your Honor, may the verdict be recorded.
It may.
Mr. Foreperson, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh.
Come on here, don't get out now.
Criminal indictment number 2023-0091. As to count one, wherein the defendant Brian Walsh is charged with murder in the first degree, what say the jury? Is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Guilty of what, sir?
Murder in the first degree.
Murder in the first degree, so say you, Mr. Foreperson.
I do.
Guilty of murder in the first degree, so say all deliberating jurors.
I do.
Thank you. If you could hand that back to the court officer, please.
This time we move to poll the jurors.
The jury may be polled.
Thank you. Juror number one, juror in seat number one. As to the verdict of murder in the first degree, is that your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number two, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number three, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number four, as to the charge of murder in the first degree, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Foreperson, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 8, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 9, is that your verdict? Yes. Juror in seat number 10, is that your verdict? Juror in seat number 13?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 14, is that your verdict?
Yes.
And last juror, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, all jurors.
He knew this was coming. No surprise to him.
The verdict may be recorded. Please be
Thank you.
seated.
Yeah, he knew it was coming. No shock. He was ready.
So jurors, I want to thank you for your service on this case. I know that it went a little bit more quickly than we were expecting, but your service has been substantial. We're in the third week of this trial, and I appreciate all you did to be obedient to those rules that I placed on you and for your conscientious service as jurors in this case. I will be back to meet with you privately in a moment. You should feel a weight lifting off of you right now as I'm releasing of you of those requirements. You can talk to anyone about this case or no one at all. You can do
Yes.
the research you wish to do about the case or not at all. You go back on social media if you want, news media. And I'm supposed to release you from that burden of being open-minded. But I hope you always go through your lives with open hearts and open minds, new experiences, and new people. I'll be back in just a minute to meet with all of you privately. Thank you very much, jurors.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, follow me, please.
I was pretty confident.
when are we going to be in a position to have the victim impact statements and conduct the sentencing in this case?
Your Honor, I believe that we could do
Now.
it as early as Wednesday of this week.
Oh.
I believe if it's available to the court, we can also do Thursday or Friday.
I know that Friday's definitely not a good day for the court because I have other things scheduled. I anticipated the trial was going to be running, so I scheduled other things, although we could do it Friday morning. Does the defense have any preferences to the timing of the sentencing?
Your Honor, given the Commonwealth's recommendations, we'd actually request Wednesday at any point, if that's possible.
All right, I think it will be. I'll just, the only reason that I wouldn't do it on Wednesday is I do want the victim impact statements, regardless of the implications of the jury's verdict. It may have bearing on my sentencing on the other counts to which he pled guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
Matter is continued to December 17th at 9 a.m. for sentence and position.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Court stands in recess.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Sue.
There you go. He's a convicted felon.
Oh, great. Were you around? Oh, thank you.
5 hours, 30 minutes, and 5 seconds. He was convicted. Bye-bye, mommy. Bye, mom. Bye, mom. Bye, mom. Oh, they did not get the mother's reaction. I wanted to see mommy's reaction as much as that's horrible to say. I'm sure she's sitting there devastated. I'm sure she feels that he's innocent and she's going to stand by that. Either that or she's scared to death that they're going to come after her next. But they won't. They've already investigated her. So Mommy Dearest will probably be safe. But Mommy Dearest has got a lot of problems with court concerning the house that she rented for them and all the damages. So she's not out of legal issues on her own. The courtroom had more people in it than it had been having. That's right. So this is the end of this. We will keep an eye out, mods. I will help in that manner. But I want to keep an eye out for any reactions in the media about this case. I need to stop sharing this. Let me go here. Sorry about that. Brian Walshe is guilty of first-degree manslaughter, and I am relieved. I'm happy and relieved. I'm a bit emotional lately, guys. Forgive me. And now his mama can pay for all the damages that he caused to that man's property. That's right. And that case is still open. And because he's been found guilty, it's going to help the landlord on that case. But well, let me rephrase that. I'm not sure it will help them. Doesn't matter if he's found guilty or not. The damage was done to the home. There's no negating that. So we'll see. We'll see. At this point, I don't know. I just feel a sense of relief. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm glad to see that he was found guilty. Now I'm trying to get into the Ian MITCHAM case, which should have already started by now. And we're not getting it. MITCHAM trial. We are not. Mods, do y'all have a link for today? Yeah, I don't either. Are they dark today? Do we not have anything else today? Give me a second. Let my fingers do some walking. Hold on. Come on, mouse, cooperate. Well, it's dang mouse. It says that it's supposed to start at 10:30 my time, but it hasn't. You know what? You're right. You're right. There's always a sense of relief when the jury gets the verdict right, or what we believe to be right. Not everybody agrees with us the same way, but what we believe to be right. And you're right about that. Um, oh, I hate it when the volume starts going off on things. So should start 8:30 Mountain Time. That's 10:30 Central Time on Channel 12. The court is not dark. The judge said that they will be back at 10:30. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Is there any kind of? I wonder if there's any. There may be some delays with the juror getting there. Or something may have happened. Oh, now they're posting where we can get our photos. I guess I need to. I really want to order my photos. Would have been cool if they would have gotten me interpreting. Oh. Okay, I got to buy it. That is actually a really good photo of me. I normally don't take good photos. I got the double chin. Do you know why? Because they're photographing from on the ground, but I actually don't care. Oh, I actually like it. Continue to order. 2 8x10s, 8 5x7s, 16 wallets, $139. A digital upload, which is what I'll do, is $65. The reason why it's more is because we can use it everywhere and they lose any revenue. So I'll do the digital. I'll have to wait, but yeah. I will do digital. Yay! I'm going to see if I can contact him, see if he got some good ones of me interpreting. It's a good picture. Hopefully they'll start in the next 30 minutes. Right now it's 9 a.m. in the Phoenix, Arizona. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Honestly, guys, it feels kind of weird. Do you know why? I am used to doing homework in the background. I don't have any homework to do. Maybe. Oh, I'll get used to it. I'll get used to it. I can't remember if I bought my graduation photo. I think I did, but I remember maybe not buying it because I couldn't afford them. It's not that I really can afford it. But in all honesty, I told my kids, I said, if you really look at my life, I don't have a lot of photos of me. Usually I'm the one doing all the photography because I was a true professional photographer, had a big studio in San Antonio, earned big money, but that was back in when it was film. And when it's film, it was a lot more expensive. And, but I'm always taking the photos. Well, I gave my daughter a digital camera that I had for her Christmas. She's been really eyeballing. I didn't get to walk because COVID. Oh, hello, it Brit. They should have done something for all of y'all that could not walk due to COVID. They should have had a special graduation after it was lifted. That if you wanted to walk, they would have what's called a general graduation. I know some places did that, and that meant for that time frame, they had one ceremony. If you wanted to walk, you would participate, and they would do an actual graduation. Now, here's my thing. I don't have a college ring. They're a couple $1,000s. What I'm going to do is save up, and I'm going to get my master's ring. I will get my master's. I had a graduation ring from high school. It got stolen. It was, my cousin was a jeweler and he custom made it, and it was stolen along with my wedding ring. So there's no way I'll ever recoup that. But, I do want to get my college ring because I want to be, not only do I want to get my college ring, but I want to be able to, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to be an active alumni. That's what I was looking for but I want to be active at the point to where I work with the disability support offices and really advocate for those who have disabilities to come to college. And Angelo State has been the most affordable for first of all, but second of all, out of all the colleges I have dealt with, either in my own personal experience or with assisting other disabled people, interpreting and whatnot, they have been the most accommodating. I never felt like I was asking for something that was an imposition. If it's very reasonable, I didn't ask anything that wasn't reasonable. For example, I had a class that they have these little things that monitor you through your computer. You have to have a camera, and if you're taking a test, it's test monitoring, and you're taking a test and you look down too long, or you look over here too long, or you look over here too long, it freezes it, dings it, you failed the test. Yeah. Well, the thing is I have the 3 monitors, and because I'm dyslexic, I have 2 monitors that the text is on because my letters have to be about that high to read them, clearly read it for me. And so I'm always doing this. I have the paper I'm working on or the test itself over here. And then I open it a second time to where I can read it. So the answers and questions are on this side, and I'm doing this. I am just like that. And if I was taking a test with the monitoring program on there, it would, first question, fail me. So the department removed that monitoring. Now, part of that is that Diane, as my interpreter, became my monitor. So if anything, she had to make promises, and all that kind of stuff. But if she felt that I was cheating in any way, and Diane would, she would not cover my butt. She would not be unethical because she's being hired to do this as a professional, and she's not going to put her reputation at stake for me cheating. So it worked out great and thoroughly enjoyed it. So there's always a way, and they were fabulous. That's why I prefer in-person tests if they'll offer it. Sucks, but they do have massage now. My problem with in-person testing is you can't get the print large enough to where I can read it and test in a reasonable amount of time. And they used to try, and my papers were like this big by yay long, and they'd be this thick. And it was horrible. And I couldn't change the color of the backgrounds. One of the things that I do is when I'm reading long documents or taking quizzes and tests, mine not only do my invert, but they do this. And so by changing the color of the background intermittently, we have found what colors work well for me. And we have found that by changing those colors throughout, triggers the brain or tricks the brain so I can get through it quicker. And I got extended time. It was fabulous. So if you have kids that are going to college and they have any kind of learning disabilities, give me a call if you have any questions. I'll be happy to help you guys navigate the disability support offices of a college. Yep. But they have one monitor. They have one monitor. I need 3. Yeah. I don't know. I've never done, and in all honesty, very few tests have I ever taken written. I took my practice BEI for my graduating. It was on paper. My Greek and Latin roots were on paper. I had multiple on paper, but a lot of my teachers would read me the questions and afford me the ability to verbally answer, which was fabulous because I did really good that way. I really did. So it is what it is. Doesn't matter. I'm 10th of a point away from summa cum laude. Laude, however you want to pronounce it. It's gonna, yeah, I'm gonna brag about that for a while. And I don't do it to be boastful of myself. It's just to go to show, don't ever limit anybody and don't ever label anybody. I was told for many years that I wasn't smart enough to go to college. Well, if I wasn't smart enough to go to college, why am I graduating at the top of my class? 1% of my class was magna cum laude, and less than that was summa. I think there was like 3 of those. So I always tell people, I know your children may struggle in classes and may not do great in high school. Believe it or not, I didn't do good in high school because I didn't know much about dyslexia. I did far better once I was diagnosed and the accommodations were made. But the other reason I did better in college is because I'm the type of learner, give me the assignment, let me get it done. Don't fluff, don't sit there and go on and on about it. Once I've learned something, I get the concept, I'm ready to move on. I just feel that the college environment suited me a whole lot better than the high school one. And that is a very true thing. Surprisingly, there are people who graduate high school lower in their classes, but then when they get into college can become at the top of the class because of the style of learning is vastly different. And I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm kind of sad. I'm kind of sad. Yeah. That's okay. Later this afternoon, I will be finishing my application and paying for my master's program application, and probably will be starting school in a few weeks. But the good news is, as I get all the same teachers I've had before, so they know how I learn. They know how, and they also know my reputation for this being a good student and getting my assignments in early or on definitely early most of the time. So it's not like I'm getting new professors and I don't know their style of teaching or what they like. And I always got really nervous the first week of a semester and the first assignment of a semester with the teacher I didn't have, because you never know their preferences, and what you think is good turns out to be not what they want. And then it's devastating because that first grade for me sets the tone for the entire semester. And if I get a bad grade, I'm like, can't do this. Can't do this. I'm not happy if it's not an A anymore for myself. I did get a B in a class and it was an 89.9. And it was because I went over 200 words when he said the minimum of 200. He didn't put a maximum, and it was 300 words. Go figure. Learned a lesson. Okay, let's see. We're going to go over here. Thanks so much, June. I guess June's tired of me talking about college.
Ramsey.
I believe that the case will be solved with DNA.
Let's go to John Benet Ramsey.
technology. You know, Lou Smith, the legendary detective that was brought in to work on this case by the DA early on, out of retirement, told me, he said, this case will be solved by DNA.
My hearing aids are crackling.
So nearly 3 decades later, John Ramsey continues speaking on the murder of his daughter, John Bonet. And now police have a new update in the case, but still no suspect. Friday, the Boulder Police Department released a video on the investigation of the 6-year-old's death in an effort to find some new leads. Police Chief Stephen Redfern assures the public that John Bonet's death remains a top priority while sharing some new steps like DNA testing.
Last year, we gave you an update about a lot of the work that has been done to solve this crime, and those efforts have continued. This case remains a top priority for our department. This past year, our detectives have conducted several new interviews, as well as re-interviewed individuals based on tips that we've received. We've also collected new evidence and tested and retested other pieces of evidence to generate new leads. Techniques and technology constantly evolve. This is especially true with technology related to DNA testing. Detectives continue to consult with outside experts from across the country, as well as our state and federal partners, to strategize and explore all options when it comes to evidence testing.
Okay, now the chief said the department has also been in contact with the Ramsey family. They urge anyone with knowledge of the crime to please come forward. So this update that really didn't give any details is what got us talking. And so what I was wondering, and I want to ask all of you, do you think there's a method to this madness, to have the chief essentially go on, on television, online, on, wherever this update was played publicly, and basically say we have an update and working on it, but there was nothing specific. We're talking about DNA testing. Well, what DNA? Whose did you find? Who are you in? It just, is there a reason for this? I just wonder, are they looking to surveil someone in particular? Are they trying to put this out there to maybe prompt someone to act so they can take a look at what they do? Manuel Gomez, you're joining the conversation. What do you say, please?
Well, I did some severe research into this case, and I have to tell you, there is DNA found, new DNA found on the little girl's underwear, okay? And this is what they were referring to about the DNA. He didn't come publicly and say it, but you notice he was talking more about the DNA, and that's the fact that I found out. Now, what I did know is they haven't researched the aspects they need to, and that is my recommendation and solution to help solve this case is, one, take the new DNA that they found, run it through all the jail databases. That's going to take an investigator anywhere between 2 to 3 months to run the entire United States. But you would run millions of people at one time to see if their DNA matches with the DNA found on the clothes of that little girl. Second, okay, on this case, I don't believe that it was just a pedophile that attacked the girl, but I do believe, unfortunately, that the father was involved. And due to the fact of his cordial, nonchalant attitude when he found the baby and when he brought up the body from the basement, the body, he asked, is she dead? Now, she had rigor mortis. Her eyes were white. Her body was completely pale. Why would you ask that when you found your kid? You'd be crying. The guy was nonchalant. There's something highly suspicious about him as well.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, I read Dr. Cyril Weck's book on the case. I've talked to him about it. God rest his soul, one of the greatest forensic pathologists of our time. He was highly suspicious of the father. We're going to get into more of Dr. Weck's findings later this week on the show. But in terms of what investigators are doing here, Tommy Pope, do you think this could be a prompt? Like, are they trying to prompt someone? Because they said nothing in terms of what's new. We don't know what's new. You just came on and said you're working on the case still. Could this be, deliberate?
A law enforcement tactic, in other words. Yeah, I think it could be. I will say it's an irony, Julie. You and I were talking when I saw you in studio in Atlanta, how I got invited to New York to talk about the John Benet Ramsey case like 30 years ago. And the media was saying, why are they not more forthcoming? And I was explaining that sometimes law enforcement has to keep it close to the vest. And I joked that I never got invited back to that group after I told them the media didn't need to know more. But I think we do have new technology. I can remember a death penalty case I tried right when DNA first started, and it was that RFLP DNA, and you had to have about the sample size of a quarter. And by the time the guy had gotten it overturned and come back, and I had to try him again, we had PCR, and so now you have the smaller, DNA. And so I think they've got the evidence. It's like Manuel said, maybe I was thinking run it through the database. Now, the trap is there. If it is an inside job, if it is family related, if he's never been in the system, I'm sure they have their DNA. But, we've got overlay of DNA when you're dealing with family members. So if it's totally foreign DNA, in other words, not relatives, then maybe they can make a pull from there. And like you said, maybe they have an eye on somebody and they're hoping to see if this makes them change anything. I mean, I've seen, law enforcement can use falsehoods to get confessions, so to speak. So they may say, we've got, we know that there's a red jacket or whatever the case may be. And like you said, wait to see if they go throw it in the dumpster or burn it or things of that nature.
Exactly. There's so many more questions with this case. I wish we had more time.
Yeah, me too. Do you know what I really would love to see? I really would love to see that case get solved. I really would. I would absolutely love to see that case get solved. I think that is vitally one of those cases that I would like to be solved in my lifetime. That little girl, she deserves that. She deserves it. I mean, there's no reason for that. Come on, mouse. Where are you? Thank you. So we are waiting for the Ian Mitcham trial to start in Scottsdale. It's a cold case, and we're waiting for it. We are searching for it. I think everybody is getting frustrated with this delay. I don't understand what's going on. Pressure on Walshe. Okay, I don't. Okay, we've already watched that, June. I'm sorry. Click on the YouTube link right about it. I don't understand what you're saying. I clicked on the link. There's nothing there. There's nothing but abs and crap popping up. That's day 7, not day 8. If I click on day 7, I'm not following this, June. I need a direct link. I'm not going to go through a bunch of crappy apps to get to this. It's too much. I can't do it. That doesn't make sense. Click on YouTube link right about it. What are you saying, love? I don't understand. Thank you.
Case of John Benet Ramsey.
Why do June, I just played it. Why am I getting another John Benet Ramsey? What I want is the food videos that's popping up all of a sudden. I don't know why I got food videos popping up. Don't ask me why I didn't ask for it. So we've already played the John Benet Ramsey, so that would be awesome if they can find some new DNA on that case, because that case needs to be solved, in my humble opinion. It's so horrible, so horrible. I'm sorry, somebody I know had a son. Oh, someone's sending me thank you and congrats. Okay, so I'm trying to get the court feed. I know, thank you guys for hanging with us. I don't understand what's going on with no court feed. I'm about ready to start turning to food videos. Y'all want to watch some food videos for the new year, for Christmas? June, I don't know what link you're talking about. Go to the live coverage of the Walshe. There is a pressure at the end of the DNA. Let me find it. That doesn't make sense. Let me get to it. All right, I think I got it. Okay, let's go here. Let me share screen. Why are you doing this crap? What the crap is that? Okay, here we go. Here's volume and play.
And the event you witness.
Okay.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Brian Walshe is a killer. That's what a jury in the state of Massachusetts has determined. He was found guilty of first-degree murder. Let's head back out to Dedham. A press conference from the district attorney's office is on.
Everybody ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I'm Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk District Attorney, and with me today, standing behind me, some of the most important people in the event you witnessed over the last few weeks and couple of years. I have members of the Cohasset State Police as well as my trial team are with me today. Did an outstanding job. I would be remiss if I didn't thank the jury. This is a very difficult case from the beginning. Take time out of their schedule to hear such days of evidence, complex evidence, and a difficult case, and to come up with the decision they did. Without the jurors, our system doesn't work, and my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of those who participated and the alternates who were chosen as well. I'd like to thank the Cohasset Police, the State Police, the Medical Examiner's Office, and the Crime Lab for their hard work. It was an incredible effort. If you think about what you saw during the trial, there was all sorts of forensic evidence. They left no stone unturned. They viewed 60 witnesses, almost 60 witnesses testified at trial, and they interviewed even more people. So while you saw a good part of what we had, it was only a small fraction of the time and effort that they put in to get that evidence. And they went to dumpsters, to landfills, to dumps as well, to transfer stations, department stores, lumber stores, CVS, just to gather all this evidence, which was critical in this case. And that effort should not be forgotten, and how hard it was. For without those tools and the evidence that they provided us, that the trial team, which I had the utmost confidence, very confident, professional people, long-term prosecutors in the office, had great tools to work with, but they also great people in their own right. And they put on a very, very great case in a difficult setting. Now, we've seen other cases where we've not had a body, but this is the first one I can remember we've had a first-degree conviction, and I just want to thank them profusely. I know that a number of them passed up vacations, work holidays, and they know what's expected of them. We took the job to speak for victims, and they did one heck of a job speaking for Anna's family. And I just wanted to also to say we did hear from Anna's sister, and her comment was, justice has been served, and we agree wholeheartedly with her comments as well. but they never lost sight of that. And I'd like to just personally thank Greg Connor, Tracy Cusack, and Yaz, and we have the Cohasset Police, Harrison, and the State Police, and the head of our victim services, Kristen Collins. Also, Laura McLaughlin, who's not here. She did a lot of the early work on the case, and so we had a great team.
Oh!
I just wanted to profusely thank them.
Thank you.
It's been a great day for us in the office. I'd ask Greg if he wants to say a word or two.
Thank
Greg
you,
Connor.
Thank you, Michael. Work two of the finest lawyers I've ever got to know, and also to go against Harry, who are extremely good lawyers. But I want to say thank you to our law enforcement. But
really,
who worked day after day from the beginning with Sergeant Harrison Schmidt. When Cohasset lost one of their own, they stopped everything and tried to find this woman, and one person never gave up on that case, and it would be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt. Thank you very much.
really. Okay, guys. I can't handle it audibly. It's killing my ears. Get your shit together. I'm not trying to be mean, but dang, this between poor audio in court and poor videos and this constant in and out with their speeds, get it together, people. It hurts.
So let's not lose sight that Anna's 3 young children will be without a mother, and especially at this time, difficult time of year, and hopefully going in the future, that we all wish them a bright future going ahead. But let's remember in a special way the loss they suffered, and thank you all for coming.
Yes, true.
I am not going to answer any questions of that. That's for another.
Any more reaction from her mother or her family?
We just heard from the sister. That was the only, so I passed it on. We heard that they called, and I passed it on to you.
Will they be making impact statements?
The judge, they're working with the trial team to schedule impact statements. I can't tell you what form they're going to come in, but the opportunity has been extended, and I expect we will hear something, and they're working on that now.
Mr. Morse, what do you prefer for sentencing?
Excuse me?
For sentencing?
Well, there's a mandatory sentence of life, so, but there are other issues. They also developed other charges, as many of you have now heard, that there was a plea earlier to other charges, so that's being worked on. So you'll hear from the lawyers at the time of sentencing.
And Mr. Morse, do you consider this a win after the What do you think actually brought this to guilty? You have no body, circumstantial evidence. What do you think was the strongest part of the case that convinced the jury this was guilty?
I don't think there's any one thing. I think it was the combined effort of working together with our law enforcement partners, the ME and other professionals. The work that was done on the forensics, I think, was important. But actually, without that and without people explaining it in the courtroom, we'd have nothing. And I think they all did an awesome job. And I'm just going to say one other thing, because someone mentioned, it's not about winning or losing. It's about getting the right answer. And this was the right answer. And so we don't look at cases as a wins or losses. We look at getting justice for someone. So let's not lose sight of that fact.
Walsh pled guilty to 2 charges ahead of time, right when jury selection was about to start. Did that change the way you approached this case and your attorneys? Obviously, they had been looking at 3 different charges. Now it was 1 murder charge.
You can hear right from the
case was always going to be presented in the same way. The evidence was the evidence, and we wanted to make sure the jury had everything that they needed to make a determination. The change of plea was an interesting dynamic, but when it came down to it, we wanted to make sure the jury had all the facts.
Greg, what do you think it was? The online searches? Do you think it was the surveillance video? What do you think? Or the emotional testimony?
I can't tell you. That would be a question for the jurors. We tried to give them all the information we had. We had it from multiple different factors, whether it be surveillance video, the text messages, the internet searches. But what we had was a very thorough investigation that gave the lawyers in this case an excellent chance to try and give the jury what they needed.
Were you surprised that you didn't testify? What did you want to ask him on the stand?
I don't know if I
don't have
comment on that.
You don't have enough time for that.
I think that's probably better not said.
But were you surprised that he didn't?
The judge was.
I think it's always up to the defendant to make that decision. I think it's the hardest decision a defendant can make. And so I'm sure he put a lot of thought into it. We were prepared that if he did testify, we had a number of questions we wanted to have answered, but we understand it's his right not to.
So, the question.
Yeah, over the past couple of years, a lot has been made of your office and the handling of different cases. Do you hope what happened here today restores some of that perceived lack of faith the public has?
I don't know. One loss of a highly visibility case determines what happens in our office. We handle cases all the way from the bottom to the top. We treat them all the same. There's no such thing as a single important case. This was a critical case, and you saw on display some of the smartest people and some of the toughest workers and investigators who have always been with me. So I think that you know, sometimes you don't like what a jury has to say, but that's our system of justice. You present the case to a jury and you have to abide by, at least I do. I took a constitutional oath. So I would just say today, I clearly are much happier with the outcome today, and I'm very happy with the work that was done by the professionals who work both in law enforcement and the district attorney's office. And really, I couldn't be happier. So
A lot is obviously over the last couple of years. We haven't really had a chance to hear from you.
Is that me or them?
unlike my time on Beacon Hill, I get to speak out. But many of you know that now as a district attorney, that if I speak out, that I interfere with an individual's right to a fair trial, then that obviously weighs heavily upon me. So I am now free to speak today on this trial with some limitations. And so not hearing from me, obviously, then I don't want to tip the jury or tip the scales and let those cases go forward without putting a thumb on the scales of justice. And, you know, I took the job to speak for victims, and we focus on victims. And that's what I'm going to continue to do through my tenure. So I just want to thank you all. I know this is, you know, a long period of time, and we have to come to the courthouse, and we do have some calls to make and try to reach out to some other family members and some other people. But thank you all, and hopefully it brings to a conclusion a very sad chapter in the history of Anna's family.
Thank you.
Detective, I mean, this was your case from the beginning, right? Want to say
All right, Michael Morrissey there. Of course, that low-key Karen Reed question there at the end. But this is a big win. Bottom line, they were meticulous, and to his point, the attorneys from the Commonwealth did an excellent job. One of the things, Lisa Bonner continues to be with us as we react to the guilty verdict, Brian Walshe. One of the things that they did well in the close, it was very subtle. It wasn't, you know, bombastic. It was a delivery that was factual. And one of the questions they asked jurors to ask themselves was, those internet searches were over the top, but what about the internet searches that weren't done? How do people just die in their sleep? Is there a way? You know, there was nothing inquisitive with Brian Walshe in terms of how his wife, according to him, just ended up dead. And I really thought that hit home.
Yeah, they did a really good job. There was a lot of circumstantial evidence here, and that is really why they had to be so meticulous in putting this case together, because jurors like bodies. They like certainty. They want to know how a victim died, right? Yeah. And without that, and with nobody, there's no evidence on how she died. And so you were asking the jury to infer a lot from this circumstantial evidence. So I thought the way that the trial lawyers went about this, the prosecutors went about this, was very meticulous, very methodical. I thought that they called the witnesses, they asked thoughtful questions. You know, you did get a little bit lost, which is always the case when you're going through the evidence, the phone evidence, and trying to decide who said what. But you know, you lose them, but it all comes to fruition in the end, right? You can see eventually the story that's being made. So I thought they did a very good job in their opening statement throughout. In the closing statement, I thought the closing arguments were brilliant, I thought. Yeah.
Hey, and let's face it, the defense had a ridiculous theory, but a very good lawyer pushing it. And you know that theory came from Walshe himself, because no lawyer would have concocted that baby. That was...
Well, right. They had to come up with something. So yeah, there you go.
Right. But just so many other scenarios you could have said.
Correct.
When she was having an affair, bottom line, he's a liar. He was before this, and now he is going to the state pen again. Wednesday will be the sentencing, and that will be the opportunity for victim impact statements to be delivered, whether in person or via email, what have you, because of course her extended family is out of the country. Let's get a break. When we come back, another horrible story. Over the weekend, Rob Reiner, his wife Michelle, found stabbed to death in their Los Angeles area home, and their son Nick Reiner, 32-year-old, now in custody, being held on $4 million bail. Stay with us.
Okay, I am trying to find out why we do not have court today. Why we do not have a feed. They do say that there is supposed to be court today, but there's no feed yet. Yeah, hold on. Give me a minute. I'm going to call the court. I'm calling the court. I'm going to find out. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to call somebody. I'm going to call somebody to get the answers as to why we don't have court. Give me a second. I'm calling somebody.
That is not prescribed to you. You are not to possess or purchase a firearm or any other dangerous weapon. You are not to engage in criminal conduct of any kind whatsoever. You may not leave the state of Michigan without permission of the court. Prior to your release, you will be placed on a GPS tether. You will not be released before that GPS tether is placed upon you. You must continue all mental health treatment as a condition of your bond. The named victim in this case will not be placed on the record. You may not have contact with that individual. That means no calling, no writing, no video chatting, no texting, no emailing, or any other form of contact the human mind can possibly fathom. No one in the world thinks that this person is going to reach out to you. Should they do so, and again, no one thinks that they're going to, you may not reply in any form or fashion. The named victim's address will not be placed on the record, but you may not go to that location for any reason whatsoever. Are we understood on the no contact and no go to, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bond will be set in the amount of $25,000 cash surety, as requested by the prosecution's office. This court does not determine innocence or guilt. This court determines flight risk and community safety. The court finds with these conditions in place, it has been met. Sir, do not violate these bond conditions. Follow all orders of the court. Stay in contact with your lawyer. That concludes this hearing.
Again, you have to remember where he once was. Now, in that description of what happened to the coach and why he ended up getting locked up, there were a couple of things that were thrown out there about this breakup and losing his job and then threatening his own life at the home of the woman who broke up with him. One thing you have to understand, the woman we're talking about that's breaking up with him is not his wife. He has a wife and children. That woman's not his wife. So I want to read for you a statement from the University of Michigan, from the president there, because it gives you a little more insight into the backstory on how the coach goes from here and ends up all the way down here. Dear colleagues and students, earlier this week, the Department of Intercollegiate Athletics dismissed head football coach Jerome Moore with cause for violating university policy by engaging in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Okay, that's the victim in the criminal case. is this staff member. When the findings of a university investigation into Coach Moore's behavior were presented on Wednesday, we immediately terminated his employment. There's absolutely no tolerance for this conduct at the University of Michigan, none. The breach of trust by Coach Moore is painful for many in our community. First and foremost, the individuals directly involved in this situation. Okay, so that's the beginning of this, right? There's a breakup, and then the university finds out about the relationship, okay? All of this stuff is bad, but none of it is criminal. It's not criminal until he then goes to her house. That's what the allegations are. That's really when the crime begins. But this is sort of the foundation or the reason behind that visit to the house. Everything is crumbling around him. And it was a scary situation. Take a listen to the dispatch audio from Washtenaw County from dispatch.
Subject is called a caller, told her there's a male at the location and the house attacking her. The state's been stalking her for months. Reference to domestic. We had a call from S1's wife in Ann Arbor saying that the subject is suicidal. Reference quitting his job today.
They're also advising when he left the location on their call, he walked out with several knives.
Okay. So now the question is, what are we talking about here? There's a lot of different ways to look at this entire situation and scenario, from what happened at work with this inappropriate relationship with a staff member, ends up with him losing his $6 million a year job, and then what he did afterwards. A lot of fallout from this. Let's bring in our think tank. Joining us tonight, criminal defense attorney Josh Colesrud, along with former law enforcement officer and host of the Strong Enough podcast, Claudia King, and entertainment host Holland Reed. So there's a lot going on here, a lot of moving parts. I don't even know. I don't want to steer you anywhere. I want you to look at this situation and tell me what strikes you about it, what's going on here, what went wrong. Josh, start us off.
You know, when we hear home invasion and stalking, we often think of somebody in the night breaking into someone's home. But what we don't think about really is what happened in this case. And, you know, what we're doing is we're evaluating and dissecting a man's worst day in his life. And during that time, he may or may not have committed a crime. Now, let me get into it. So he's charged with one felony, which is home invasion. And in Michigan, it requires that he not be invited or not have permission. But remember, this is somebody who he was professedly in love with and had some type of relationship for at least 2 years. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he had a key and how frequent he was allowed in that home. And did you catch something that the prosecutor said? What I heard was that the alleged victim called her attorney first. She didn't call 911. She didn't call security. She didn't call the police. She called her lawyer. So that tells me that it wasn't an emergency in her mind. Either that or she was thinking dollar signs. So I think that there's a lot to uncover here that may not be criminal. And stalking, remember, it requires a pattern. And right now, there's no indication that this is anything except for an explosive single incident.
Claudia, jump in.
So I agree with some of what Josh said, and I respectfully disagree with a few things. I want to start by saying I'm really impressed with the University of Michigan that they acted swiftly, because we've seen other universities like Penn State not do that and push things under the rug. So I'm glad that they did that. I think, yes, we are watching this man in one of his worst moments. However, he caused this worst moment by an alleged years-long affair with this woman. And I also want to note that he is showing us abuser behavior with the harassing phone calls and text messages after she broke up with him, and with this threat to kill himself with a butter knife, which is really odd, but that is abusive and manipulation tactics that I think he's using there to try to affect his victim.
Vinny, I'm going to follow up with both Josh and Claudia.
Okay, guys, I was told that it is streaming. So mods, we need to figure this out. I'm working on it with you. Not putting it on you to fix. But guys, they said they are live and streaming. One mod, can you go see if other YouTubers are getting it? Because Allison Freeman Scottsdale trial day 8 is live and going, but we're not getting it. I am not getting day 8. While you do that, I'm going to go to YouTube TV. And I'm going to see if I can find it on YouTube TV. See if you guys can find it on the actual, what in the world is all over my mouth? See if you guys can find it, because the only thing I see coming up on the Ian MITCHAM trial is old stuff. I mean, nothing is today's date. So I'm frustrated. Why are we not able to access it? And the guy said, shut the hell up. Sorry, I mute it and it's still screaming in my ears. But he's saying he can see it day 8 right there in front of him. And I said, well, can you send me the link? Because we ain't got it. So guys, we got to find the link. I don't know why we cannot access this freaking trial. Aliandra, I love you, but what you just put up there, I can't read. It's too much information and I can't expand it. Okay, well, I'm on a freaking computer. How the hell am I supposed to download these apps on my device when I can't? Urgh. I don't have an app store on my hard drive. Apple TV device. I'm an Apple TV. Y'all, I'm about ready to just give this crap up. I'm just so done with this crap. It's ridiculous. Why would you be showing this for freaking free in YouTube and then change it in the middle of a freaking trial? Okay, I'm in my YouTube app. Is that the store? I've never had to go. This is stupid. For us to have to do this in the middle of a freaking trial? Are you kidding? That doesn't give me an app. I don't know how to do this, guys. This is bullshit. Well, they can kiss my ass. Yes, I'm cussing. I'm mad. Apple TV, Samsung TV Plus is offering Amazon Fire. I don't have it. I have Prime. Go to your app store on your Roku, Amazon Fire, or Apple TV device. Search for 12 Plus. Select it. My problem is I don't have an Apple or any of these devices that I can freaking plug into the computer and give you sound. This is bullshit. I have a switcher. Let me try something, but I guarantee you won't get sound. because you guys can see it. And here's camera 2. But then you lose me. You lose me. You can't have me when I do this. Y'all, what in the hell is this? All right, I'm on their thing. That's crap, y'all. To do that in the middle of a freaking trial. Kiss my ass. I don't understand. Are y'all with me on this? Do y'all agree or not agree? Is this not insane for them to pull this stunt in the middle of a trial? I don't want to subscribe to you. You're jerks. Shut up. Yeah, we can't watch it now. What the hell is this? Did Channel 10 have it? Now I'm looking for Channel 10, and now I don't even see Channel 10. Okay, we're going to go back to the Ian Mitcham where they have Channel 10. Let me see if we can get Channel 10. I'm not real thrilled with them, but we'll see if we can get Channel 10. I go to Channel 10. I don't want that. I just want Channel 10. Live. They don't even have it. Day 4 days ago. 1 month ago. So they did the same thing. You can't view it on their channel either. Y'all, I am going to go code red. I'm so pissed. I don't give a shite why they want to minimalize the viewing. I don't understand that. If they had an app for my computer, I'd download it, but they don't have an app for my computer. See there? See? Really? Really? I'm refreshing and it. I am at 12 News, y'all. Give me a link. Don't tell me to go to 12 News. Give me a link because I am freaking at 12 News right now. I am freaking at it right now. Give me a link, please. I love y'all so much, but for when y'all sit there and tell me to go to a let me share screen so you can see what I'm saying. Don't tell me to go to 12 News. Give me a link because I'm at 12 News and now it's showing. What the hell is going on with this crap? Thank you for the link. Thank you. Finally got the link. Thank you. Because here, let me explain something. We are all from different parts of the world here. All different parts of the country, right? I hear you. And so what happens is if you're in Arizona, California, on that coast,
I'm in Central, and then it's over on the East Coast, my search engine will not bring up exactly what your search engine's going to bring up. They're not exact. So if, for example, if we search this case, for example, and you tell me it's the third story down, when I go and pull it up, it may not even be on my page. And that's why I get so frustrated. That's why I say, don't tell me to go to a news station, just give me the link, because what you guys can see and what I can see. So same with me. I might be able to find something on the San Antonio police officers that killed that woman in that trial. But if you're on the East Coast or West Coast and you try to pull it up, it's not going to come up the same. And it's very frustrating. And I'm angry at the news station for their crap and forcing people to go to an app to watch something. So it will start at noon my time, which is fine. I'm happy for that. Thank you very much. But the games that these media people play just really piss me off. And I know I'm agitated. I'm sorry. I'll calm down. And the sun is coming through. I got to get a curtain up there. I'll calm down. But it is so frustrating as a YouTube content creator that they pull that crap in the middle of a trial. If you're going to change something, don't do it in the middle of a trial. Don't. My mods are fabulous. They are pedaling back there like hell. I know they're doing it. I'm pedaling like hell. I get it. We are all pedaling like hell to get the information out, and my mic won't stretch as far back because I got the sun in my eyes. Maybe if I come forward a mother, there we go. So I'll just have to put up with it. So it'll move quickly. So it is so frustrating when they pull that shite. I mean, and I called the court, and here's my other frustration. I called the court. Okay, I'm on the phone with the court, remember? And he told me it's on channel 12. He can see it right then. He said, I'm looking at it. We're live. And I'm like, no, you're not. Yeah, we are. We're live. I'm looking at it right here. And I said, sir, can you send me the link? No, I'm looking at it. What day are you looking at? Day 7. And I said, this is day 8. No, it's day 7. I said, sir, look at the date. And this is a person who works in the courthouse. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is a Monday. Yes, everybody has a Monday. And now it was cold this morning, and now I'm burning up and sweating because the sun's hitting me and I'm in this hot shirt. It's very rude. James Shallow, whatever. Here's our Discord link. I'll give it to you, and you can go and join our Discord if you wish to join our Discord. Come on, where is it? QR code. I'll put our QR code up. I'm not on the phone anymore. ADK Discord. Let me fix it. There we go. There we go. We got everything settled. Good morning, one sunny day. Yes, it is a freaking Monday, and I'm not happy about the way this has been going on. And the fact that you were in the middle of a freaking trial and you got a shite ton of viewerships going on, and you then decide to pull it over and put it in an app that you can only see on devices, not on a laptop or a PC or a Mac. That frustrates the hell out of me. Do I need a chill pill? I don't have anything fun to eat. I don't have anything. Y'all are so freaking amazing. You know that? Just letting you know, you're freaking amazing. So Instagram, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So if you want to be a part of our Discord, please, anybody want to be a part of our Discord, go up to there, scan that QR. It'll take you straight into our Discord page. Also, don't forget to comment, like, subscribe, share. Memberships are available. Please don't forget to subscribe. We're not going to reach it. I said if we reach 4,000 subs by the end of the year, I would get my very first tattoo. I am a tattoo virgin, and that's not going to happen, unfortunately, but I appreciate it. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Amy. Thank you so much for being, all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Mods, thank you for putting up with that rant. It just chaps my hide. And I'm going to say, I love the fact that viewers, I love the fact that you guys try and help. I really appreciate the fact that you guys will, I got to fix something before it falls. There it goes. I really appreciate the fact that when we do get in a bind, you guys try to send us in comments or private messages the links that we're looking for, because sometimes you find them before we can, and that's wonderful. Don't send me the name of the station or the name of the view. Send me the direct link, like I said earlier, because what you see and what I see are not the same. I wish it was. I would love for them to unify this. Nope. I'm not going to go through that hell and suffering unless I get 4,000 subscribers. When I hit 4,000, I'll go through it, but I ain't going through it until then. Sorry, Amy. Sorry. I'm terrified. I am absolutely terrified. So I do not plan on doing it unless we get exactly 4,000 subscribers. It ain't happening. Oh, I'm taking away my like. I'm not going to subscribe to y'all. Why are they starting at noon? Does anybody know? Hello, Angela. Thank you for entering in the background. Do we know why they're not starting until noon? It's okay if they have court taking. That's one thing that pissed me off. Yeah, says you. That is one thing that pisses me off when I call the court and their representative is telling me that they're live right now and all this kind of stuff, because you're sitting there and I'm telling you the court feed is not live. He goes, yeah, the court feed's live. I pulled it up on channel 12. We're live right now. And I said, is court even in session right now? He said, yes. Dude, if you ever hop on my show and figure out that I'm the one that called you, learn how to do your freaking job. And it was the media section. It was a media section for the court. Joe Schmo, where are you when I need you? Joe Schmo. He's really good with the court media people. He knows how to work that system very well. I guess I need to learn because they didn't give me the correct information. And I felt it was a waste of my time. Tattoos, it's not that bad. Oh, come on. Yes, they are. I had Kat Von D. Back earlier in her days, I was a photographer in San Antonio. I was the event photographer for the Alamo Dome. I was it was my business that they hired to do most of the events. And they had a tattooing convention and she was there and she was doing tattoos, and I photographed all of the tattoos. I photographed all of the competition tattoos. I did all the event photography. Anyway, she offered to give me a free tattoo, and I'm all like, nope, I don't have tattoos. I'm terrified. She goes, oh, it's not bad at all. Here, let me put an empty gun on it. So she put it, and she went, B. I said, nope, that's it. Thank you very much. Give it to somebody else. Thank you. Love you. Appreciate you. Adore your artwork. I think that is phenomenal. I do appreciate the artwork and tattoos if they're done well. But I told her, no, this is not my cup of tea, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. I do not do well with needling on skin. I really, really, really don't. Don't tell me it ain't that bad. It bad, y'all. It bad, y'all. It is. It's bad. It hurts. I don't know how y'all can sit there and go through that. I really, really don't. I've got to shorten my nails because they've gotten too long. It hurts like hell. I don't care. But I have a reason to do mine, so we'll see what happens. I'm just glad they finally put the link up myself too. I know I get really irritated with stupidity, and that was some of the stuff that's happening with these cases. It's just boils down to plain stupidity in my humblest of opinions. Don't sit there if someone calls your job and you don't have an answer, don't make up bullshit. Yeah, I said the word. Okay, I'm rechanging the shape of my nails. If you notice, they're real pointy. Well, they've gotten too long, so now I'm putting them back down into a square tip, which I think I like better. The guy that did my nails did not understand what I wanted, and I was in such a hurry to get to an event. I accepted it, and I don't mind them too much, but the problem is when they grow out, it gets to the point to where when they grow out, it's just too pointy. When I'm typing, it's like, so I'm trying to reshape my nails. See? So now when I type, it's easier. It's just uncomfortable. It depends on your threshold for pain and where you get the tattoo at. Well, the tattoo that I'm interested in getting is more about covering up a scar. And it's right on the inner wrist. And I know that's going to hurt. I ain't naive to the fact that that's going to hurt some. Yep. See? Now I can type better. Yeah, I was typing and I couldn't type very well. We are all waiting for trial to begin, so please be patient. It was supposed to start at 12 o'clock. It is Central Time. It's 12:06. We are still waiting. Thumb feels better too. I love mine square, my guy. I tell him I want them square, so I have no round corners. They are very square. I don't like them so square that they're sharp. This is more my tip shape. They're not sharp, but they are squared. I mean, they didn't look bad. I tried it. Okay, great, fine. Not my cup of tea. Did that pick that up? I don't know if it could pick it up or not. I can't hear. It's crooked because I'm filing with the left hand and not the right. Okay, that works. Thank you everyone for your support. We appreciate you so much. We thank you for joining us and hopping on. We are going to be doing a total YouTube channel revamp come January 1. Where we'll be starting to see different things. The look and format will be a little different. I am doing so in preparation of getting a full-time paid job, which means I won't be able to be live all day like I am now. So we've got to make some changes to accommodate that future. I wish I could get a job working from home that I could do both at the same time. I don't know. I am going to be requesting a job coach from Texas Workforce Commission to help me find a good job. So, yay. We'll see how all that goes. I don't like to call them headhunters, but that's kind of what they are. I like to have a headhunter working for me on that. Sometimes they get more information. They got insights to jobs that I may not have access to. So, yeah, so we're going to do that. I don't know where I'm going to go. I wanted to do the juvenile probation, but unfortunately, he had to fulfill the job before I walked the stage, and I could not apply until I actually had my degree in hand, which technically I still don't. My degree will not come in for me until January. sometime in January. But I have walked the stage, therefore it's official. I have graduated. So we'll see what happens. I also need to, anybody here good at doing resumes? I suck at resumes. I did ask AI to help me with the resume, but I'm not quite happy with it. So if anybody's good in that department, please let me know. I'll see about if I can retain your services on a resume. I need a really good resume, and they're done. It may not be perfectly matched in length, but I don't care. When I type, it felt like I had needles on my hands. Come on, guys. I'm refreshing. Nope, they're not up yet. You and Angela, you're right. June and Angela are a phenomenal team. They work together well. I'm the one that goes spastic on them. I go spastic because I get frustrated because when you're dyslexic and you get this paragraph of information and it's got a lot of letters and numbers and stuff in it as well, I can't really read it and comprehend it, and it's overwhelming. You couldn't hear what? So we are waiting patiently for the stream to come up. Frustrating, I know, but we can't do anything about it. I got this little itty bitty makeup brush and it cleans off my keys without, I can get all the dust or anything off of the keys and it doesn't mess up what I'm doing. I love it. I said, hoo, all excited. Yeah. So, but if you're good with resumes, give me a shout out. You can do it live or you can just do it in private. It doesn't matter. Go to Discord and reach out. I need a resume. You guys, you know what? I don't think I've ever applied for a job. I did one where I had to have a resume. I've always been either self-employed or whatever. So it's kind of interesting. It's going to be a whole new journey for me. A whole new world. Here we go, guys. We can get Brian Walshe off of there because Brian Walshe is done. Let's see. That is, let me get that off for a minute. I am trying to, okay. I'm going to be deleting all of the Brian Walshe banners. We don't need all the banners anymore. I have about 8 banners for every trial that I create. And so now I need to create one for Ian. So we're going to remove that. Okay, we're going to move that. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm cleaning house, guys. I can do that. No, we're good. Okay, so chat is disabled for this live stream. Oh, really? The son is in custody. We're going to go here for now. Let me do this actually. I don't want to get off of that, so let me do this. Okay. Brian Walshe nods as he is found guilty.
That Nick Reiner is now in custody. Here is that post on X. So Rob and Michelle Reiner's son Nick now in custody. The 32-year-old is in the custody of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department as of this morning. That's according to online records. Now, TMZ also reporting the couple was found by one of their daughters Sunday with their throat slit inside their Los Angeles home. Nick Reiner currently being questioned by police, but Fox News also saying that LAPD says there's still no suspect at this time. So this is just coming into our newsroom. If you are just tuning in, actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Reiner, have died. They were found Sunday at a Brentwood, California home. And we are waiting here for an update from officials. We do have our Fox team out there as we've been waiting here for this update. Last time we checked in with our Fox team, they said it could be a window between 5 to 6 hours. Now, that was a couple hours ago at this point. With this news coming out here, though, we may be anticipating that here very shortly. But the New York Post also confirming Rob Reiner's son, Nick, in custody after horrifying murder of Princess Bride, director and wife. And we do have several live images coming in here from Los Angeles. This is outside of the Reiner's residence here today, and we have been seeing a huge media presence. The camera may turn here in just a moment here to give you a broader view, but the media all set up outside of that residence there, as our crew has been there very early this morning. As we continue to follow this news now that Nick Reiner now in custody. Now, we've had several reactions coming in here. One from President Trump that I did want to share with you that he posted on X. This is his statement saying, "A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness. With the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace." So President Trump just weighing in there. We wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do have another reaction coming in here from former President Barack Obama saying, "Michelle and I are heartbroken by the tragic passing of Rob Reiner and his beloved wife, Michelle. Rob's achievements in film and television gave us some of our most cherished stories on screen, but beneath all of the stories he produced was a deep belief in the goodness of people and a lifelong commitment to putting that belief into action. Together, he and his wife lived lives defined by purpose. They will be remembered for the values they championed and the countless people they inspired. We send our deepest condolences to all who love them." So once again, these are just some reactions coming in here to this news. We also do have this live look out of Los Angeles, which is Rob Reiner's star there on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Once again, a press conference set to get underway here, hopefully within the next couple of hours, as we are learning this breaking news just in our newsroom. Rob and Michelle Reiner's son, Nick, now in custody. Important to note here, once again, though, he is currently being questioned by police. Fox News saying LAPD says there's still no suspect at this time. We will continue to follow this story. We're going to step away for another commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come after.
All right, we did have some sound and movement in the other case. However, there is no what's the word I'm looking for? The trial has not begun yet. Sorry. That's what I'm looking for. All right, so we are keeping an eye out right now. So where we are, y'all. I've got to figure out what's going on. I got to get some assistance with this. They're saying my application's missing information, but I'm like, I don't know what's missing. Now the whole new world, the whole world, da, 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 da. I hate that song. Thank you very much, June. That's not what I wanted to say. Come on. All right. So we are still waiting for this trial to begin. It was supposed to start at 10:30 this morning Central Standard Time. It was supposed to start at 12. Now it's 12:19 Central Standard Times, and it still has not started yet. I want to know what's going on. So I called the courthouse, and the guy was an idiot. A freaking idiot. Oh. The other day, I was mortified when I was on here with y'all. I didn't realize it only had one eyebrow painted on, and the other one was totally rubbed off because I do this a lot. I have no eyebrows thanks to chemotherapy. And so I literally, it's just barely peach fuzz and you can't see it at all. I can feel a little bit, but you can't see it. So I have to paint them on. So if you ever see me with one eyebrow, somebody tell me you only have one eyebrow. One eyebrow. All right, let's see what I can find. Now it shows that they're live. Oh, you piece of crap. Oh. I really feel bad for Australia. My heart goes out to you in the loss of all those poor souls. It's just, what is going on with this world? This is a time of the year where things should be much nicer. People should be happier. People should be focusing more on love and peace and Thanksgiving, joy to the world and all of that. And it's becoming so much more brutal. Oh my gosh, y'all. We got a new disaster. I kid you not. FBI has an announcement. This is, of course, I can tell by the flag, California IA. I used to live in California IA. All right, let's see what they say.
My name is Akil Davis, Assistant Director in Charge of FBI Los Angeles. I'm going to announce our speakers in order. It will be First Assistant United States Attorney Bill Asaley, myself, then Chief of Police Jim McDonald, Sheriff Robert Luna, and then Chief of Police for Palm Springs Police Department. So without further, I'm going to turn over to the United States Attorney.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Asaley. I'm the head of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California. Over the weekend, my office, along with the FBI, arrested members of a far-left, anti-government domestic terror cell who self-identify as the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The individuals were arrested on Friday, December 12th, when the group attempted to construct and detonate IEDs out in the desert. In addition to the arrests, we executed several search warrants throughout the nation. I want to thank our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Louisiana, U.S. Attorney Zach Keller, and the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Lee Foley, for providing valuable assistance over the weekend with a very complex and coordinated search warrants that were done. The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice.
Okay, guys, we're going to stop there. We'll come back to it. We are in court. I want to hear if there's any shenanigans because this pisses me off. The witness is already on the stand. Here we go. Oh, he's in hearing aids too. I see them.
For this one, you did. And that's submitted as exhibit taken out of the living room, and you were taking pictures as exhibit
And the 24th.
I'm gonna resume there, okay?
Okay.
I've put the binder exhibit number 30, which contains your reports on the desk in front of you if you need to refer to that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. So you were there on the first day you did the Pharaoh.
Correct.
The second day you came and you were there the 18th and 19th, and then came back on the 20th, and you took 271 photos. I think that's where we were.
I was there the 18th and the 20th and the 21st.
Correct. The 18th through the 19th?
Yes, overnight. Yes.
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 And then on the 20th, you came back at 1:40 in the afternoon, and then you took some photographs.
Correct.
We had gone through the alley.
Yes, sir.
And we were inside the house.
Correct.
And we were starting the living room.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 306. That's what I have as my last photograph that we went over. And that's been admitted. There we go. Correct?
Correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
And that's one that you took.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you. Well, let me go back. Those little L's that are in there, those are the things that were put by the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
And you were taking pictures of that, and that's the overall.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you it's marked as 307. That's been admitted. That's just a close-up of the living room, correct?
Correct.
308. Close-up
Yes,
of
sir.
L11, correct?
Yes.
And you went through the living room, and at that point, all the furniture was either taken out of the living room or pushed back. Is that correct?
From the photographs you showed me, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 306. Again, the couch is pushed back against the front entrance stair.
Yes.
And you were there on the 18th.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as exhibit number 128. That, do you recall, that is how the sunken living room looked on the 18th/19th when you were going to do the Pharaoh?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 127. Is that how it looked as well?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 221. What is that?
The living room.
And that's looking towards the dining room, correct?
Correct.
And that's exhibit number 221. It's all been admitted. So would you agree that the couch had been moved?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I would.
Okay, I'm not going to go through all the close-ups. We already went through those on direct. I want to talk to you about, just one second, I got to get, the photographs that have orange in them. Okay?
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 303. And that has a orange tint to it, correct?
Correct.
And that has been chemically treated, correct?
That would be a question for the lab. How are they chemically treated?
Okay. You don't use a filter in your camera, correct?
Unless it's needed.
For this one, you did not use a filter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the way that this photograph is taken is the use of light, correct? That's a bad question. The chemical process that is used by the crime scene folks reacts to a certain light that you have, correct?
The lights and the chemical processing was why the lab was there with us, so those would be questions best asked for them.
You didn't change anything to the makeup of this, you just took the picture.
Yes, sir.
And that's 303.
Yes.
304 is L5A.
Correct.
And it's same process, same thing.
Correct.
Even though the tone is different, they're the same, right?
Same process. If they needed a different light or a different filter, that would be what the crime lab could describe to you for each photo.
I want to talk to you about what you did on the 21st. Okay?
Okay.
So on the 21st, you came back to the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you came back to process the scene along with Mark Carpenter.
Correct.
And he's your lead.
Yes.
And there were a number of detectives there as well.
Correct.
There was Detective McWilliams.
Correct.
And he was the case agent at that point, correct?
Correct.
And he and lead Mark Carpenter talked to you about that you were going to collect a bunch of items, correct?
Correct.
And this was the big stuff, correct?
Yes.
And it was kind of all hands on deck, crime scene folks and detectives that were there, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you had a box truck.
Correct.
And that you and the other personnel, I'm just going to call you all personnel for right now, were there, and you were first marking the items that were to be collected.
Correct.
And we talked about the couch, but before I get there, there were a number of glass tables in the living room.
Correct.
And you and the other personnel, you collected those, correct?
Correct.
And you collected the couch.
Correct.
And to collect the couch, you started from kind of the top down first. Is that correct?
Correct.
You took the throw pillows.
Correct.
You took the actual cushions.
Correct.
You took the actual frame of the couch.
Correct.
And you put that in the box truck.
Yes, sir.
And when you guys were moving that couch around, it was picked up on its side, correct?
I cannot speak for that.
You were there when the bottle was found, correct?
Correct.
And that hadn't been found before.
Correct.
And when when it was found, you were not the person who found it.
I was not.
You were asked to photograph it, correct?
I did not do photos that day.
I apologize. One of the crime scene people was asked to photograph it, correct?
Correct.
And I think that was Amber Metz, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So that was collected, correct? In the dining room, there was a table, correct?
Correct.
And that was also a glass table.
Correct.
And that was collected.
Correct.
There were some chairs.
Yes.
Those were collected as well.
Correct.
And they were all put in this box truck.
Correct.
And then they were impounded.
Yes.
Now, you also took some things from the master bedroom.
Yes.
You took the bedding.
Correct.
In the guest bedroom, you took the bedding.
Correct.
In the hallway, I'm going to show you what's marked as 407, or excuse me, 497. Judge, I think we admitted these.
Okay, sorry, just let me check.
496 to 402 have been
Yes,
admitted by stipulation.
correct, and you may publish.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's marked as 497. You see that?
Yes.
Move it down. I think, and those closet doors, for lack of a better word, those were collected.
Correct.
You looked at the back gate latch, number
Correct.
498, and that was collected.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 500. We talked about this on Thursday. That's the deadbolt to the front door.
Correct.
And that was collected.
Yes, sir.
And then we talked about the back patio. I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 501. Can you see this?
Yes.
And there's a number of items on that back patio. There's number PM 86 and PM 87, correct?
Yes.
There's 2 coolers.
Correct.
And there's a number of cans of beer.
Correct.
There's some bottles of beer.
Correct.
And those are on top of the coolers.
Yes.
Those were collected.
86 as the bottle and 87, yes.
And there's, on 501, there's a floaty device. That was not collected, correct?
Not by myself, no.
And the outside furniture was not collected, correct?
Not by myself, no.
And I'm going to go back inside again, inside the bedroom, the master bedroom. You collected the knobs that were on the dresser, correct?
I impounded them. They were taken off by CSS Carpenter.
And also on the nightstand as well.
Correct.
And then in the kitchen, there were some knobs. I think Ms. Otis called it the hardware in the kitchen. That was collected and impounded, correct?
In the kitchen or the...
Kitchen as well.
Okay, I would have to check my notes.
Go ahead if you want.
Correct, yes. The cabinet in the kitchen.
And also the laundry room.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
So basically, the Scottsdale Police Department, along with the different arms, collected all the knobs, correct?
Correct.
All the light switches.
Yes, sir.
And a lot of furniture.
Swabs of the switches, but yes, sir.
I think that's okay. Then you talked about on Friday that you processed the north-south hallway for fingerprints.
Yes, on Thursday I spoke about the north-south hallway, testing it for fingerprints. Yes.
And that's like a visual inspection?
I processed it with black latent print powder.
Okay, and that means that you took a little brush and brushed it on, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for latent prints?
Yes, I was.
And you also looked at the floor?
Yes, I did.
And you did the same thing?
Correct.
And there were no fingerprints or no prints that you found, correct?
Correct.
Let me just check in with my team.
No, you're fine.
Just 1 second. I just have a couple questions, but I have to find the correct exhibits for that. So I want to talk to you about the bottle that was found. I know you didn't photograph it, but you were there, correct?
I was called over when it was found, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 561, which has been admitted. See that?
Yes.
And that's how it was found, correct?
When, as far as I know, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 562. Is that just a close-up of the bottle?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 566. Is that your finger?
No, sir.
But that is the bottle, correct?
Correct.
And I want to make sure my notes are correct, but I asked you, if you recall, about the laundry basket on top of the laundry machine. Do you recall that?
I have not been asked about the laundry basket, sir.
Okay, then I. Just a second. I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 227. You recall that?
The resident.
You can kind of see where my finger is.
Yes, sir.
Do you see that laundry basket?
Yes.
Sorry. 48. I just need a second, Judge.
Okay.
They're out of order. This is my last group of questions, Your Honor, so I just need to find the one I'm looking for. Do you recall that laundry basket being on the top of the washer, dryer? I think it's the dryer. When you took photographs on the day that you took the 271?
I can't recall.
Would you agree that some things, when you took the photographs, had been moved?
Due to processing reasons, yes.
Okay, and things get removed, they get moved around, but they're looked at and documented before they're moved, correct?
Correct.
And that's the goal of making sure that you have an overall on the first day.
Yes, sir.
Then as things get processed, you use different photo markers, correct?
If it's being marked as evidence, yes.
And that ensures that each item that is being processed as evidence is photographed in its place, correct?
Correct.
And then if there's, like we've talked about, letters and numbers, correct?
Correct.
That can mean that lab personnel did one set of markers, correct?
Correct.
And then the crime scene folks did another set of markers.
Correct.
And they may overlap, correct?
Correct.
We've heard about PMH being the same as PM50, correct?
Correct.
And it's the same area that was swabbed or looked at.
This is definitely a freaking Monday. I hate Monday.
Judge, I'm not going to waste the jury's time with this part. Can't find the photograph that I'm looking for.
Okay.
You know which number it is? Oh. My co-counsel has given it to me. Would you agree that there's no laundry basket there?
Yes, I would.
And there's a trash bag outside next to the garbage can, is that correct?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Oh, wait, I might have another question, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I don't have any other questions. Judge, may I have permission to take the exhibits back to the table and put them in the correct order?
Any issues with the state?
No, I don't need.
Okay.
these any.
And yes, you may.
Thank you.
And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Just 1 second, Aaron.
Good morning. I just have a very few questions for you. I'm going to start where Mr. Kirschler left off. When you took that last photograph that he showed you, I can't recall the exhibit number, it might have been 261, I believe, that he had put up on the screen. When you were taking those 271 photos, that was on February 20th of 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we are at day 3 of processing of the scene.
Correct.
So on the 18th, things were processed. On the 19th, things were processed. So by this time, fair to say certain things had been moved, collected, which could explain why something that might have been there on the 18th was no longer in its original position on the 20th.
Correct.
One question about Mr. Kirchler called it a box truck. I wanted to confirm with you that clearly you collected a long
list of items as indicated in your and that wouldn't be touching, for example, this podium that I'm touching.
That wasn't me.
That also would have been packaged in some protective type of packaging that was collected.
Correct. Everything that was taken was individually wrapped and packaged.
And the importance of that is what?
So there's no cross-contamination between items.
And my final question, Ms. Hauntz, is I'm going to take you all the way back to the very first thing you did after the Pharaoh. So that would have been, I believe, the first task that you had on the 20th, which was going into the alley. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I did.
I know it was pretty early on Thursday. You mentioned, well, we discussed, and the word was used more by defense counsel as in being footprints. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I want to clarify with you. You had used, when I had you up on direct examination, I think the terminology of possible partial prints or footprints. Can you explain why you use the word possible?
When we say possible, it is because it's a partial area that's an impression in the dirt. So my job is not to determine what it belongs to, just that I identified that area. And that's for lab personnel to review the impression to see what it goes to or what it could possibly be, or if there's anything to examine.
So fair to say it's possible it's not a footprint.
Correct.
At the time that you are capturing it, it is a pattern that is in the dirt that you are documenting.
Yes.
And then at some point, somebody who has a different set of training and experience will then put value to, or not, to anything that is captured and or documented in those photographs.
Correct.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. And does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness?
Yay!
And
Yes, we love
seeing none-
questions.
Oh, I see one. Thank you. We'll collect that at that time.
Jury questions. Yay! I love them because we get an idea what the jury is thinking.
And counsel, you may approach.
If those two female attorneys switch places, you wouldn't know who's for who from looking at them from the back. Their hair and body style are so much similar, I wouldn't be able to tell them apart. I wouldn't.
And I have a couple follow-up questions for you from the jury.
Yes, of course.
The first question is a laundry basket picture showing it missing. On what day was that picture taken?
The photographs I took were from the 20th.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
Just very briefly. And the photograph that I showed you with the laundry basket and the trash bag in the kitchen was from the first day, correct?
Correct.
And that was the 18th of February.
Correct.
And you were there on the 20th taking the 271 pictures.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything for you.
Any redirect?
No.
And the next question is, as shown in the picture of laundry basket, date each were taken, i.e. in picture, then not in picture, if you know. And I can repeat that if you like.
Yes.
Okay, it says, as shown picture of laundry basket, date each were taken, i.e. in picture, then not in picture.
Correct. I think as he just stated, the 18th of February was when the original picture was taken. The second picture I took was on the 20th of February.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You may step down. Thank you. And the state may call our next witness. And sir, I'll have you come up here to the podium. And we'll have you sworn in.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It has been a very chaotic month.
my
I will
Paul
tell
Murrell.
you, I'm glad that
M-U-L,
this year's ending.
M-U-R-R-E-L-L.
Next year's got to be better. That's what I said last year.
And I'll have you take a seat up here, sir, in the witness box. Thank you. And I'll just ask that you pull that microphone to you and speak loudly and clearly into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Sure. I'm Paul Murrell. I'm a recently retired firefighter for the city of Scottsdale.
And how do you spell your last name?
M-U-R-R-E-L-L.
Thank you.
Mhm.
How long have you been retired?
Oh, about 2.5 weeks.
All right.
Oh,
You having any fun yet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Prior to your retirement, how long were you a firefighter for the city of Scottsdale?
Just short of 25 years with Scottsdale.
All right, sir. Can you give us, a brief overview of your training and experience during those 25 years?
You bet. So I've actually been in the fire service for almost 30, but there's certain state requirements, firefighter 1 and 2. It's part of a fire science degree program. EMT, hazmat certifications, FAA certifications for the airport, and various other career tasks, if you will.
Yes, sir. So 30 minus 25 is 5, I think. So what did the other 5 years, what were you doing?
Well, it was with the Rural Metro Fire Department, and it became Scottsdale in 2005.
Oh, gotcha. All right, sir. Can you explain for us a little bit? Let's take a normal, if there are normal days, a regular work day. Are you assigned to a particular station?
That's correct.
And let's say you receive a call of a possible fire in a residence. Would it be a team? And it's just one engine that's needed. All right. Is there an assigned team working together on that day?
Yes, it's a crew of 4 that is on any particular fire engine, and it goes captain, engineer, and 2 people in the back, basically.
All righty. And on different days, would you have a different assignment within that team?
Yes, I was also what they call an acting engineer, so I would be a driver at days if they needed me to drive, I would drive. But outside of that, it was pretty much just the core group.
All righty. I want to take it to February the 18th, 2015. I have some questions that day about a scene on Monterey Way in the city of Scottsdale that you may have responded to. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the address.
Did your team proceed to a scene in a residence on Monterey Way?
I Like I said, I'm not sure of the address, what street it was, to be honest with you. Once again, I was riding backwards in the back of the truck, so I wasn't driving. But plus, it's 10 years ago plus. But I don't know the address to the
Your Honor, we have
particular address.
Yeah, we have a stipulation to the introduction of Exhibit 581.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 581 into evidence.
And then 582 through 585.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
It's also ordered admitting 582 through 585.
So when you respond to a particular scene, is a report prepared?
A report? Yes. Yes. We're
And-
dispatched through a computer system. The captain and the engineer get us to the appropriate place, and then there's a report that's written.
And would there be the address on that report?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 581. And I don't know about your eyes, but I'm going to try to make it a little.
There we go.
Do you see the address?
I do.
8526 East Monterey, correct?
That's correct.
Date of service, it says February the 18th, 2015. And then it in military time, but it appears to be around 4:06 p.m. Would that be right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on this particular day, when you arrived at this, first of all, do you remember going or arriving at this particular scene?
I do. It wasn't our first due. We were driving through an area and we got tagged because we were the closest engine to the scene.
And what had you been doing prior to that, your team?
We were down at our south training yard doing some training for a few hours.
All right. And what time had your day started, if you recall?
Well, we work 24-hour shifts, so it starts at 8 o'clock in the morning and goes to the next day.
All righty. When you arrived at that particular scene, who was your captain?
Captain Vaughn, Jimmy Vaughn.
And what was your role once you arrived?
Once we arrived, my role was to proceed. It was an emergency medical call that we were going on, and my role was to go to the cabinet on the truck that carries all of our emergency medical gear and to grab some gear.
All righty. When your team arrived, had Scottsdale Police arrived on the scene yet?
No, sir. We were there really quick because we were driving through the area.
All right, sir. And do you recall a young man outside of the house who was on the phone?
I do. When I came around the truck, because I was on the engineer side of the truck, the left side of the truck, I came around the truck. He was in the driveway talking on the phone.
Were you close enough to him to observe any of his emotional state or condition?
Not really. I mean, I could tell he was on the phone, so he obviously wasn't the reason we were there because he was speaking and all that. So I came around and my back would be to him to get the equipment out of the truck, and I turned around and he was standing there.
All righty. Did you talk to him at all?
No, sir.
Now, what was the call for service?
If I recall right, it came out as a difficulty breathing, and it might have been upgraded to what's known as a code.
And I want to ask you something in terms of Scottsdale's fire department policy. Let's assume you were called to a scene, not this one, a scene, and as part of the report that your team would have received was possible shooting, possible gunfire inside of a residence. Would your team enter that residence before police?
No, sir. We would stage is what it's called.
Why?
For our safety and everybody's safety until the police get there. We don't,
Okay. So if I understand you, you'd wait for police officers to respond to the residents and make certain that it's safe for you to enter.
that's correct. They'll clear the residence, if you will, and they'll tell dispatch that we're clear to proceed in, type of thing.
So why didn't that happen in this case?
Well, once again, we were right on top of this thing. We got there really quick. We got there before the police did, and it came out as some type of medical urgent thing, of difficulty breathing or code or something like that for. And so we, get our gear and we proceed in. There wasn't any hazards that were coupled into the dispatch or anything like that.
All righty.
It just sounded like a normal emergency medical call.
So did you enter the residence?
I did.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about what you did while you were there, but at any point, did you observe any kind of unusual or strong odor?
Yeah, as soon as I got up to the door, I was carrying boxes in my arms, and the first thing I noticed was the real pungent smell of chlorine or a bleach or something like that.
Then you entered the residence, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I'm sorry, yes. Yes, we did.
All righty. And did all 4 of your team members enter the residence?
We did. So we were a little staggered. So the captain was first, and the lead paramedic. I was getting the gear, so I was actually behind everybody and followed them into the house.
All right. I'll have some photographs to show you in just a moment, but what do you recall you first saw when you entered did you go into the front door?
Yes.
Yeah. Other than the odor, visually, what did you observe?
When I walked in, well, first thing, the smell of bleach, it wasn't like immediately back out of this is a hazard type of thing. But it just, okay, somebody got carried away with bleach. And I was thinking that's probably the cause of the difficulty breathing. But as you enter a scene, it's just common that you scan around. You're looking for a type of patient on the ground or sitting somewhere having difficulty breathing is what I was looking for. So I stepped in and I just was scanning it was kind of if I remember right, it was kind of an open type floor plan. So you could see across the house and everything. But
did you see anyone standing up?
No.
And did you observe, first of all, in your 25 years, have you responded to possible homicide scenes?
Well, sure. Possible, if it's a possible, we're going to count it as it is, and that would put us into the staging and wait for the police to get there and clear it and all that.
Well, what I'm asking you, what I wanted to get to was, do you have any experience seeing blood in a scene?
Sure. Absolutely.
And when you entered this residence, did you observe anything that at least appeared to you to be blood?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
Well, as you walk in, you're scanning. Once again, your first thought is you're looking for somebody medical need. So that's why we're there. But you just start picking up as you're scanning the environment that you're going into. First, there's a smell of bleach. And second, I believe it was on the floor, possibly, maybe on a little bit of a wall. But as you're scanning, you start seeing blood. But it went pretty quick because right after I had all those thoughts and I was doing the scanning is when the lead of the group.
All righty. And then at some point, did you become aware that a young lady's body was laying on the floor?
Yeah, so as we fanned in, the lead group went to the left, I went to the right. We're looking for somebody in need. And that's when I believe it was the captain that said, we've got somebody here.
Then what did you do?
I went in that direction and we, the lead medic asked me to put the heart monitor on and run a strip is what we call it.
All righty. And what were the results of that?
It was assisted leave, so she was deceased.
Did you take note of her body temperature? And I don't mean the degree, but or did one of you do that?
I'm sure they did. I mean, we're in there, and she was lying supine on her back, and to me, she was very pale.
Was there anything covering her face?
Her entire face, her whole cranium was wrapped in some type of towel or what looked to be like a flannel shirt or something, and it was soaked in blood, matted kind of thing.
Did you or any member of your crew proceed anywhere else in the home?
No.
So once, at some point then, based upon the device the heart monitor you employed, at least in your opinion, was she dead?
Yes.
At that point, what did the four of you do?
We immediately left. Since we got what's called the strip, we ran a paper strip of the assisted line. We immediately left and it went back out the front door.
Once you observed blood, or what you thought might be blood in the residence, did you make an effort to avoid possibly interfering with any physical evidence that might be there?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, if you'll give me just a moment.
Sure. And just a reminder, if you could just give me a heads up on any sensitive photos. Thank you.
I'm going to say this. I am not going to get in a car and drive anywhere because everything I'm doing is freaking falling apart. I broke my last needle and I got to go buy more needles. This is a Monday, y'all. I had such a good weekend. Why does it have to be such a bad Monday? Can someone help me, please? I'll go later tonight and get it done. Oh, it's a Monday. It's a Monday, y'all. It's a Monday. Not a fun day.
All right, sir, I want to show you a couple of photographs that are in evidence. First would be Exhibit 127. Let me ask you to assume for me that this is a photograph taken on the 18th of February.
Okay.
Showing this, at least this area of the residence as it appeared when police entered. All right, sir?
Okay.
And that this has been, where I'm pointing here, has been identified as the front door.
Yes, sir.
So if you could explain to the jury, please, when you enter that door, you said you looked around. Where were you standing at that point?
More towards the steps that go down into that area. So I had three people ahead of me in that short little hallway right there. I was just entering and I kind of veered to the right and I was scanning that room.
All right.
For any need.
Did you walk down into that recessed area?
Yeah, as I can recall, I might have stepped on the first step or something.
All right.
So I could see around the corner. Now,
Exhibit 128. again, assume for me that the testimony has been that this photograph was taken on the 18th. Looking down that hallway after Miss Feldman's body had been removed. All right, sir.
Okay.
Is that the hallway where your team entered?
Yes, sir.
And then did you come out the same way?
We did.
Excuse me. Do you recall the names of your team, last names?
Yes, I do.
Who was your captain?
Captain Vaughn.
All right. Yourself, of course. Who were the other two gentlemen?
The engineer driving the truck was Engineer Arrington. And then the lead medic sitting in the back with me was Dave Gonzalez.
So after your team exited the residence, did police arrive?
At some point, yeah, as we were.
Did you remain at the scene for a while?
We did, yeah.
Excuse me, did anyone take your picture?
Yeah, the police took our pictures. And
did they pay particular attention to your footwear?
yes, we had pictures taken of our feet, our boots.
I'm going to go through the Exhibit 583. And again, Urel, your last name, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
That is.
Some 10 years ago.
Yeah, not quite as great, but yeah.
And are these photographs of the shoes you were wearing, including the soles?
Well, they are duty boots, so they look like the pictures they took of me.
Alrighty.
And was that all 583 or were the other pictures different numbers?
582 would be Mr. Arrington. 584. Let's see. Who's this?
I can't see the face.
Oh, sorry.
According to the shirt, it's Dave. Yep, there's Dave.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay.
He was the lead paramedic.
All right. And I think I neglected to show you who is this?
Yes, that's Engineer Arrington.
And
that's Exhibit 582, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez was 584. And 583 was Mr. Murrell. 585. Who's that?
That's Captain Vaughn.
All right. including the soles.
Well, they are duty boots, so they look like the pictures they took of me.
Alrighty.
And was that all 583 or were the other pictures different numbers?
582 would be Mr. Arrington. 584. Let's see. Who's this?
I can't see the face.
Oh, sorry.
According to the shirt, it's Dave. Yep, there's Dave.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay.
He was the lead paramedic.
All right. And I think I neglected to show you who is this?
Yes, that's Engineer Arrington.
And
that's Exhibit 582, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez was 584 and 580. Yes.
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. And cross-examination, Ms. Barco Penanuri, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Morrell.
Good morning.
After you exited the scene, you were interviewed by police, correct?
That's correct.
And you told the police that you had stepped into the sunken living room area after entering the home, correct?
I did.
And the reason you told the police about this is because you thought it was possible they might find your footprint in the house.
That's correct.
And the police did collect your boots to get footwear impressions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They also took photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
They also collected your DNA sample.
Yes, ma'am.
And over the course of your career, you've received some basic training in relating to crime scene awareness and preservation, correct?
Training, sure. Mostly it's just a full cooperation with the police department, the fire department. They don't park on top of our hoses, and we'd be careful when we're on their scenes.
Understood. You never received any specific training relating to DNA transfer, correct?
No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware of.
One moment. Testified that you were in charge, I believe, of placing the heart monitor and leads on the victim. Did you have to touch her body in order to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any redirect by the state?
No, no.
Does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused subject to recall. And sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yes, please approach.
hold on. Come on. There I am. I don't know what's going on. It's glitching like crazy over here. I had a little scare with Nala. She's fine, June. She's fine, but we had a scare. Didn't know what happened. I went and I made a sandwich for lunch and I gave her a piece of meat and she started freaking out and screaming. Yeah, I got a scratch. And I had to deal with her. I don't know what happened, but the stream, it's guys, this has been one of the worst Mondays I think we've had in ages, but thank you guys for sticking with us. And she tore my shirt. The monkeys get scared. They get real scared quick, and it's not an easy thing to deal with. But something scared her. We don't know what. Matt and I were dealing with it. Don't know what happened. Could have been something outside that I can't hear. So we're all good. Monkey Buck's fine. But when Monkey Buck gets scared, it's very loud, and it sounds like we're fighting. And it sounds like, we're killing her. We're not. She's just screaming. And she's in her cage. And don't try to get her out of the cage when she's like that because it's going to be bad. So I got to the cage to try to calm her down. And she clawed at my shirt and ripped it. It's okay. I hate this thing. I'm only wearing this because it was right in my hand. It's so hot. So hot. So anyway, what we're going to do is, June, let me get my feed up and we'll switch feeds. I'm not asking to copy the dang StreamYard code. Share screen. And there we go. Sheen squared. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a life with a monkey. It's been real stressful around here, guys, lately, I'll be honest, with everything that's been going on. And she can feel the stress. We're all good. We're all good. So we on. I don't want to hear your music. Thank you very much. All right. I made a sandwich and I went to give her food and she went to take it. And then all of a sudden something startled her and we don't know what. It's what it is. Okay. So the Ian trial, I'm trying to switch gears in my head and it's because we've been nothing but Walshe. Has been primary. But I'm disappointed. I was trying to finish that hat. I want to get it off in the mail in the next day or two. I will. I broke my last needle. I mean, it's just crazy. Everything that's going wrong can go wrong today. So nothing else go wrong, please. So I'm going to do a quick overview on days 7 and 8 of the Ian MITCHAM trial. We really need to, just so for some of the new people who are just hopping on, who or may not have been following this trial very, very much, we're going to go ahead and do a quick recap. Whew. See, I'm hot, I'm cold. So, victim is Allison Fieldman, 31, found beaten to death in her Scottsdale home on February 15th. The defendant is Ian MITCHAM, charged with first-degree redrum and burglary. The Familia DNA testing linked MITCHAM to the crime, making it the first time Arizona has used familial DNA in a redrum case. The trial started on November 12th, after 11 years since she was unalive. Now, we're going to go back to day 7, focus on the evidence the prosecutors presented, crime scene filings. Okay, I'm on. Including the DNA sample, the physical evidence collected in the Fieldman's home. Another witness testimony was a law enforcement officer testified about how the evidence was preserved and processed. The MITCHAM's attorney began pressing on the reliability of DNA evidence, suggesting the contamination or alternative explanations. Media coverage emphasized that the cold case breakthrough and the emotional weight of the testimony for the Fieldman's family. So today, it resumed very late. Not happy about that. And they, of course, once the court resumed, it continued the questioning about the forensic evidence. Defense attorneys challenged the familial DNA match, arguing it was not conclusive to the pointing towards the possibility of other suspects. The prosecution's the prosecution reinforced that Mitcham's DNA was found at the crime scene and tied directly to Fieldman's red room. The coverage noted Scottsdale residents closely followed the proceedings, giving the case notoriety and long delay. So the key takeaways for day 7 was the evidence, prosecution, and police testimony dominated the day. Today, right now, the DNA evidence is becoming central battleground for the defense, rising doubts. Overall, this trial is shaping up to be a forensic showdown, with prosecution relying on DNA science and the defense questioning reliability. So that is where we are at this point. Well, Ari, I want to get them to you for Christmas. The 2 that I know were Christmas gifts, right? But I can do that. I mean, I'm working on them. Now that everything's coming down, I can really sit and work. But I got to go get needles, and I'm terrified to get behind the car because today has been a fight with everyone and everything. I had such a great weekend. I thought, come back to a Monday from hell. And then again, that's kind of where things happen. I'm sorry Jemmer isn't feeling very well today. We will be praying for him to feel better soon. So, June, are we on a lunch break or just a courtroom break? I can't imagine we being on a lunch break since they started an hour ago. I want to see this section again.
I think I neglected to show you who is this?
Yes, that's Engineer Arrington.
And
that's Exhibit 582, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez was 584, and 583 was Mr. Murrell, 585. Who's that?
That's Captain Vaughn.
All right.
I'll see what I can do. You've been amazing. Thank you.
My last question, I believe, would be, did you ever know an Ian Mitcham?
Did you say Ian?
Yes.
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And cross-examination, Ms. Barco Penanori, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Morrow.
Good morning.
After you exited the scene, you were interviewed by police, correct?
That's correct.
And you told the police that you had stepped into the sunken living room area after entering the home, correct?
I did.
And the reason you told the police about this is because you thought it was possible they might find your footprint in the house.
That's correct.
And the police did collect your boots to get footwear impressions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They also took photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
They also collected your DNA sample.
Yes, ma'am.
And over the course of your career, you've received some basic training in relating to crime scene awareness and preservation, correct?
Training, sure. Mostly it's just a full cooperation with the police department, the fire department. They don't park on top of our hoses, and we be careful when we're on their scenes.
Understood. You never received any specific training relating to DNA transfer, correct?
No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware of.
One moment. Earlier, you testified that you were in charge, I believe, of placing the heart monitor and leads on the victim. Did you have to touch her body in order to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any redirect by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused subject to recall. And sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yes, please approach.
I click on and it won't turn on. Okay, can y'all hear me? June, are you asking about my layout? You don't like it? I know a lot of you are used to this and this, but I'm struggling with it a little bit, so I was trying a different layout today. I don't know, I give up. The problem I'm having with this court and the reason why I've selected this layout is because when I'm here, it blocks the witness. Then when I'm over here, I'm blocking part of the judge, and I feel like I'm blocking something all the time. So that's why I'm doing this. So y'all, and I'm going to remove we don't need to keep the Discord thing up all the time, but this way, everything's always visible. I don't have the ASL interpreting on request or my copyright infringement disappearing. I'm just trying this layout to see how I like it because I have had a couple people say that I keep my image of me is blocking court stuff, and people have not been real thrilled with that. I've just been reading some of my YouTube stuff, and I know some people have not been real happy with some of the blocking and some of the stuff that I've been doing. And I guess I'm trying to be just a little more accommodating. And I know some people like 100% full screen. I just am damned if I do and damned if I don't in this world. So I don't know. I guess if you don't like this, let me know. Let me know if you don't like it. I need to make him smaller. Move that over here. Let me reframe. Let me redo this here. It'll give us more room. I just redid that a little bit. Let me see how this works. But when they're putting up evidence and stuff, I've had some complaints that people are not able to see everything because my image is blocking them. So I don't know what to do otherwise. You guys got any ideas? What are your preferences? You're my main peeps. What are your preferences? Feel free to comment. Do you like it 100% full screen where what we're used to seeing? Which, let me show you the difference. Hold on. Let me get this changed out. There we go. That makes it a little smaller. So do you guys like it better like A? But if I skim back, you'll see what I mean. Let me skim back. Are we in lunch? This is okay, but when they do the courtroom like this, see what I mean? So then I come over here. Oops, no. I come over here and I'm covering the judge. Now I'm covering that. You see? That's why I'm trying this. Have a blazy. Let me see if I can get a happy medium here. What if we do this? Is that a little better? Hold on. Is that a little better? I know nothing will please everyone. And it's like, you know, it's like also, you know how I usually put the name of the person on the bottom? That is on the witness stand. Well, in order to do that, I got to have space. And it's frustrating because I don't have enough space when I do this at the bottom right now. So what I'm going to try and do is go back to this. And then I'm going to copy the and make it thinner. I've got to do some finagling because I like having the people testifying names, but I don't like the people complaining that I have their names. It's been an interesting ride this past couple of weeks. June, I'm going to make myself bigger. I don't like myself this small because when I have to interpret, I have 18 different windows that I have to sit here and deal with. And it's frustrating because I can't bounce back and forth quick enough. So I'm just trying to hone everything in. I'm just trying to clean it up a little bit. That's all. I'm just trying to get everything fixed to where I'm trying to clean it up. I'm trying to do something. I want to get your opinion on it before I I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Give me a little bit of Court is on break. Let me go down here. Let me do this. Let me do this. I'm going to show you a different format and see how y'all like it, because where the court is on break is where I'll put the witnesses' names. I like having the witnesses' names up there. But like I said, I'm trying to appease everybody, and I know I'm not going to be able to, but I'm going to do the best I can. Okay, so one reason why I don't like having me so small, June, and everybody, is I also have people who are visually impaired as well as audibly impaired, deaf and hard of hearing. And if I put me too small, some of them cannot read my lips. Some of them have struggles with things. So I'm trying to find a balance. I am seriously trying to find a balance. Let me see if I can zoom for a second. See how tight that is now? Now my head's cut off. See, I don't like that. I feel like I'm a head on a stick. Any more comments, suggestions? I guess I could do that. I don't like it. Let's see. Let me show you. Okay, I feel like a head on a stick. What do y'all think? Is that a good compromise, June, or no? Hold on. My daughter can be so sweet, y'all. She called and I thought she was at work, so that's why I answered, because I thought that was highly unusual for her to call while she's at work, but she got off early. And it was a very emotional weekend, and my daughter's so sweet. She's calling to check on her mama. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen often. So anyway, so let's see. I got to get back to the comments because I was changing things on the phone. Yeah. Yeah, when I'm on the phone, I left it. When I'm on the phone, you'll see a phone icon. Ada's on the phone. I wish I could make it bigger, but I can't. But Ada's on the phone. That way y'all know that I'm on the phone and I'm not talking into me. But look at this, guys. Look at my Santa's favorite, my Highlander cow. I think I'll leave that up there for the moment. I am working on, I want to make a cute Highlander cow for a t-shirt or mug idea. All right, I will. I've got that other thing up and running. Thank you. Come on. Scroll. Oh my God, June, you freaking rock. Okay, guys. As the gavel drops, June, will you drop up that ticker as the gavel drops? I'm going to show this document. Thank you, courtesy of As the Gavel Drops. For those of you who love to read courtroom documents, please go to Discord, go to As the Gavel Drops, join and validate your account, and you too can have access to the beautiful documents like the one I'm going to show you. Oh, Lordy have mercy, y'all. So how do I get rid of this? I don't want this. I don't want this showing. How do I get rid of that? I don't care. Okay. Now this I will go full on. Okay. We have the book. Seriously. Guess that's what we're going to do. We have the booking. Is that it? Nope. Okay. We have the Inmate Information Center. How did they do this, June, in California, when I thought somebody paid for this, y'all? Somebody paid for this. All right. Nick Reiner, booking number 7144668, male, white, felony. Date of birth, 9/14/93, age 32, black hair, black eyes, brown eyes maybe. Height is 6'3", 230 pounds. Date of arrest, 12/14. Date book, 12/15. Male, white, felony. We got that. We got that. Booking location and all that. Agency description, the gang activities. Well, they now do the murder. They also do the murder cases. His eyes are black? Really? $4 million bond. That's $2 million apiece. Wow. Housing. He is in the facility, Inmate Reception Center in Los Angeles, and he will be staying there. There is no way that this man is going to be able to come up with a $4 million bond, but I guess I can't say that. He might. I would be shocked if anybody would pay his bond at this point. But thank you so much, June. And as the gavel drops, I don't like it this close, guys. I can't. Oh, it's too close. It's too far. Too close, too far. That's so much better. I feel like I'm like a head on a stick. Oh, wow. That is so awesome. Thank you so much. And go, like I said, go to Gavel As the Gavel Drops to get your courtroom documents. Thank you so much, As the Gavel Drops. June, you freaking rock. Thank you so much. She is amazing. And Angela, thank you so much for all you're doing in the background. Appreciate you. This is a day of hell on wheels, so I'll be glad when today's over. I'll be glad. I need to reorganize all that, June. I'll fix it later. Yes, he will be housed in the same facility as the Menendez brothers and O.J. Simpson. Mm-hmm. June, are we on a lunch break? Please tell me they're not on a lunch break when they didn't get started until noon my time, or almost 1. Why are we still go? Well, they may need to do a lunch break because all the juries are, the jury may have been there as early as 8 o'clock their time and sat in the jury room. So I could see, that's possible. That is possible. Thank you so much, June. You were so awesome. It is so horrific that we have to go through all this with all these shooters. I want to get away from some of these red room, family red room. I want to get something interesting. Non-family red roomed. Can I just watch my camping movies and feel at peace? Can I just watch my camping movies and feel at peace? I just wish I had a good tent to go camping. I want to get out in the woods. This is really a good time of year to go, actually. It's not too hot, not too cold. I'd rather be cool than hot, that's for sure. I'd rather be cool than hot, for sure. But yeah, I just want to, I want soft and fuzzy right now. Is there anything soft and fuzzy going on? Please. Give me soft and fuzzy. That's interesting. So that judge had asked him to approach after a witness and they haven't come back on the record. I just wonder if the state is resting soon and they're talking about the witnesses and what defense will call. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. I just want warm and fuzzy. Can we get warm and fuzzy, please? Please. Well, this is fuzzy. This had one of those little pockets on it like this, and Monkey Butt tore it. That's okay. I'll sew it. Actually, it's a blessing. Do you know why? It was so stretched out that I didn't like the way it was hanging. So now this is a perfect opportunity for me to reattach it in a place where it won't hang and make me look like I'm pregnant. Oh, honey. Here's my soft and fuzzy. Here's my soft and fuzzy. Y'all, what is it with all this, the killing of families? I mean, it's bad enough that people kill at all. I just am struggling with the familiar red rimmings. I got June's approval on the stream. Yay. If my mod ain't happy, nobody happy. I'm joking, boo. I'm joking, boo. Quit doing that. I don't want to send a link. My settings are not sticking. So if Mod Boss ain't happy, nobody happy. Right, June? You guys, I will do whatever it takes to keep my mods happy. Do you know why? Yeah, but guess why? Because they are the freaking best mods around. I don't want to do this without them. Not that I can't. I don't want to do this or without them. I don't. They are freaking awesome. I need to figure out when I'm going to go visit Miss Angela. Miss Angela. Angela. Oh, I got to talk to my daughter. My daughter on the 23rd is going to Austin. And I'm trying to convince her to come here first. So, Miss Angela, if you guys are amendable, I need to find out. To meet, I was going to drop my daughter off at her grandmother's in Austin and then make my way up to you guys. If that's a consideration. And if it's not, it's okay. I understand. Everybody's got their family stuff going on, but I got to get that gift worked out. Yes, I got to get that gift fixed. My mod said right when I said if my mod boss ain't right, nobody happy. My mod ain't happy, nobody happy. Okay, we're going to go back over here real quick. I forgot about this. The FBI announces an arrest to thwart a New Year's Eve.
September 2025, now for the weekend, with a very complex and coordinated search warrants that were done. The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed, coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice. This investigation was initiated in part due to the September 2025 executive order signed by President Trump to root out left-wing domestic terror organizations in our country, such as Antifa and other radical groups like the Turtle Island Liberation Front. As the president made clear, recent attacks across the country have highlighted the grave threats posed by these far-left domestic terror groups. These threats are sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, and direct policy outcomes, and prevent the proper functioning of a democratic society. In direct response to the president's order, the Attorney General issued a memo to our offices implementing and mobilizing federal law enforcement to prioritize and counter domestic terrorism and political violence investigations. As a result of those directives, we built this case. Both my office and the FBI have invested substantial resources into investigating and charging these organizations. And if anyone does not believe that members of these groups are organized, sophisticated, and extremely violent, let me tell you about the plot in this case. The four defendants are Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. The pictures, I think we have them somewhere. We'll put them up here. Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Dante Gaffield, 24. And Tina Lay, 41. Each from the Los Angeles area. Each is charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device in violation of Title 26, United States Code Section 5861D. We intend to file additional charges in the coming weeks as we finish reviewing the evidence. The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which according to their own social media is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a member of the Order of the Black Lotus. Carroll described this group to her co-conspirators as everything radical. As detailed in the federal complaint, which we will now make public, in November 2025, defendant Carroll created a detailed bombing plot to use explosive devices to attack 5 or more locations across Southern California on this upcoming New Year's Eve. Carroll and her co-defendant, Zachary Page, led the effort to obtain and build the bombs and to recruit others to join in their plot. Carol's bomb plot was explicit. It included a step-by-step instructions to build IEDs or improvised explosive devices and listed multiple targets across Orange County and Los Angeles. Carol also made clear her desires. She said, quote, "What we are doing will be considered a terrorist act." Carol and Page also discussed plans for follow-up attacks after their bombings, which included plans to target ICE agents and vehicles with pipe bombs. Carol stated that those plans would, quote, "take some of them out and scare the rest." Throughout early December, the co-conspirators discussed their plans during an in-person meeting in Los Angeles and through an encrypted messaging application. As part of the plan, the 4 defendants planned to build test bombs in the Mojave Desert. You're going to hear more details about the bombs they intended to build and how the operation went down in the desert here shortly from the FBI Assistant Director in charge. In preparation for the plan, the co-conspirators purchased multiple pieces of bomb-making materials and discussed their travel plans to the desert. Last Friday, December 12th, the defendants took a significant step to carry out their plans. They traveled to the remote campsite, which you're going to see some video of, in the desert, and they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device. Shortly after the defendants were taken into custody, the FBI executed multiple search warrants, including at the defendants' Southern California residence and other locations throughout the country. I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carol's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine," and quote, "Death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front." In Page's residence, law enforcement found a copy of the detailed bomb attack plan. This case is another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to public safety and the rule of law. Through the tireless work of our prosecutors in my office and our law enforcement partners, which you will hear from today, we disrupted this terror plot before buildings were demolished or innocent people were killed. But this is not the end of our work. My office is committed to extinguishing the far left terror threats that we face and will continue to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 4 defendants arrested will make their initial appearance this afternoon at the federal court in downtown Los Angeles. They are each considered innocent until proven guilty. I will now turn it over to the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI LA office, Akil Davis.
Good morning. Again, my name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Division. As we're all aware, we've had a busy weekend in this country and abroad with bad news incidents one after another. Today, we are announcing a major victory in our collective effort to protect the American people. The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force intercepted a scheme by members of a violent extremist group we believe determined to detonate explosives at multiple businesses on New Year's Eve. Last Friday, the FBI arrested 4 of those subjects near 29 Palms in San Bernardino County while they planned and rehearsed their attack. The 4 subjects are members of a radical faction of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, TILF, a violent, homegrown anti-government group. The subject arrested envisioned planting backpacks with improvised explosive devices to be detonated at multiple locations in Southern California, targeting U.S. companies. These bombs were to blow up at the same time on midnight this New Year's Eve. The plan stated that the IEDs would be complex pipe bombs. It included instructions on how to manufacture the bombs and contained guidance on how to avoid leaving evidence behind that could be traced back to them. Our investigation uncovered evidence in that the group would test the explosives in the desert. And we're going to show footage of that here in a second. We learned that the alleged co-conspirators had recently started acquiring precursor chemicals and other items necessary to accomplish this task. In recent days, the alleged co-conspirators discussed plans to travel to the desert on the 12th to detonate the explosives. Knowing this, the FBI's JTTF and the FBI Los Angeles field office staged multiple SWAT teams, special agent bomb technicians, our evidence response team, along with the FBI's elite hostage rescue team in the desert to disrupt this plan before any harm could occur. Because of this, we were able to disrupt their plan. All 4 group members were taken into custody without incident. The TILF Instagram account publicly posts content that advocates for violence against United States officials. A recent post called for a revolution and asked for supporters to organize and be ready. The FBI, as you have seen here, can also organize and be ready. We could not have accomplished these arrests without the exceptional assistance from our partners on the Joint Terrorism Task Force. I specifically want to thank the following agencies, as you see up here today: the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Palm Springs Police Department, along with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. I also want to recognize the following FBI field offices as this investigation crossed the entire country: the New Orleans Division, the Buffalo Division, Indianapolis Division, and the Boston Division, who, as you all know, have had their hands full this weekend. In fact, an additional was arrested by our partners at FBI New Orleans in support of this investigation. I will now turn it over to the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald. There you go, Jim.
Well, thank you and good morning, and we appreciate you being here today. Los Angeles Police Department is proud to stand alongside our federal, state, and local partners today to announce the arrest stemming from a coordinated domestic terror plot. The case underscores the persistent.
Okay, we've heard a lot of that. We've got something else that's popped, and I want to make sure we get it before we go to lunch. We have time, we'll come back to that. But right now, I want to show this. This is the grandparents of the girl that was found on the cruise ship dead. Speak out.
Who was found dead on a Carnival cruise ship, as the girl's stepbrother could be facing charges. Victor Kendo's in Miami. Good morning, Victor.
Good morning, George. This is a very tight-knit family. We met Anna Kepner's grandparents just after they learned the cause of death, and they shared some very painful details about what happened on that cruise ship.
This morning, for the first time, the grandparents of 18-year-old Anna Kepner, who died on a Carnival Horizon cruise ship earlier this month, breaking their silence.
I just screamed. I couldn't stop screaming.
Barbara and Jeffrey Kepner were on board the 7-day cruise in the Caribbean with their son, his wife, and their grandchildren, enjoying time as a family. Anna staying with her brother and stepbrother in a stateroom, seen here.
Do you remember the last time that you saw Anna?
We had dinner. Anna wasn't feeling well. She just said, Mima, I think I'm going to go back to my room for a little bit. And she must have felt better because she got dressed up and she came down. We were playing in the casino. She didn't win anything. And she said, Mima, I love you guys. I'll see you later. And we never saw her again after that.
The next morning, an announcement over the ship's broadcast system changed everything.
They called for a medical alert team to go to a stateroom. And when they said the number, I recognized the number immediately. The room steward that was going in to clean the room is the one that found her.
She was found concealed under the bed. I was told that she pulled back the mattress and found Anna.
What did the FBI say was the official cause of death?
The FBI contacted my son and family and told us her cause of death was asphyxiation.
Anna's grandmother said one possibility they're considering, whether it was caused by a so-called bar hold, an arm across the neck.
You take the elbow like this. They said when they took her body to the medical examiner's office, it was in perfect condition.
Kepner telling ABC News they were told their granddaughter's body showed no signs of sexual assault or drugs or alcohol in her system. In an unrelated custody dispute, Anna's stepmother calling Anna's stepbrother, who is a minor, a suspect in Anna's death.
Do you think he had anything to do with Anna's death?
I mean, he was in a room with her. He was the only one seen coming and going. So I can't accuse him because I don't know what happened in that room. But the summation would be that he did something.
And has he said anything to you
about what happened?
I heard him, in his own words, say he does not remember what happened.
Anna's grandmother says she sat in on a portion of the stepbrother's interview with the FBI.
He was an emotional mess. He couldn't even speak. He couldn't believe what had happened.
Anna's grandparents say she and her stepbrother were close.
They were just like brother and sister.
What else could you tell me about him?
That he was a good student.
Played soccer.
He played soccer, very quiet young man. He had demons, I think, in his past, and he was trying to deal with those.
Anna's stepbrother has not been arrested or charged with the crime. Attorneys for both the stepbrothers' parents did not respond to ABC's request for comment. The FBI and medical examiner's office also declined to comment. Anna's family focused now on honoring their granddaughter, a high school senior and straight-A student who planned to join the military.
She had purpose. She wanted to do things. And this little tiny 110-pound girl, she was mighty, very mighty.
We were looking forward
had
to
a
seeing our
job.
girl. What do you hope for now in this moment for your family?
I hope that we can heal. Whatever happened in that room, the only person responsible is the person that was in the room with Anna.
What does justice look like for your family?
Whatever the law says, I'm not going to advocate for anything more or anything less. And that will be for the courts to decide.
Wow. Y'all, that
As
is
they
a
take over midweek,
strong
high temperature
grandmother.
43.
Wow. Sorry, I gotta. Sorry, hold on. Okay, so we are going to go back over here. I just wanted to get that underway just in case court came back. I wonder if we're going to even have court for the rest of today. It's going to be an interesting day. Very crazy day.
Threat posed by extremist groups and individuals, as well as the critical need for law enforcement agencies to remain vigilant in protecting our communities. The successful disruption of this plot is a powerful testament to the strength of our unified response, driven by the collaboration and tireless efforts of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, along with our allied agencies. Together, we have prevented a potential tragedy and reaffirmed our shared commitment to safeguarding our communities. I want to personally thank the dedicated men and women from every agency involved. Their relentless work over the past several days has ensured that those responsible were apprehended swiftly and safely and without harm to our neighborhoods. Thank you. I'm going to call up Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Robert Luna.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here to cover this, what I believe is a very, very important story for our community. This successful operation was a result of quick, proactive, investigative work, and I want to emphasize strong collaboration. And ADIC, Akil Davis, mentioned it and gave credit to all the law enforcement here in Southern California. It is better here, it always has been, than anywhere else in the country, and we're very proud to be part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. For us at the Sheriff's Department, we've been part of it since after 9/11. Their ability to share intelligence across multiple agencies, investigating threats like this one is second to none anywhere else. The way we coordinate with partner agencies and act quickly was critical to the success of this operation. And like I said before, there's no other area like here in LA County with our partnership that has been here for years with the FBI and LAPD and the other law enforcement agencies around us. Since this threat was uncovered last week, our Sheriff's Task Force officers and intelligence analysts working closely with our law enforcement partners have been working around the clock to verify information, identify targets, and piece together this plot that you've heard described. Their strong investigative efforts, sharp situational awareness, and rapid response ensured that this threat was stopped before it ever had a chance to be carried out. I'm incredibly proud of the professionalism and dedication shown by the men and women who worked tirelessly to bring this threat to an end before it could cause harm to anybody in our community. To our community, I know hearing about these incidents like this can be unsettling, especially in the light of the recent Brown University mass shooting and the Sydney, Australia terrorist attack. But today serves as a powerful reminder that strong collaboration between federal, state, and local law enforcement can prevent violence before it occurs. As we enter the holiday season, a time when families and friends come together across traditions, cultures, and beliefs, this incident is a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and to be prepared at all times. Vigils whose goal is to divide us, to instill fear, and to target the very diversity that makes our country strong. I want to be very clear, what you see here, this investigative work and the follow-up that's been done shows that they will not succeed. Our community's diversity is our strength, and protecting every member of our community is our primary duty. Whether you are celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, New Year's, or simply gathering with loved ones, you deserve to feel safe. We are committed to ensuring that safety today and every day. We remain dedicated to protecting our entire community through ongoing intelligence gathering and threat assessments, strengthening partnerships across all of our agencies, engaging with the public to promote awareness, vigilance, and resilience. And finally, I encourage everyone to stay alert, trust your instincts, and report suspicious activity. And as we always say in law enforcement, if you see something, read something, or say something, your awareness, your eyes, and ears can help us protect the entire community as we did in this incident. I will now introduce the police chief of the Palm Springs Police Department, Andy Mills.
Well, good morning. And first of all, thank you so much, Assistant Director Davis, for the spectacular job that the FBI did on this case. We were just in a very supportive role, only making sure that the FBI had what they needed in the desert to execute their mission. But on a larger perspective, I just want our community to know that this gives me hope. It gives me hope because of the unified effort of all of law enforcement, from the Sheriff's Office to LAPD, San Bernardino Sheriffs, and the FBI, working together to make sure that people like this are removed from the community so they can be prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office, to make sure that all of us can live in peace. And this is what our mission is to make sure that there's hope in all of our communities. So thank you very much for the spectacular job that the A-team showed up and did.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that obviously there's some disagreements amongst our agencies over things like immigration enforcement, but when it comes to other areas of law enforcement where it matters to keep the public safe, whether that's protecting the girls on Figueroa Street or the Palm Springs investigation, there is no gap in the cooperation between the federal government and local government. And we do thank the sheriff, the police chiefs for your valuable assistance. It would be very difficult for us to do a lot of what we do without their assistance. So I do want to thank you, each and every one of you. With that, we'll open it up to a few questions. Oh, we're gonna play the video. All right, play the video. And this is, the video is, do you want to describe the video?
Yeah, I'll describe the video. So as I mentioned in my talking points, on December 12th, a group of individuals, again, members of this anti-government group, traveled out to the desert to test their explosive devices. They had precursor chemicals there, and they were going to create these bombs in the desert. What they are starting to do is put their chemicals and wares and the components out on the table there. This footage that you're watching is from our surveillance plane. And then what happened after this is the Los Angeles FBI SWAT team, along with the FBI's hostage rescue team, moved in and arrested all 4 subjects without incident.
So now we'll take some questions. Yeah, we're not naming the victim companies, but I'll generally describe them as logistics centers. You can think of like Amazon type logistics centers, but we're not naming the specific companies at this time. There were at least 5 locations that they intended to target within Orange County and Los Angeles County. Again, we're not giving out the specific sites, but they were willing and wanting to do more if they could recruit more members to their radical efforts there.
You mentioned the arrest in New Orleans. Do you think that there are other people involved?
There are definitely more members to this group. As far as who was specifically involved in this New Year's Eve terror plot, we believe we've arrested all the members who were specifically involved in that particular plot. We did execute search warrants to people who are also part of this group. As we review that evidence, if we determine that there are any other individuals who knew about this or provided any assistance, we will obviously be charging them as well. Person arrested in Louisiana is not directly tied to this incident, but he is a member of this group. And when they executed the search warrant out there, he posed a great threat to the agents. He threatened the agents, and so that's why he's under arrest. Well, obviously, the FBI has a very robust national security investigators. They look out for domestic terrorism as well as international terrorism. Do you want to talk more about your activities with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
So this investigation is ongoing, as the United States just stated. This members of this group or associates of this group or any collaborators in this group, we are looking at as a result of this investigation. To answer your question, we do believe that we have disrupted this plot for New Year's Eve, but like I said, the investigation is ongoing.
As far as we're always looking. We're always looking for other people who might be plotting or doing this. And let this be a warning. If you can avoid being detected by the FBI or the federal government, if you think you're going to be able to design one of these plots, think again. We have very sophisticated, experienced agents, and we will find you and we will infiltrate you and we will arrest you, as we did with this group. They didn't see it coming, and each and every one of them is right now in custody. So we're very proud of the work done by the agents. Yes, any other questions?
The names are done, the operations are done. What's the relationship? The name of the operation.
Yeah, just the name.
It's just a name.
Okay, there's not much more to this. I do want to say that the Ian Mitchell trial did take an unexpected break, and they are due to resume after this recess. The court has a long unannounced break, was procedural, and there is no indication of mistrial or cancellation due to the press in the room right now. Unannounced nature, unlike the planned thing, they are dealing with an issue that required immediate attention but was not appropriate to discuss in front of the jury. Reporters noted the pause and did not receive clarification from the judge or the attorneys. So that is what's happening in court right now. So, and my computer's doing some weird things. So it's like, I read some articles. He seemed overly obsessive with her of late and stated that they knew of one issue she was complaining to her parents about. Didn't state exactly what case are you talking about? Oh, the boat, that the yacht, the cruise ship. I believe her room was with both of her brothers, yes, and she had a stepbrother, yes, and a biological brother from one of the articles, yes. So it's the stepbrother that is being accused non-officially of unaliving her at this point. It's my understanding. My ear has been itching real bad. Yesterday, day before, graduation day, that morning, I put my hearing aids in. And when I did, I got one or two hairs in with the hearing aid and didn't realize it until the end of the day. And it feels like I have a paper cut where my hair went in with the hearing aid. That's why you'll see me do this a lot when I put my hearing aid in to try to sweep any hair away, because it goes in so the hair is crimped inside between the hearing aid and my skin, and then it comes out, and it's very uncomfortable when I finally discovered that. So y'all, this has been, Is it me, guys, or has this been a crazy Monday? Nothing seems to have worked well today. Other than you guys being here, I'm so grateful to have you here. Yeah, yes. Are people here who did not get to see my graduation section where I graduated? If you do want to see it, let me know. I know some people have already seen it. They probably don't want to see it again. I don't show the whole graduation. I just show my little section. Hey, Joe! I wiggled and you didn't appear. I guess you did and you're here. But it's about 10 minutes. I know there are several people who wanted to see it and have not seen it yet. I know to some people it's not a big deal, but for a 54-year-old woman who fought like hell. Oh my God! Oh, this just showed up on my feed. This is my high school in 1989, and you see the drum major getting on the stand right there? Oh, wait, you can't see shit. Let me back this up. This just popped up on my feed. This is Taft High School, 1989, my senior year. Well, 88, 89. And the person, see the one in the skirt? That'd be me. Oh my gosh, y'all. Our school was 5 years old. So we were a small school. I'm not going to play the music because I don't want to get in trouble. Thank you, Sean. I can't believe that's been put up. Oh my God, that's my alma mater back in the day. Yeah, the video quality sucks compared to what it is now. But the fact that we actually have video back in the day. Okay, so as I told some of y'all, because of where I had to sit, I got to lead out the entire commencement right behind the professors. So, these are the powers that be. The lady in the green with the mask on, she's the one that put on the honor cords. Oh, I know. Sunday fun day. Sunday fun day. Thank you very much, June. These are all of the deans and professors, the doctorals. And then I am behind, you'll have the president, the vice president, and those people in the blue, the big wigs of the school walk in. And then after they walk in, you see this big sign coming in. Now, the guy right here, the black man, he is the president of our college. He is a freaking hoot. Absolutely love that man. He's got a personality that just won't quit. Okay, so as you see us coming in, you'll see that's me with you see a lot of white, which is right there. That's me coming in. There's Miss Diana, my interpreter. Miss Diane. This happened on Saturday, y'all. You'll see me. I'm standing right here. I can't zoom it in. I'm spitting out gum. Okay, we're going to do national.
Colors by the Angelo State University ROTC Detachment 847 Ram Guard. Immediately afterwards, Ms. Dacia Rivera will lead our singing of the national anthem.
They didn't have my name for the signing, or they would have said it, he said, but that's okay. I don't care. Oh, sorry. And pay attention to the strings on the quartet. I did not plan that, but we matched.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, when so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs burst in air, came forth through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the and the home of the
Yep. That'd be me. Actually, that is a true ASL rendition compared to signed English. So I'm going to come down here. I think it's right about there. I come across soon.
Lauder. Steward. Please honor these graduates with a round of applause. Political Science and Philosophy is Dr. Tony Bartle, Department Chair.
They didn't get me getting my cord. They put the cord on you.
Rogelio Montemejor.
I'm
cum
back
laude.
here. See, they draped him. So that's what happens when you get your cum laude.
Brian Zane Vasquez, magna cum laude. Please honor these graduates with a round of applause. Leading the Department of Security Studies and Criminal Justice is Dr. William Taylor, Department Chair. Raina Beruman Black, cum laude. Ada K. Brown, magna cum laude. Kylie Alexis Chesser, magna cum laude. Abigail Elizondo, magna cum laude.
Okay, that'd be all. I'm filling, guys. This is total fill time here. I've nothing else to give you. Okay, Mr. Joe Schmo. I was raised very patriotic. I was too. I sometimes cry especially when I hear taps. I cry. My grandfather served in World War II on the USS Enterprise and survived multiple attacks. I still get goosebumps during some national anthems. Yes, I do too. And the way I approach the national anthem is because the national anthem is really about a battle and the flag still being there. And when they say hailed, that means looked at. What do military people do when they see the flag? They salute. We honor the flag. We put our hands over the hearts, there's a salute mostly time. There's one or the other. And so I took the viewpoint of telling the story of the national anthem, which is conceptually correct. Although a lot of people just do it in English word order. All right, Miss June has given me some new information. June, your link says Walmart shoppers. Say this under the cabinet lighting actually works. Okay, June? I'm kidding. Let me play this and make sure it's good. I figured we were going to have commercials, so let's wait till the commercial's over and then we'll watch the video. It is Brown University investigators slammed for new video of shooting suspects. All cameras. This is the best they've got. Some people are not happy. That's bad quality. Really bad. Okay, guys, that's really poor quality. I get it. Investigators are seeking a man who red drummed. Let me get it in front of me. Seeking for a man who red drummed 2 and injured 9 at the Brown University on Saturday night has been slammed for their job so far. On Monday afternoon, the Providence Police of Rhode Island released new surveillance footage of the person they think is their suspect. However, the clip is filmed on one street and the parking lot away from a shadowy figure with strides along the sidewalk in dusk. And what in the world is this noise? I'm sorry. There's something going off I didn't want. With a horrific mass shooting having happened at nearly 50 hours ago, members of the Rhode Island community are questioning the investigators' efforts. It comes after the FBI and FBI agent and cops detain a person of interest identified as Benjamin Erickson 24 hours after the attack on Saturday, but he was later released. As of Monday afternoon, authorities have no suspect in custody. Rhode Island Attorney General Peter F. Naroha said that the Wisconsin man that was in custody for most of Sunday is not the person of interest at all at this point. Jury has mounted across Rhode Island with fingers being pointed at the FBI's Akash Patel and local law enforcement for failing to track down the suspect. On Monday afternoon, the Providence Police of Rhode Island released new surveillance footage in the person that they think is their suspect. At no point is this person's face visible, and for the majority of the 18-second clip, the man completely blends into the dark hedges into the background. Well, congratulations, he did his job. People have been sharing outraged online as well. Facebook, one user wrote, Providence police are now releasing Benjamin Erickson from custody. This is called incompetent shooter is still at large. What a joke, Keystone Cops, another user wrote, reference to the old movie about the incompetent policeman. They detained the wrong guy, leaked his name, smeared his service to our community in the Army, and says, oops, absolute clown show for Rhode Island. And the third user began. The Rhode Islander Attorney General is now apologizing for the false detention of Benjamin Erickson, stating it was unfortunate that his name was allowed to be leaked to the public. It is unfortunate any of these people have jobs, one user concluded. Erickson, an Army sniper originally for Wisconsin, we take back what we said. Nothing horrible. was taken into custody. For questioning about the shooting which killed 2 Ivy League students on Sunday. However, within hours of his name being leaked to the public, authorities disclosed a hastily convicted 11 p.m. press conference that he would be freed. Hastily convened. He would be free. We have a red rumor out there, the Attorney General Peter Naraha, while Providence Mayor Brett Smiley acknowledged that the news is likely to news is most likely to cause fresh anxiety for our community. Smiley was right, as the news that the shooter is still at large has caused a series of false alarms on Boston campus, as well as much of the Providence and the part of the state since the manhunt resumed Sunday night. The news that the shooter is still at large has shaken up the Rhode Island community. Police are looking into the reports of an armed man at a mall in Warwick early this morning, but nothing came of it. Theo Coben-19, a Brown sophomore who sheltered in the bathroom on campus during the shooting, told New York Times, "Everyone's on edge." I'm so sorry. You know, and it's true. I mean, we were talking about how come all these men or all these people who are serving our country are turning out to be red roomers, and that's not fair to the guy. So we redact that statement. But he's not the only one that we referred to. I mean, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Got it? Okay, good. Get it. Got it. Good. And let it roll. Sorry, old cheer thing. But I feel bad for the guy because here he was brought in for questioning and released, and now his name was spread out there as the actual shooter. It's going to take a while for him to live that one down. That it is. Yes, June, you did not send me the wrong file. I was teasing you. Joke done poorly. We do not know why we are still in this situation where we are waiting for court to resume. I still have the feed. Here it is. Joe, you want to come on and talk with me a little bit? You in the mood to come on? So, unfortunately, this poor soul that was wrongfully alerted. Okay, we have another news come out. Hearing for Stein's Red Room trial is set for next week. In Whitesburg, Kentucky, a hearing has been scheduled in the case of the former Lecter County Sheriff Sean Mikey Steins. Steins is charged with the Red Room and for the shooting of Letcher District Judge Kevin Mullins multiple times in his chamber on September 19, 2024. The entire incident was captured on security camera. Oh, no, that's okay. Enjoy your packing. On Thursday, Special Judge Christopher Cohan scheduled a hearing in Letcher County Court at 1:30 p.m. Thursday, December 18th. We need to get that on the calendar. Google. Get my calendar up. Not what I want to do. So, December 18th. At 1:30, we're getting it set up. Go down here. Hearings. Okay. So I got it. Yes. I've got to set my calendar for this year. I've worked on it a while. Cancel. Close. Okay. December 18 hearing intended to get an update as to where the case stands from the prosecution and the defense attorney, as well as to hear about all pending motions. The only motions that are currently pending before the court are defense requests to set a bond and prosecution's motion to move the trial to somewhere else better than Letcher County or any of the counties surrounding it. However, additional motions can be filed prior to next week's hearing. So that's where we are with that. The defense wants to get that case out of there, and the prosecution is, they're not going to want to get it out of there. Come on, mouse, cooperate. I said cooperate. Thank you. This has been a weird break, y'all. You're packing for your okay panhandle. Sorry, I can't jump on right now. That's okay, Joe Schmo. Thank you for being in the background. I wonder if we're going to get an explanation for this unexpected break. And does that mean they're going to take another break? Or did they take a break and just decide to keep on going for lunch? Because it's 1 o'clock their time. I bet you they combined everything into a lunch break and nobody thought to come back and tell us about it. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? I hope they say, did everybody have a good lunch? And I'm going to go, thanks for sharing that you were going to do that. I could have planned better. I could have had more of my things more organized. Just saying. Just saying, just saying. Oh, guys, I got to go. I got to start cleaning up my sister's house starting tomorrow. Oh, June, and you guys, I forgot. I just saw on the calendar I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I just got the notification. We have a sentencing tomorrow for Carlos Hernandez and Joshua Zuazo, unless that has been changed. No, that was last week. Sorry. My bad. We will, just so you know, unless we will not have court on the 24th. So we will be dark the 24th, 25th. I don't know for sure on the 26th yet. I'm not sure. But we are definitely going to be dark on the 24th and the 25th. I don't think there'll be any court on the 26th. I anticipate us being dark from the 24th through the 28th, being back on the 29th and 30th, if there is anything. If not, and then we have 31st, we are having a New Year's Eve live. So I'm going to be getting ready for that between everything. So we'll be doing a long New Year's Eve live at that point. FYI. FYI. Okie dokie. Y'all, please don't forget to go and subscribe to our channel and hit the like button. We greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate the court came back. How long will you be out of town, Joe Schmo? How long is that drive, Joe? I wonder if those people got it right. Yes, Joe, we got to talk when I get off alive. You, me, and my mods got to talk. What is it, about a 9-hour drive for you to get from where you live to Oklahoma?
Relax a little bit. First of all,
What the hell was that? Wow, Joe, that's a long day. Are you doing it in one day? I would. I don't know what just happened there, y'all. I'm all right, but it's been one hell of a Monday. And y'all, it has. That was weird.
And the state may call their next witness.
thank you, Judge. The state calls Nicole Nesselrode.
And the state may call. And the state may call their next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Nicole Nesselrode.
My captioning disappeared.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We will have you come up to this podium and we'll get you sworn in.
Thank you, June. Thank you kindly.
And I'll have you take a seat here in the witness stand. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The closer I am, the less movement I can do. The tighter I have to be.
Okay, so if you could do me a favor and make sure that you talk as close to the microphone as possible so everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Hi, my name is Nicole Nesselrode.
Are you nervous?
Very.
Okay. All right. Have you ever testified before?
No.
Nephroad?
Let's
Hold
just-
on. There's no cap. Come on, ears. Damn it. Give me a second. I'm going to have to go to my live. I'm going to have to go like y'all are watching. I have no captioning. Why is there no captioning on when we have it set? Oh, that pisses me off. I had captioning set. Why is it not working?
Let's get a little background
I hear you.
information out of the way. Hopefully that will help you relax a little bit. First of all, are you a native of Arizona?
I am.
Where have you spent most of your life?
In Scottsdale.
Have you lived within the same general area most of your life?
Correct.
When we're talking about this particular area, were you living in that area back in February of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it your understanding as to why you are here? Because back in March of 2015, you had contact with the Scottsdale Police Department regarding an event that had happened in your neighborhood back on February 17th of 2015.
Yes.
What is your understanding, Nicole, of how police initially got your name?
From my understanding, I have a girlfriend that lives 5 doors east of my residence. And after this incident occurred, I spoke with her about what was going on in the neighborhood. And I said, well, I had heard screaming that evening. So from my understanding, a member of her family had went and contacted the police.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about an incident, had it come to your attention at some point that there had been a possible homicide in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that someone who was in her family had some type of contact with the police, and that's how you believe the police got your name. Is that, if I'm understanding correctly?
Yes.
And as a result of that person sharing that information with the police department, on March 5th of 2015, did a detective come by your house to speak with you?
Yes.
During that contact that you had with that detective, on that particular occasion, did you talk to him about everything that you had remembered from February 17th of 2015?
Yes.
Now, before I ask you to tell the jury about what you recall from that particular night, I would like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 587, and Judge, the parties have stipulated to the admission of this exhibit.
Okay, is that correct? No objection? It's ordered admitting Exhibit 587 into evidence.
Okay, so I'm going to put okay. So 587, can you see that in front of you, Nicole?
Yes.
What do you recognize this to be?
My neighborhood. My home is circled. And then the house, the other house that's circled is where there was a murder that took place.
Okay, let's start with your home. At the time, and this is back on February 17th of 2015, were you living at 8431 East Earl?
Yes.
In terms of the photograph, because there's no way for you to really point, could you explain to the jury, is that the home that is circled on the bottom of the photograph or towards the top of the photograph?
The top.
Let me flip this around. Actually, it's probably better that I do it this way. Would that now make it the bottom photograph, or the bottom circle, excuse me?
Correct.
And then you mentioned that the other home that is circled is the house where you learned that the homicide had occurred?
Correct.
Were you familiar with this house before the event?
No.
Do you know the woman who lived in that home, Allison Feldman?
No.
We have this exhibit up here, and you've indicated which homes are which. So I want to talk to you about how close, I don't know sometimes if we can really tell from a map, how close are the two homes to one another? If you can use your best estimate.
50 to 100 yards? I don't know.
Okay. Is it just a few streets away?
Yes.
Okay. And the home where the homicide occurred, would you agree, based on where you live, that house is, that that home is northeast of your home?
Correct.
Now that we've established where you live and where Ms. Feldman lived, I would like you to tell the jury everything that you remember about the night of February 17th, 2015.
I remember I had just finished watching a show. I took my dog out to the patio to take him out, and shortly after, I heard a woman or child scream for roughly a minute or two. It was like an intermittent scream.
Okay. Let me break some of that down for you. So when you say that you took your dog out, where specifically did you take the dog out to?
I was on my patio.
At the time, were you living with anybody else?
Yes.
Was that person home?
Inside, yes.
Okay. Was there only one other person in the home with you?
No.
Okay. How many people do you remember?
3.
3. Were you the only one out on the patio with the dog that night?
Correct.
And so you said that you took your dog out. You had been watching a TV show. Do you remember what you were watching?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what time it was when you went outside?
It was around 9:30.
As you sit here today, do you remember why 9:30 stands out in your mind?
No.
Okay. But that's what you had communicated to the police?
Correct.
You mentioned that you had heard screaming like a woman or a child. And that it had happened for approximately 1 or 2 minutes.
Correct.
Can you describe in a little more detail for us what stood out to you about this screaming?
The duration of the scream, I guess, is it was just longer than I had heard in the neighborhood prior.
Okay. And what in your mind made you believe that it was either a woman or a child?
The pitch of the scream.
When you talk about the screaming lasting 1 or 2 minutes, was it something that was continuous, intermittent, something else?
It was intermittent.
I want to move a little bit further in what you remember about the night. When you were hearing the screaming, could you tell, based on where you were at your home, the direction that it was coming from?
It was coming from the east.
Now, I think you've mentioned before in interviews with police, as well as when we all had an interview with you that included the defense, that there is a park in your neighborhood.
Correct.
What's the name of that park?
Pima Park?
Is that park pictured in the map?
No, it is not.
We established that your home is the home circled at bottom left corner of the map. Can you tell us where in relation to your home the park is?
It would be east of my home.
You mentioned that this screaming was different than screams you had heard before. So could you give us a little context, since we don't live in your neighborhood, what you mean by that when you say screams you have heard before?
Just children's screaming as they were maybe accessing the park. So going up and down the streets to access the park, you may hear kids screaming out as they're on their way to the park.
Okay. And in your mind, was the screaming that you heard the night of February 17th different from screaming that you had heard previously in the neighborhood?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned intermittent screaming. At any point, were you able to hear any words being yelled or said?
No.
And you said that the screaming stood out in your mind because of the duration, and it had not been like anything you had heard before. Is there anything else about that screaming that stood out to you?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall any type of other noises from that particular night other than the screaming?
No.
One question I have for you is it fair to say the first time that you talked with the police, I think we established was March 5th of 2015. You would agree that that was some time ago?
Correct.
Fair to say your memory would have been better back then in 2015 when you spoke with them than it is today?
Correct.
If you could explain to the jury, Nicole, you mentioned that your homes are roughly a few streets away. and that you routinely will hear noises through the neighborhood. Can you tell us about sound throughout your neighborhood?
I mean, like I mentioned, you can hear kids coming to and from the park. My parents also resided in the neighborhood, and you could hear noise from the ball fields, which was a half mile away. So noise seems to just carry very well within the neighborhood.
One question I have about your home, Nicole, is on the bottom left-hand corner, your home is circled. Where on this picture is your back patio? Is it towards Earl or towards, I think it's 85th?
85th Street. So
Okay.
it's on the southeast of my home.
Okay. After you spoke with a detective back on March 5th of 2015, did you then receive a follow-up call from that same detective back on November 8th of 2019?
I don't recall the date, but I do remember speaking to him on the.
Okay, and that was some years later?
Yes.
And if I told you Detective Heinzelman, does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
And I think he reached out to you to confirm with you some of the information that you had provided back on March 5th of 2015. Is that fair?
Yes.
During that conversation with Detective Heinzelman, was there anything else since you had spoken to him the last time on March 5th of 2015 that you had remembered when you spoke to him a few years later?
No.
When you spoke to Detective Heinzelman on March 5th and then again in November of 2019, did you tell him everything that you remembered about what you had heard?
Yes.
I think when I first asked you a question, you mentioned that you had spent most of your formative years or most of your life living in the Scottsdale area. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your neighborhood, did you know many of the people living in the neighborhood?
Wouldn't say many, but I know a few people that live within the neighborhood.
Okay. Are those folks that live a little bit closer to you that you know because of proximity, or do you, just because you've kind of grown up in that area, know people here and there throughout?
Yeah, just from growing up in the neighborhood, just know people throughout.
Okay. And so you've spent roughly how many years in this general area?
40 years.
So pretty familiar with this area?
Correct.
Ever encounter anyone in your neighborhood by the name of James Castellamidis?
No.
I could just have a moment.
You may.
Thank you, Nicole. I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you.
Do you want me to leave this up, Martha? Okay.
All right. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Nicole. You didn't call 911 to report the scream you heard to police, correct?
I did not.
And that was because at the time you weren't exactly sure where that scream was coming from.
Correct.
Correct. And you thought it could possibly be kids from the park.
Correct.
But as you testified, you did talk to one of your friends about what you heard.
Correct.
And the only reason the police became aware of this is because that information was relayed to them through that friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
And that was reported to the police the day following the homicide. Would you agree?
From my knowledge, yes.
But you weren't contacted by law enforcement on February 18th, correct?
I don't recall.
You were contacted earlier, you testified you were contacted in sometime in March 5th?
I don't recall. I don't.
It's been a while, but do you have any reason to dispute if that's what the date that's indicated in the police report?
No.
As March 5th being the day they contacted you?
No.
Okay. And that would have been a few weeks after the homicide if you talked to the police the first time on March 5th?
It would be.
Okay. And you testified, Nicole, that you lived in this area for many years. You grew up in this area, correct?
Correct.
And your backyard backs up to an alley?
Correct.
And that alley is used for trash pickup, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what the trash pickup schedule was back in 2015?
No.
Over the years, you saw trash pickers come through these alleys, correct?
Correct.
It's not unusual to see someone passing through these alleys looking for scrap or discarded items?
No.
One moment. No other questions, thank you.
And redirect by the state.
Briefly. Nicole, I think you told police as well as us right now that at some point when you first heard the scream, you thought it possibly could be kids.
Correct.
And you had mentioned that you had heard kids screaming on their way to the park just as a daily, not necessarily a daily thing, but normal course because you live somewhat near a park in your neighborhood.
Correct.
What I think she mentioned is this seemed to be different.
Correct.
And I think you told us that the pitch caught your attention. Is that
Yes.
accurate? The duration,
Yes.
the fact that it was intermittent.
Yes.
Was it unusual for a Tuesday night in your neighborhood?
Yes.
And while unusual, is it fair to say you really weren't sure of what you were hearing?
Correct.
Other than you heard the screaming, but you had no context for it. Is that fair?
Correct.
After you had learned about the fact that a homicide had occurred in your neighborhood, did it make you wonder about what you had heard the night before?
Correct.
Is that why you communicated that to your friends and neighbors in the area?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. And does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused subject to recall. You may step down. Thank you. And the state may call their next witness.
Give me just a minute.
Sure.
What on earth are you doing, dude? And they're like, what's going on? Any year now.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we will have you sworn in.
We're back. Hello, Java Queen 1000.
And ma'am, I'll have you come up here to the witness box, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, lovely.
Good afternoon. Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Amber Metz. I am a crime scene supervisor for the Scottsdale Police Crime Scene Unit, and I have been there since 2008.
Amber what?
Amber Metz.
Introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Amber Metz. I am a crime scene
M-A-T-Z?
supervisor for the Scottsdale Police Crime Scene Unit, and I have been there since 2008.
How do
Is
you
that what
say your
you're-
last name?
Do you have METZ or Angela? Did you have METZ? MITZ? Okay. I would call that mites. Met? Emmy? All right, that's where we're going with it.
METZ.
And can you hear me okay?
I was right.
All righty. My voice drops on occasion. If you don't understand my question, just let me know.
Okay.
Let's take you through well, number one, I'm going to ask you some questions about your career with Scottsdale.
Dang, these hearing aids are cracking in and
your
out.
training experience, education, etc. You say you started in 2008,
That is correct.
and what had you done before that?
Prior to that, I was in college and grad school.
All righty. What did you go to school?
For my undergraduate, I went to Oklahoma State University, and for my graduate, I went to University of Central Oklahoma.
And what degrees, if any, did you earn?
My undergraduate degree is in zoology with a minor in sociology, and my master's of science is in forensic science technical investigations.
So what was your first professional job with Scottsdale?
Prior to getting with Scottsdale, I actually worked with a retail company, and I caught shoplifters.
All righty. And then in 2008, you went to work for Scottsdale, correct?
That is correct.
And tell us about your career. So where did you start? What did you start doing? How did you advance? What sort of training, etc.?
Yes, so I had 4.5 months on the job training. That was everything of learning how to use the camera, learning how to fingerprint, take notes, documentation, evidence collection, learning the policies and procedures. After I was released from my training, then I moved on to just being a crime scene specialist. I held that position until I was promoted to supervisor in 2023.
So in 2015, what was your job?
A crime scene specialist.
And I want to take you back to around February the 9th of 2015. Did you become involved in the investigation into the murder of Allison Feldman?
I did.
And assume for me that testimony is her body was discovered on the 18th. Did you go to the scene on the 18th?
No, I did not.
What was the first day that you went to the scene?
The 19th.
And on the 19th, do you recall, and I don't have it in front of you, but if I can show you a copy of your report if it might refresh your recollection, but do you remember what time you would have arrived at the scene on Monterey Way?
Possibly around 9 o'clock, but I can't remember the exact.
Was it during the daytime?
Yes, it was.
And so, did you have an understanding before you went to the scene as to what you were going to be doing that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I would be going in and assisting where the crime scene specialist had left off from previous.
All right. Who did you speak to, if anybody, when you arrived at the scene?
One of my main contacts was Detective Lockerbie.
And what, if anything, did he ask you to do?
He asked me to speak with CSS Palma because I would be going around with her documenting certain things within the scene.
And did you say CSS Palma?
Yes, that's correct.
PALMA, I think. Thank you. So when had you had that kind of an assignment before? Documenting.
Oh, yes, I have.
I just want these folks to understand, if you're asked to do that at a scene, what is it that you do?
For documentation, we will walk around, we will make visual observations, and we'll take notes on our clipboard and our note papers and stuff.
If you're assigned to do documentation, does that include taking possession of evidence, marking evidence, that sort of thing?
No, it does not.
And if you're documenting, are you taking photographs?
No, I am not.
So if I understand you correctly, CSS Palma, was she taking photographs?
She was.
Now, does the Scottsdale Crime Laboratory have protocols for what you are to wear when you enter a scene?
Yes, I do.
And tell us about that. What protocols, if any, existed in 2015?
In 2015, for major crimes related things, we would wear latex gloves, booties, and a Tyvek suit.
The as here today, some 10 years later, do you remember specifically what you were wearing on the 19th?
I don't remember exactly, but I would have followed policy. I would have been wearing exactly what the other people in the crime scene were wearing. So latex gloves, booties, and a Tyvek suit.
Did you collect any evidence that day?
No, I did not.
Did you, to your knowledge, touch any potential evidence that day?
No.
But you're taking notes, correct?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about the, I'll call it a garage. Some people have referred to it as a carport with a garage door. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you enter that garage area?
Yes, I did.
And what did you document as to what you saw and what Ms. Palma photographed?
Along the south wall, there were some cabinets, and inside one of the cabinets, there was a gallon jug of liquid chlorinizor and a liquid jug of muriatic acid.
And if you can recall, were they full? Was there just a small amount, if you remember?
I believe that I documented that it was possibly about a quarter full.
So again, you're documenting you didn't take them, right?
That is correct.
Did you mark them to identify them as a particular item?
They had already been previously marked.
Let me ask you if you recall the liquid chlorinizer. Do you recall that jug was marked as P8
I do.
and the muriatic acid PM9?
That's correct.
On the outside of the garage area, in the gravel, did you notice a hat?
Yes, I did.
Was that a University of Arizona Wildcat logo on that hat?
It was.
But again, if I understand you correctly, you didn't collect the hat.
That is correct.
Did you enter into the backyard?
I did.
I want to direct your attention to, well, first of all, did you observe a swimming pool in the backyard?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe anything that caught your attention in the pool?
I was told that there was a piece of carpet or rug material in the pool.
Okay. Do you recall seeing it?
I do.
And so I understand correctly, was it in the water when you saw it?
That is correct. It was in the water.
Could you observe anything about it through the water?
Yes, it was the bottom side was actually upward, so it was facing towards the top, and there was potentially what I could see of a reddish brown stain on it.
Was that rug removed from the pool and laid on the cool deck?
Yes, it was.
Showing you what's been received in evidence as Exhibit 94. Is this what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
And by that, what you saw the rug after it had been removed from the pool?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I'm going to kind of jump ahead for just a second, okay? Did you return to the scene on the 20th of February?
Yes, I did.
And when you returned on the 20th of February, did you actually impound those 2 bottles that you've previously told us about?
I did not actually impound them. I removed them from the scene. I was going to impound them, but I was directed to bring them back.
Okay. So you collected them, but then someone else wound up impounding them.
I don't know if somebody impounded them. I just had to bring them back to the scene.
All righty. In the living room, well, inside the house, did you enter the house?
Yes.
And on the couch, did you observe any sort of electronic equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what was?
A laptop.
All right. And what was done with that, if you know?
I documented that it was turned over to a detective on scene.
Now, let me take you back to the 20th of February. Did you arrive at that scene around 8 a.m.?
Yes, I did.
And that scene, by that I mean 8526 East Monterey Way.
That is correct.
Counsel, can you see her? Am I in your way?
I'm good.
All right. So while you were there on the 20th, were you asked to swab some areas of potential physical evidence?
Yes, I was.
And let me focus first. Do you recall that there was an Arcadia door leading into the backyard?
Yes, I do.
So tell us, please, what you recall about, not only was there a door, was there also a screen door?
There was.
And what do you recall about the appearance of the doorway, screen door?
I don't know what the appearance would be on it.
Well, in terms of potential physical evidence.
Well, I processed it first, and then there were areas that don't have ridge detail, and then I swabbed those areas.
Okay, so the first thing you did was processed for potential latent prints.
That is correct.
And explain to us, someone might not know what that is. First of all, if I use the term latent print, what does that mean to you?
Latent means hidden.
And so, for example, if I touch this table here in front of me, I might leave a print.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Would I always leave a print?
No.
Why not?
It depends on how much oils and secretion you have and when you touch certain surfaces.
Could it also have to do with the nature of the surface that I have touched?
That is correct, yes.
In terms of, let's assume that you find a latent print and you lift
Love
it.
you
Are
too,
you able to tell
June.
us how long it's been there?
Thank
for
you.
example?
No.
So how did you go about processing the Arcadia door, screen door for latent prints?
For this day, I used a brand new sterile brush and I removed it out of the packaging. I had a weigh boat, which is like a four-sided little plastic container. I scooped out black powder into the weigh boat, and I used the brand new brush, dipped it into the powder, and then we kind of twirl it onto the different surfaces, see if any develops with ridge detail.
And so from time to time, would you change brushes?
Yes.
And why would you do that?
For this type of scene, we were directed, and with policy, we would change brushes.
But why? Why would it?
We do not want to contaminate and move something from one side to the other.
And the brushes that you used, the way, how do you spell that?
Weigh boat.
Weigh boat.
WEIGHT.
And are saved by you.
Yes, they are.
Kids.
Now, when you, let's say on the patio door, the actual sliding door, or the frame or the window, you found did you find some latent prints?
I did.
And so how do you go about preserving those prints?
I use latent lift tape and I placed it onto the areas where I saw any ridge detail. The lift will adhere to the tape, and then I place the piece of tape onto a back of a latent lift card.
And when you say ridge detail, explain what you mean.
Ridge detail is like what you see for your fingerprint. So if you actually look at your hands, you will see that the little lines, loops, swirls, that is what the ridge details can show up as.
Your Honor, we have an agreement stipulation to the introduction of Exhibit 578.
And is that correct? No objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting exhibit 578 in attendance.
So if we had one of those lift cards, what size are they?
Possibly about 3 inches by 4 inches. I can't recall.
Okay.
They fit in our pocket.
All right. And you said that you would lift the latent using the magnetic tape, correct?
Latent lift tape.
Latent lift tape, sorry. That goes on the card.
That is correct.
On one side, correct?
Correct.
What goes on the other?
Information about the case, date, our initials and badge number, the address for where it was. We also draw a sketch, and we also describe of where the latent lift area was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. You have continuing permission.
Thank you. I'm going to show you Exhibit 578 up close. It's, for the record, it consists of 2 pages. Does that look familiar to you?
That does.
Would this basically be a Xerox copy of the back of the cards that you utilized that day?
Yes, I would.
Where are the original cards
They are stored in the latent area.
of the lab?
Correct.
So let me show you 578. There it is. All right, so looking at what would be the upper right-hand corner, tell us what we're seeing.
That up there is card 4 of 7, and their information about the crime, the date, the case number, the address, the location of where the fingerprint lifts were taken from, my initials and badge number, the number of the card, and then a sketch below.
Right, so I'm somewhat out of order, I suppose. So if we look here, it says sliding door, and it's kind of hard to read. What it looks like I and T to me, but
That is an abbreviation for interior.
meaning this particular latent print was on the inside of the Arcadia door.
That is correct.
And see where my finger's pointing?
Yes.
Tell me what we're seeing here. I see an X.
They signifies where I had placed my latent lift tape and what is on the other side of the card, the latent lift tape.
What's this what's this?
That is probably the handle of the locking mechanism. I am not a good artist.
All righty. Let me show you Exhibit 91, which is in evidence. And I'm going to try to focus on that door. Where my finger is pointing, as everybody can see, I chew my nails on occasion. Sorry about that. Would you say that would be the door handle that you were attempting to diagram?
Yes, it would.
Now, and again, when you're doing this job, are you wearing gloves?
I am.
We started with 4. Let me go to number 5. In number 5, we see an X, correct?
Yes.
Again, this appears to have been on the interior of the sliding door, correct?
Correct.
Number 1 of 7. Again, we see an X. Sliding door, I see EXT. Does that indicate that this particular latent near the door handle was on the outside glass?
Yes.
Number 2 of 7. Again, on the outside of the door?
Correct.
And would you say 1 was more towards the top of the handle area, and number 2 appears to be more towards the bottom, correct?
Correct.
3, again on the exterior glass of the door,
Correct.
and you marked X for its location.
Yes, I did.
Let's look at number 6. Number 6. The X is located where on the screen door
That would be around the frame.
of the screen door?
That is correct.
Yeah, but somewhat above the handle, correct?
Correct.
Number 7, and the interior, in other words, as we're in the house looking out.
That's correct.
And number 7 of 7, same frame of the screen door,
Correct.
but lower down below the handle.
Yes.
And for the record, that was exhibit.
Sorry, 578.
Thank you.
Y'all, I am filling out my application I applied for my master's. I got to fill out an essay and I got to get it turned in. So I'm here, but I got to get that done too. Never ends.
All right. You mentioned earlier that if I understood you correctly, you first processed the doors for latents.
Correct.
And then what else did you do in relationship to those doors?
There were areas that appeared to be smear, possibly palm or hand. They didn't hold any rich detail. I was directed to swap those areas, and I also was directed to swap the handles.
And did you do that?
I did.
So let's talk about the do you recall just describing an apparent hand swipe?
Yes, I do.
And so why would you use that terminology?
It appeared to be of a hand that had swiped across something. it looked something like part of the palm or the hand area.
But there wasn't ridge detail, you say?
Correct.
So let's go through. First of all, did you swim an area of an apparent hand swipe on the exterior north pane in the center of the sliding glass door?
I did.
Now, if I see in your report B1416-2, what would that mean?
That would be my impound number. I assigned it.
The 14, the number 1416 refers to what?
The B1416 refers to my batch number.
And the 2 would be?
The sequence of my impounds.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, there was an apparent hand swipe on the exterior glass of the door, correct?
Correct.
That you swabbed. There was there an apparent palm swipe on that same exterior pane of the Arcadia sliding door?
There was.
And would that have been, would you have marked that as number 3?
But based on the order, yes, probably.
I have a copy of your report here. Would it help refresh your recollection to look at the report?
It would.
Exhibit 30 is still up there.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, there's an exhibit up here. I didn't realize that was still there. Exhibit.
Don't have anything.
Oh, it's been removed.
It's over there, Aaron, on the ground. Last box, all the way in the back. On the ground.
Now, if you'll give me just a moment, let me refer you to, you familiar with bait stamp numbers?
Yes.
If you could refer to bait stamp number 000516.
And I'm allowed to open it up into that one.
Yes, ma'am. Got it?
Yes.
This particular document is a copy of one of your reports,
That is correct.
and it's dated what?
February 20th, 2015.
And in this particular report, would you have documented the apparent hand swipes, palm swipes, etc., on the door and or the door handle?
Yes, I would.
And so what was number 3? Where did that come from?
That was on the exterior north pane of the Arcadia sliding glass door.
Near the handle?
Sorry, near the handle.
And what about number 4?
It was on the, or it was the exterior Arcadia door handle.
And number 5?
It was the interior Arcadia door handle.
Number 6?
An apparent palm swipe on the interior north pane of the Arcadia door near the handle.
And number 7?
The exterior and interior screen door handles.
Now, when you told us that you swabbed these areas, can you describe the process?
For the process of swabbing, I have 2 sealed swabs. I open up the swab from the first one. There is, it's like a cotton ball Q-tip on a long stick. It has a plastic container up above it. I pop open the container, slide the stick upward. I add a drop of deionized water to it. Then I will swab the surface area, twirling the swab, making sure that all areas are touched with it. Once one has been completed, I put the swab back down inside the plastic capsule, close it back up, and I proceed to open up the other swab and do the same steps, and then I swab that same area as a dry sample.
All right. And then what do you do with, so then how are those swabs packaged?
They were marked wet and dry, and they were put back into the respective, the envelope prior held them, and then those get put into another envelope for us to transport them back to the office.
And now, during this process, do you change gloves
Yes, I do.
between each swabbing?
Yes.
Let me take you to did you go to the guest bathroom?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what you swabbed in the guest bathroom?
The faucet and handles for the sink.
And did you label that number 1?
Yes, I did.
Was there a liquid soap bottle there?
There was.
And did you mark it yourself?
No, I did not.
Had it been marked?
Yes, it had.
What, PM 32?
That is correct.
Did you do something with the bottle?
I collected it and I impounded it.
So you didn't yourself personally swab the bottle?
No.
Now, was there on this particular day, were you working with forensic scientist Smaltz?
Yes, I was.
And did she ask you to run a test on an area in the living room?
Yes, she did.
And where was this area in the living room, if you recall?
The information I documented was on the west side of the living room.
And went on an item? Was it on the floor?
I didn't document that. It was an area that she directed me to perform my test that she was chemically processing.
All right. So she had performed a chemical test.
Yes.
So would she be the one to ask about what she did in terms of the chemical test?
For her chemical test, yes.
Now, what, if anything, did you do in the area where Ms. Smaltz had performed some chemical testing?
I conducted a Castlemeyer presumptive test.
Which is what?
It is a presumptive test to identify blood.
And how do you go about doing that?
For the Castlemeyer test, we will look at our stock solution, make sure that it's not turned pink because that means it oxidized. So we'll look at the Castlemeyer, make sure that it's a clear sample. We will conduct a negative test and we'll conduct a positive test. The negative test is opening up the swab, putting on the chemicals in the order, and then showing that it has no color change. And for the positive swab or positive test, we would swab it against a known blood sample. We would again perform the chemical order and what it is, and then it'll turn a pink shade.
Well, when you say known blood sample, do you mean it appeared to maybe blood? Is that why you're doing a presumptive test?
For the area that I performed the KM, yes.
All right. And what was the result?
Positive results.
This particular area that you swabbed, did you identify them at B1416-14?
Yes, I did.
All right. And again, I think I asked you this, I think you've already told us, the paintbrushes, Weibo that you utilized when you were processing for latents, those were all impounded at the lab.
That is correct.
I want to show you Exhibit 116, which is in evidence. Assume for me that this is that Arcadia door, door leading into the back door. Do you remember the red staining that we see here?
I don't remember exactly.
I want to take you to now the 21st of February, 2015. Did you return to the scene there on Monterey Way on that date?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall doing?
On that day, I photographed the scene while the person I was working with, she was evidence collecting.
Was there a particular item that was collected, evidence item?
Yes, I collected a fingernail.
So looking at, we have a stipulation to the introduction of Exhibit 588, Your Honor.
Okay. Just confirming no objection. No objection. It's ordered admitting Exhibit 588 into evidence.
So what are we looking at here, ma'am?
That is my photo placard.
Looks like it's dated 21st of February, 2015. Would that be correct?
Correct.
And the 0940, will that be 9:40 in the morning?
Correct.
Which would indicate what?
When I began taking my photographs.
And you did say you were taking photographs that morning, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm showing council exhibits 592, 593, 596. And I'll apologize in advance. There might be a duplicate here. If there is at some point, I'll make sure that we remove the duplicates.
Okay.
Let me just look at it real quick.
And no objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 592, 593, and 596 into evidence.
Ma'am, I'm showing you exhibit, well, first of all, were you asked to take some photographs of a potential item of evidence on the floor in the house?
Yes, I was.
And what was your understanding of what this item might be?
There were 2 items that I photographed on the floor.
Was there a fingernail?
There was.
And do you recall where it was located?
In the kitchen underneath the table.
So showing you exhibit 592. Is this the kitchen table that you're speaking about?
I am.
Would you agree with me? Well, are you able to see the fingernail in this photograph?
I am not.
But you took, so why did you take this picture?
A detective on scene had shown me the piece of evidence. I couldn't locate it until they pointed it out to me, and they directed me to photograph it.
Exhibit 593. This is at the same table.
Correct.
And now we see a placard 67, correct?
Correct.
What is at that location?
The broken fingernail.
596. Again, at the bottom of the placard 67, can you see that fingernail?
I can.
Now, did you collect it?
Yes.
And was it impounded?
Yes, it was.
You mentioned a moment ago that you photographed 2 items on the floor. Before I get to that, well, let me go ahead and get to that. The second item on the floor, what was that?
It was a broken beer bottle.
Now, were you present when it was found?
I don't recall if I was actually present when it was found. I just know that I was directed to take a picture of it after it had been found.
Okay, so how did that come about?
The couch had been lifted upward. We were in the process of removing it, and the broken beer bottle was found underneath the couch.
We have a stipulation to the introduction of exhibits 594 and 595.
Any objection? No. It's ordered admitting 594 and 595 into evidence.
Let me show you 594. What are we looking at here?
That is in the living room, and the couch had been lifted upward.
$595. There is a, is this the same area?
That is the same area.
What is the yellow placard?
That is indicating the direction of north.
And it's a little fuzzy here, but can you see that item next to the north indication placard?
Yes,
And it was was it the top of a broken beer bottle?
it was.
Was there a cap on it?
Yes, there was.
And did you yourself impound that broken nail?
The broken fingernail?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Were you working with CSS Hans that day?
I was.
And were the two of you assisting in packaging items to take back to the lab?
Yes, we were.
Furniture items, more specifically.
Correct.
And did you assist with that?
I did.
That's all the questions I have here.
Okay. Would you like to approach?
I hate that. Stop it. I want him to stop it. I believe that there has been something that happened because they are now changing how they're airing the program. Have you not noticed the change in the program today? When they go to sidebar now, it's not just the clock. It's shut the stream down. Something happened today. I find that interesting how they have changed the process. Something happened for them to be doing it the way they're doing. I don't know. It's weird, y'all. So I like to say. So somebody's essay time, yeah. Yeah, financial, we have to get all this stuff done. I am the first of the semester does start. It does start. How many words does I need? It does start, I think, around the 17th of January. So I really only have 1 month. And then with the holidays and everything, that really cuts my time down. I am trying very hard to get this application in now. So, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of quiet right now. This has been an interesting case, and I'm there's just too much red room right now. My mind is swimming. I saw a case that June showed me, and I can't get it out of my head. I can't, and it's so hard, and I don't want to share it with you, so it's gruesome. I mean, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrendous. And I'm just tired of infants dying needlessly. I'm tired of children killing their parents, y'all. This is getting bad. What is going on with society? I thought as society, as we progress in the years of societies, like, we progress in a lot of other ways. I mean, we should be progressing, not regressing as a society. Do we have any cases without red room? Do we have any of these cases without the red room? I wonder. ChatGPT was no help. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Yeah. Okay, so ChatGPT. What did you want ChatGPT to help? There was no help. What? Yeah, I know the custody case is over. Yep, custody cases are over. Oh, I've got so much volunteer work. I got so much volunteer work, y'all. It's not even funny. They want to know about my volunteer work. I'm like, dude, that's why I had a whole lot of cords. That's why I had a whole lot of cords. That's why one of the people that I talked to looked at them. I mean, they looked at me and they looked at my cords and then they looked back at me and they said, "You've been busy." I went, "Yep." Why is it saying that's that many words when it's not? Josie, why are you doing that when I know it's less than 500 words? Is it words or characters? I hate that. Character. Oh. I hate that. 500 characters. Really? That's tough. Characters. Gosh, come on, AI, get it together. Thank you. That will work. Y'all, if you ever work for an organization that does applications in any way, shape, or form, don't have word count on one section and then character count on another section. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't comprehend with me. I'm all about consistencies. I am. I'm all about consistencies. Snap. Uh-oh, fire truck is going and I don't have my thing on. Yep. I better turn on my radio. There's a lot of horns blowing. It may not let me know yet, but oh, great. Why are you dead? You're not dead. Are you dead? No, you're good. So if y'all hear, you know what's going on, y'all. Volunteer experience. Oh my gosh, I got 18 chords. I can't list them all. I just don't have room. I just don't have room, ma'am. You just don't have enough buttons for me. I'm an overachiever from hell. Each one of those things that is just like, oh, y'all. No, seriously though, it is. It can be. Oh Lord, have mercy. Let me read. I got an update on my dad. He's sleeping a lot, which is good. He's been exhausted. Now he's a fan of the morphine. Papa's doing better. We had some improvement today. Praise the Lord. I just wish it had the accent in it so Mama could hear the accent. My papa's really been struggling, y'all, and he does not like to take anything like morphine or any of those hydrocodones or any kind of medications like that. So he hates them. He doesn't want to become addicted. He doesn't like the way they make him feel. He's all about that, right? And I get it 100%. But when you're in pain, as the pain level that poor man's gone through the last couple of days, it is imperative that you get some relief. What time tomorrow? I'm trying to figure out when my appointment is. You know what's sad? It's sad that once you graduate a bachelor's, a lot of scholarships there for bachelors, not so much for masters. Oh God, I hate this question. Where do I see myself in 5 years? Where do I see myself in 5 years? I'm like, no. I gotta say, that is the one question I hate more than any other question. You can ask me anything, but don't ask me, where do I see myself in 5 years? Don't. So AI, you want to hear what AI wrote? T to the H to the C gummy. No, not in a hospital, babe. Not for what he's going through. In 5 years, I see myself completing my PhD and using my education to expand advocacy and accessibility justice for family welfare. My goal is to strengthen disability rights and provide clear structural legal education in vulnerable communities, ensuring that children and families navigate the legal system and have a voice. I envision continuing my work as a deaf support specialist, ADA law consultant, and chaplain while building broader outreach throughout media and social media and public education. By combing academic achievement By combining academic achievement with the community service, I hope to create resources that make complex legal processes understandable and accessible to all. Equally important, I see myself as a role model for children and others facing hardships, demonstrating that resilience, education, and service can transform challenges into opportunities. In 5 years, I want to be recognized not only for my degrees, but for my impact that I make in the empowering of others and advocating. Yeah, I'm going to have to dumb that down a little bit. It's 100% AI generated. Let's see what happens when I tell it to take out the AI influence. Here's a clean and natural. Oh my God, they've been pumping my dad's stomach for a week. They've turned off the pump. Yay. There was a nurse that my family called Cruella. They've had wonderful care, but except for that nurse that's called Cruella. It's still 100% AI. Okay, now let's see what it sounds like. In 5 years, I see myself having completed my PhD, using my education to expand advocacy and accessibility, justice, and family welfare. Is that not the same thing I just... My goal is to strengthen disability rights and provide clear structural legal education vulnerable. I plan to continue. Yeah, you didn't remove a single thing. It's still 100% AI generated. Honey, you're getting your master's? Please tell me how bad this is going to be for me. Tell me if this is something I do or don't want to do. Please inform. Okay, we're looking at, can y'all see that? Let me uncover that. Yeah, y'all can see that. I'm not centered and I keep falling off the screen. I don't like it being this tight. I would love to see myself complete a master's and a doctoral in less than 5 years. I think a master's usually 2 years, doctoral is 2 years, but man, depending on my situation, I'd push like hell to get it done sooner. I don't understand the last one, Mom. All right, let me get this back.
You need to refer to those. Okay. On first, okay?
Okay.
First part I'm going to talk to you about is in 2015, some of the things that Mr. Imberdino talked to you about, okay?
Okay.
You should have exhibit number 30 in front of you, which is a large binder. Do you still have that?
Yes.
In that binder, you have some reports that you wrote.
Correct.
If you need to refer to those, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
When you were called out to the scene in 2015, you had several different roles, correct?
Correct.
You were the crime scene specialist, which entailed 3 different kind of roles.
Yes.
The first was to document the scene, correct?
Correct.
The second would be the collection of items, correct?
Correct.
And that would include the packaging and impounding, correct?
Correct.
Then you also took photographs, correct?
Correct.
And also latent print collection, correct?
Correct.
And that could be fingerprint,
Yes.
it could be footprints,
Correct.
it could be palm prints,
Correct.
it could be the toes
Correct.
and the balls of, or the rest of the foot, correct?
Correct.
So you told us earlier that you came to the house on the 19th of February, correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
You got there around 9 o'clock in the morning,
I believe so, yes.
and Detective Lockerbie was there,
Correct.
and you made contact with him,
Yes.
and he talked to you about what had occurred in the investigation the preceding night.
Yes.
He asked you to do a couple of tasks.
Correct.
And that first one was going into that garage.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 71. It's a placard. It's been admitted into evidence. It's a placard. Mr. Bordino said some people call it the carport, some people call it the garage. This placard says carport, correct?
Correct.
And inside that carport was an Explorer, correct? I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit 72.
Correct.
And also inside that carport was a cabinet as you described, correct?
Correct.
And that was in the south part of the garage?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 73. Is that, hold on. Is that the cabinet we were talking about earlier today?
Yes.
It's a small storage room, correct?
Correct.
And you can see there was a doorknob
Yes.
and there was a latch type swing lock on the top, correct?
Correct.
You did not note any spray or anything on the front of that door, correct?
I did not note anything.
If there were some spray, you would have noted that, correct?
Correct.
I want to go inside. You opened that door, right?
I don't know if I opened the door.
You looked inside.
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 74. And that's been admitted as evidence as well. Is that the inside of that storage cabinet?
Yes.
And inside that storage cabinet, you can, there's a PM8, correct?
Correct.
And that was one of the things that you were directed to look at
Correct.
and document that.
Yes.
And that PM8 is the liquid chlorinizer, correct?
Yes.
And we can see from the photograph that it's about a quarter full. Is that correct?
Correct.
And inside that storage closet, there are also some boxes, correct?
Correct.
You collect any of those boxes?
No, I did not.
Okay, I'm going to show it's marked as exhibit number 75. Is that a close-up of that liquid chlorinizer?
Yes, it is.
And then right next to it, there's a photo marker 8, correct?
Correct.
And below that is the Mediform, correct?
Correct.
And that's one of the boxes that you actually documented in report, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 76. Is that a close-up of that liquid chlorinizer?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 77. Is that the floor of that cabinet?
Yes, it is.
And on that floor, I see a photo marker number 9. Is that what you see?
Yes, I do.
And that is the next to the muriatic acid. Is that correct?
Correct.
The muriatic acid is actually the little gallon milk jug looking thing to the directly on top of it, so to speak.
Yes.
And then there's a cart, correct, like a little basket.
Yes.
And then there's some bags in the
Correct.
front.
That's what I'm doing,
Where the door
Amy.
is, right over towards the front and to your left.
Yes.
I show you what's marked as exhibit number 9, or excuse me, 78. Is that a close-up of that muriatic acid?
Yes, it is.
And then there's some household items in there, is that right?
Yes.
Now, inside of that door, there were some medical supplies blocking the way to get into that cabinet, correct?
Correct.
And so you documented all those things that we just talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you left that area, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked to go outside.
Yes.
And the first thing that you were asked to do, and I think Mr. Imbordino talked about it, showing you it's marked as Exhibit 79, is to document PM10, correct?
Correct.
And that's the hat that we talked about earlier today.
Yes.
After that, you went to the pool, or the backyard, excuse me.
Yes.
And in the backyard was the pool, correct?
Correct.
And you were directed towards the rug and pool, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to document that, correct?
Correct.
Now that, I'm going to show you what's marked as PM80. Is that the rug that you were directed towards?
Yes, it was.
And you told us earlier that it was taken out of the pool, correct?
Correct.
You were not the person who had to go inside the pool and get it out, correct?
Correct.
It was fished out somehow.
Somehow, yes.
You were not the person, for lack of a better term, fishing it out?
I was not.
And it was placed on the pool deck with the fiber side down, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to document that.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14.
What? Back it up. We got breaking news. Angela, oh my God. Are you kidding me? Oh, just read a comment in the Brian Walsh couldn't find his mom today as he was looking for her as he walked in cuffs after his guilty verdict. We were wondering why she wasn't there. Well, eventually, Mummy got caught putting a note for him on the defense table, and she was escorted and not allowed back in the courtroom when the verdict came in. Shut the door and back up. Mommy dearest got in trouble. She knew better than to do that, boo. She could have given it to the attorneys. What did the note say? Back that crap up. Oh, Angela, do you have a link for that? Oh my God. So Mommy Dearest got kicked out of the courtroom for misbehaving. I look like Reba McEntire. That's my Reba look. Got my Reba lips. I'm Reba McEntire right now, honey, y'all. Oh my God. The older I get, the more I look like Reba because I used to have lips like that. I mean, not kidding. They were big. Didn't say, however, evidently it was not her first time, which is why she wasn't tolerated today. Yeah, she's been a bad girl. We knew that. But I thought she'd learned her lesson. Oh my gosh, you heard it here first, y'all. I can't. Well, Bastetts. I hate to be that way, but I don't. We needed that right about now.
Is this? I'll go on the other side. I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit number 14. Is this the carpet that you were asked to document?
Yes.
And you said it was placed down with the fiber side down, so the back side up. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were able to document some staining on the back of the carpet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is in the part of the bag nearest to the initials. Is that correct? Can you see that?
I do. Yes, that's
Let me
correct.
put that up here. This is exhibit number 14. I don't think it fits, but can you see the staining up there?
Yes, I can.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
And that was designated as photo marker 11, correct?
Correct.
I want to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 94. Are those the stains we were just talking about?
Yes.
And that, for the record, is the carpet placed down on the pool deck with the fiber side down, correct?
Correct.
My slides are out of order.
So you like that? You like that one, huh, Joe? Angela, you good girl. Good job. As I used to say to Sensei, good girl.
221.
No, you're not my dog.
First, I'd like to take you into the living room, okay? You were asked or directed to go into the living room next, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to document the computer that was on the couch, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 221. Do you see the exhibit number 221? Is that the computer you were asked to document?
Yes, it was.
And there was an extension cord that was also on the couch, correct?
Correct.
And another cord connected to it looks like an Apple Cube charger, correct?
Correct.
And you did not collect, or excuse me, impound that computer, correct?
Correct.
You collected it and turned it over to a detective on the scene, correct?
I don't recall if I took it in my possession. I just documented that, or I can remember that I documented, I turned it over to, or it was turned over to a detective.
Thank you. Also on the couch, on top of the computer, there appears to be a remote control. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there were some throw pillows that have like circular pattern on them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those were on both sides of the couch?
Yes.
And the couch was pushed against that glass table. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you weren't the one taking photographs of this, correct?
Correct.
This is Kat Palma, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about what you did on the 20th at the house, okay?
Okay.
Again, you came in and talked to Detective Lockerbie, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked to collect PM 8 and 9. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you took those two jugs and you brought them out to your van.
Correct.
But then you were told to bring them back, correct?
Correct.
And you gave them to Mark Carpenter. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you did not impound those.
That is correct.
You were then asked to do a Castlemeyer test, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the living room, correct?
Yes.
And there was another person there whose name was Lisa Smalls. Is that right?
Yes.
And she's part of the forensic scientist group, correct?
Correct.
And she was processing the scene, and she asked you to do this Castlemeyer test, which you explained to us was a presumptive for blood, correct?
Correct.
And you did that test.
Yes, I did.
And that tells you that it's presumptive, which means what?
It is a possibility. Well, presumptive is it's saying that it's a possibility that it is blood.
Another test would have to be done to confirm it's blood, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
We talked a long while that you were asked to go process the sliding glass door in the back, correct?
Yes.
And you could see on the back door what appeared to be a palm print. Is that correct?
A palm smear.
Sorry.
Yes.
And a palm smear, the difference between a palm smear and a palm print is that it's not clear, right?
Correct.
So you attempted to lift that palm smear, correct?
As a swab. Yes.
I was getting there. So when something does not have sufficient ridge detail, you're unable to get a print off of that, correct?
Correct.
And so what you do is and you swab it with the swabs they talked about earlier. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal at that point is not to get a print, but the DNA that it might be present, biological material, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about that you used a wet swab
Yes.
and a dry swab.
Correct.
And you did that to 7 areas. No, strike that. You looked at 7 areas on the sliding door and screen door, correct?
Yes.
And we looked at those diagrams. I'm going to move on to that. You explained that. You then went into the guest bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And you swabbed the faucets and the handles in there, correct?
Correct.
And there was a soap bottle that was marker 32, correct?
That's correct.
And you collected that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you impounded that.
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you about what you did on the 21st, okay? So the next day you come back to the house, almost 9 o'clock again,
Correct.
and you contacted Detective Lockerbie.
Correct.
And you don't go into the house until about 50 minutes after you arrive. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Detective Lockerbie explains to you, like he did the previous day, of the investigation to that point, correct?
That is correct.
And he wants you to do a number of tasks, correct?
I don't think I did test on that day.
Tasks.
Oh, task. Yeah, I
Okay.
did.
One of the tasks that he asked you to do was there was a fingernail, correct?
Correct.
And we've talked about that. That's photo marker 67, correct?
Correct.
And it was in the dining room, correct?
Correct.
Close to the back of the table closest to the sliding door, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't see it with your naked eye at first.
Correct.
It had to be pointed out to you.
Correct.
And it was like a fake tip, correct?
I don't recall if it was fake or not.
It was pink
Yes, it was.
and it had a white tip on it, correct?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 596, which has been admitted. Is that the fingernail?
That is.
Gross.
And you photographed that.
Yes, I did.
And it was found upside down like that.
Correct.
Just 1 second here. Sorry, got stuck under my binder. I'm showing you what's been marked as.
Angela, if you can find that link, we're going to watch it. Because if we can hear her and see her crying, I'm all in.
Giving permission.
I shouldn't be happy at someone else's misery. My bad.
Showing you what's marked as exhibit number 6. I believe it's admitted. Yes, it is admitted. Can you take a look at that? Can you see it? It's at the bottom.
Yes, I can.
Is that the fingernail that's depicted in PM 67?
Yes, it is.
And is there some designation on the bag that it is PM 67? Has a little barcode on it?
Yes, it does.
Was it you that impounded that fingernail?
I did.
How can you tell?
Well, unfortunately, this is a different program, so we do not use this one, but it does have my badge number on there as how I would have impounded it as.
And that's the B14. What's the latter part of it? 16?
It's 16.
I'm finished with that actually. So if you can just put it down, or let me get it so I don't get in trouble with the court for not returning it to the exhibit table. Thank you. I also want to talk. Back to the microphone. I also want to talk to you about other items that you looked at. Okay.
Okay.
On that day, we talked earlier about a bottle being found, correct?
Correct.
And what happened was the law enforcement, again, personnel, including crime lab detectives, whoever was there, they were going to lift up the couch, correct?
Correct.
And when they lifted up that couch and put it on its backside, they found a bottle, correct?
Correct.
And it was a broken bottle, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit 594. Could you see that?
I can.
Is that the couch on its backside?
It is.
And underneath the couch is like a black, for lack of a better word, felt, well, dust liner.
Yes.
And the bottle was underneath that couch, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 595. Is that the same photograph with the directional marker?
Yes, it is.
And that bottle was collected, correct?
Correct.
And it was impounded, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you. marked as exhibit number 10. Is that the bottle? I should say, let me go back. Inside that bag in exhibit number 10 is a jar, correct?
Correct.
And inside the jar is a number of white, like wipes, correct?
Correct.
And inside also the jar is the bottle that you saw at the scene,
Correct.
and that's PM80.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about your role in this case in 2016. Okay?
Okay.
So in 2016, you were asked to go to the Scottsdale Police Department station. And you were asked to take some photographs of some person there, correct?
Correct.
And you went to the station, you met Detective Matthew Leal there,
Yes.
and he told you what he needed from you, correct?
Correct.
And you went into interview room number 2,
Yes.
and there was a man there,
Yes.
and you were told to photograph him.
That is correct.
And that man was Francisco Zanabria Martinez, correct?
Correct.
You were not given any other information, correct?
Correct.
So you took frontal view,
Yes.
side views,
Yes.
hands, all that
Yes.
stuff. I want to talk to you about your next time you're involved in the case, okay?
Okay.
And that is in 2018, correct?
Correct.
You were asked to go to a house on Earl, correct?
Correct.
And that's approximately 38th Street.
Correct.
And you were asked to document the house or the area.
Yes.
I should have been more specific. You were asked to document the photo markers that had been placed, correct?
Correct.
And you were also asked to take measurements of the guest house using the Faro. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you documented while Cat Palma photographed, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to marked as exhibit number 573. It's in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that what I just referred to as the guest house?
Yes.
And you went inside this, correct?
Correct.
And you, like I just said, took measurements of the guest house.
Correct.
It's about 9 by 12, correct?
I believe so.
There's a door on the front.
Correct.
There's a window on the front.
Yes.
And inside there was a bed,
Yes.
a desk,
Yes.
some clothes.
Yes.
There were some shoes. Do you want to take a look at your report? I didn't print out the picture of the shoes. It would be $798 and $799, and then through 800 Do you remember there being some shoes in that house? If you look at page 800, I'm going to ask you about PM number 7.
Yes.
You were tasked with looking for certain things in this house, and one of the things you were tasked to look for were Vans type shoes, correct?
I was not tasked to look for things.
Okay, you documented a pair of red posture foundation shoes.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you it's marked as exhibit number 575. Are those the shoes that you documented that Kat Palma took a picture of?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's 7?
Correct.
And that correlates to PM 7 in your report, correct?
In my notes, yes.
Your notes, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit 574. Is that the bottom of those same shoes?
Correct.
And that also has PM 7 on that.
Correct.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Y'all, my master's application is complete.
Judge, may I get this exhibit marked?
Yes.
Now let's see how fast they process it. I feel like I'm starting school all over again. I am. Angela, did you find the video clip where Mommy Dearest was crying? No. Did you find that?
Your Honor,
Did you?
Exhibit number 597. I asked Mr. Bordino if he would stipulate.
It's ordered admitting exhibit 597 into evidence.
We talked earlier about that dining room table that the fingernail was found under.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 597. You see that?
Yes.
Is that the table that the fingernail was found underneath?
It was.
And when I asked you about the location of that fingernail, it was towards that sliding door
Correct.
where you can see that detective kind of outside, right?
Yes.
And it was to the left of that, correct?
Correct.
Don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. And redirect.
Okay,
Cyberscape
y'all.
whenever you're ready.
Okay, y'all. This may not have actually happened because it says that she was sitting in the courtroom and was photographed.
You may.
Ma'am, you testified that.
Wait a minute, but it doesn't
you
say
did a
when the verdict
presumptive
was
test
read.
For blood on a particular area of the floor or CSS smalls.
Okay, so it says that she was photographed sitting in the courtroom while the jury deliberated. But they didn't say anything about her getting kicked out. So that still may have happened. We need to find that out if that really did happen.
Correct.
Correct.
You indicated that there would be.
Oh, that's right, because they couldn't show that part. Yeah. Well, it was noted that she was not seen in the courtroom where she normally is or anywhere in the courtroom when he was escorted out.
There might later be a confirmatory test that could be done to determine if, in fact, it was blood. Correct?
My flower smells good.
Is that, But you didn't do that yourself.
I did not.
Would that normally be done within the crime lab itself?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, does anyone have a question for this witness? And we will collect it at this time. And you may approach.
Mods to studio chat, please. Y'all remember to like this feed and make sure you have subscribed to my channel. Once we hit 4,000 subs, I get a tattoo. Never had one. Oh, we lost a sub. Now we're down one. I hate that. I wonder if it's somebody that, yeah, we know who that may have been, right, y'all? Right, Joe Schmo? Is Joe Schmo back still in
I have
the...
a question for you from the jury. As a CSS, when being asked to complete different roles, are they ever done at the same time? Example, documenting and taking pictures at the same time? Or is one CSS only responsible for one role task per day shift?
Interesting.
CSS can be tasked with doing multiple things at the same time.
Any follow-up by the state?
That's an interesting question, y'all.
Just to clarify, so for example, we go back to your role on the 19th. You were documenting what CSS Palma was taking photos of.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
So you're each of you doing a separate task.
Yes.
So are you saying you might have been tasked to document and take photos?
We could possibly, yes.
Okay. Or you could be asked in the morning to take photos and in the afternoon to document.
Correct.
What someone else is doing,
Yes.
right? And who decides what you're going to do?
On this case, it was the detective making some of the decisions.
All right. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Kirchler?
No.
Okay. And those were all the questions for this witness. May she be excused, subject to recall?
Yes, ma'am.
You may step down. Thank you.
That means she can't talk about this case. She can't acknowledge the case. She can't do anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude trial for today.
Yay!
We will resume again tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, that means 12:30 my time. Guys, we don't have anything early in the morning tomorrow. Yay, because I've got to start moving furniture and things out of my sister's apartment. I've got a lot to get done. So tomorrow we will be live at 12:30. Okay, in the afternoon. Unless there's something else that pops. So the only way you're going to know is hit that like button, hit that bell so you know, subscribe so you know when we go live. Right now, I don't see anything, but my mods and I need to have our conflab and see if there's anything coming up. If you don't know what a conflab is, you're not Brit. Just kidding. But I do find it interesting, and it was noted that we did not see Mummy Dearest in trial at all today. I mean, after the verdict, she was there. We did see her sitting there during the deliberations. She just sat there the whole time in the courtroom. The commentator even made a comment that she did not understand that she didn't have to stay in the courtroom, that she could stay within so many minutes of the courtroom. But I think she just wanted to sit in the courtroom, I guess, and slip notes to her son illegally. So anyway, yep, we's all done. I was looking to make sure we didn't have any kind of interviews or anything going on with the Walshe trial. Give me a split second. I am looking because I want to make sure we to close out the day. Brian Walsh, day 4, bedroom questions answered. No, we don't want to do that. I don't see anything with Walsh. Okay, guys, love and appreciate each and every one of you. We are going to, oh, no, I'm not here, but I am listening. Ha, lies. Well, Joe, I guess you're leaving tomorrow. If you are, have safe travels. Keep in touch with me so at least we know that you're safe and you haven't done anything stupid like fall asleep while driving. But anyways, thank you guys, mods, for helping me hold down the fort today. It has been a true Monday. I'm not happy with my Monday. Not happy with my Monday at all. At all. But I'm doing what I am happy about. I'm happy about we had a lot of views. I'm happy that you were here with us and got a lot to be thankful for. Now I'm going to have to go. My plan for the rest of the night is to go over to my sister's house and start working on things all by myself. So we're going to go get that done. So guys, be blessed, miigwetch. See you guys tomorrow, 12. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.